What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I am so excited you are here. We're gonna learn together. This is the Tarver Academy Summer Professional Development. We're gonna learn. Learning's happening. It's going down today. We're about to get started. My name is Tyler. I run Tarver Academy. It's an online resource for teachers and students and educators, and it's a great community where people just get involved and learn and get better. And I throw resources to you guys, throw ideas around. It's just a lot of fun. Just a whole lot of fun, Tarver Academy. So if you need anything, I'm here. TarverAcademy.com has a ton of resources and things that you can go to check out. A little bit about me, just so you know, you don't think I'm just like, hey, here's a random YouTuber talking about, videos or whatever. My name's Tyler. I started out teaching high school math, and then I moved into a tech director / facilitator role. Then I was a principal of a school, 6th through 12th grade. 6th through 12th grade. Fun ages. That's good stuff, okay? Good stuff. Never any drama, 6th through 12th grade. No drama. And our school had waivers from the state, so we did a lot of online, we did a lot of blended, we did a lot of in-person learning, all the above. So we get to learn a lot, make some mistakes, do some stuff right, and try to learn from everything we did. Then after that, I went to central office, and I was director of curriculum instruction, and now I'm the dean of NLC College. And I'm so excited to be here, learning and growing with you guys. I'm also giving a little bit of time for people to jump in, get started, and we're about to go through some of the housekeeping stuff. We're gonna do a little check-in right now at the beginning, and then at the end of this video, at the end of this training, we're going to have a chance for you to get a certificate showing that you actually showed up and you did the learning, okay? I think that this training and the other trainings that you are gonna get the chance to be a part of this summer are gonna help you grow as an educator. And if you grow as an educator, all it does is help the students and the community that you live in. And so let's try our best to learn something, take something away from this that we can put in our repertoire and get better with. Okay, so the first thing I need you guys to do is I need us to check in, okay? And this check-in, what it does is it timestamps when you are here so that you might not need this later, but if your administrator or whoever comes back and they're like, how do I know you didn't just click to the end? This shows that you were here at the beginning. So you can scan the QR code that is on the screen if you have your cell phone. And on my phone with me, get your phone out. I'll use my wallet, Atlanta Braves wallet. Film that, you just hold your phone over that QR code that you see on the screen. You'll see something pop up at the top. Click that and it'll take you to where you can fill out that you were here. It's very short, very quick. I'm gonna give you a little bit of time to do that right now. Go ahead, scan the QR code, go to the website, check in, and when you do that, you will get an email. If you do not get an email immediately, this happened, I told you, I was a tech director for a long time, okay? I'd say a long time. I was a tech director long enough to know that if you don't get that email that you're filling out right now, it's because you typed your email address in wrong. That's exactly what happens. 19 times out of 19 and a half times, that's what happens. So go ahead and go to that. Remember, at the end of this session, there's gonna be another QR code that you're gonna scan that is going to give you the certification saying that you actually did the training. Both of these are time-stamped. So if your administrator or whoever's in charge of PD for your district wants to see that and be like, how do I know you did this? You've got your check-in email that is time-stamped by me, not by you. It's into a PDF or it's into that email. And then you will also have the timestamp on your certificate showing that you did this. Okay, so hopefully everybody is getting that done. Okay, giving you a little bit of time. If you have any trouble, just keep trying because I think it's pretty important to get that logged in. Now, while we're doing that, if you're finishing that up, or if you can hear me, what I would love for you to do is I would love for you to hit the red subscribe button. This is my YouTube channel, Tarver Academy. That's what I call it. It's kind of where I got this started. I had this before I had the website, and then I put up the website to put all the resources and all the stuff I was doing. But if you would hit the red subscribe button right now, that would be huge. That would be just super cool of you. And that way, you can hopefully see some of the other trainings that I'm doing, see some videos I do throughout the year to help teachers, to help students, to have fun and learn together. So hit that red subscribe button. Did you do it? Did you? You get the like too, the little thumbs up. That's just YouTube etiquette. You hit the thumbs up. It's just really nice to do. So you want to hit the thumbs up button, you can. And I would love to start this. How about this? in the chat, okay? Because if you're watching this on my website, which is where you can watch it, that's fine. You're not gonna see the chat, but if you click and watch this on YouTube, you're gonna see a chat rolling on the side of the screen. Start it off. I want you guys in the chat to say who you are, like give your name, tell us what you teach and where you teach, okay? If you're an administrator, you can say that I'm a principal, or you can say your central office, whatever you do. I've got some people that have signed up for this that are aspiring educators. So this is great to say, I wanna be an educator, I wanna be an English teacher for high school, throw that in there. If you wanna be a kindergarten teacher, toss that in there, say you're in school. It's a great way to network because I think there is an amazing community of educators here wanting to learn and grow together. And I think that it's great if we look out for each other. So throw in the chat, I want you to say your name, what you teach, and where you teach. Throw that in the chat. All right, man, we're doing good. We're doing good. It's our warm up. We're feeling good. We're stretching it out. It's always good to stretch before you stretch. I don't know, I heard some friends say that, so I say it from time to time. Okay, next thing. This is another little thing. I've got one right here. So I've written a couple books. I've done Superheroes Need Sleep Too. This is a children's book. It's like a nap time book, so you don't have to read that. But this one I think is super relevant for you. This is the Baller Teacher Playbook, and in it I have like practical advice. It's 18 chapters. So the idea is that you could do this like once a week with your team for a full semester or every other week for a year and try to improve your teaching every week. I'm not doing this to sell it to you. I'm doing this to say I'm giving some of these away all summer to people that are participating in this. So if you want a chance to win one of these, or I think I probably got some other educator books. If you're like, I don't really want your book, Tyler, I got a ton of educator books. I'll send them to you. All you got to do, follow me on Instagram at Tyler Tarver. Follow me at Tyler Tarver on Instagram, and I'm gonna be giving these out throughout the summer. You might be the person I give it to. So follow me on Instagram, and then throw something in your Instagram story if you want, just to increase your chances of me seeing it. So I'm just gonna be clicking through. I see people follow on Instagram. I'm gonna throw out stuff to them. So random people get it. You might not, but you won't if you don't. So there we go. Y'all feeling good? Does everybody feel good? Everybody throw in the chat who they are, where they teach, what they teach. Okay, so to explain also what this is, you are watching, this is a live broadcast. So this is going as a YouTube premiere or a full-on live video. So one of the two. Either way, that chat is happening live. Everybody that jumps into this video at any point is gonna be watching it at the same time as you. So it's great to get in the chat and talk, discuss, ask questions, give input. If we ask a question in the video, you can type it in your notes, but you can also type it in the chat. You can copy paste from the chat. It's a great way for you to be a part of this live broadcast, okay? So if you have a Google Notes, if you have a notes document, if you wanna take notes by hand, I've got a template for notes if you want. It sent it to you whenever you filled out your email. It should have been on that page whenever you did your check-in at the beginning. If not, it's on like every PD page. I have my website, tarveracademy.com. Click on PD and you get a free notes template, or you can take notes in your own doc. However you want to do it, take notes, write down stuff that's relevant to you, and copy paste stuff that people put in the chat. There's gonna be people in the chat that are way smarter than me. And so I'd love for you to copy paste that into the notes, and you can take that and make your teaching game elevate. So next thing, while we're getting logged in, people are still jumping in here. They're still jumping in the video, giving you a few minutes to do that. We're also, if you want to watch these videos, because after this ends, it's going to be gone off of here. However, I'm going to be putting all of these trainings, all like 30 something trainings. I think it's over like 120 hours worth of trainings. I'm putting all of that for people that join what I call the Tarver Academy Honor Roll. It's a small group of educators who are trying to get better every week, and I send out weekly emails during the school year to where you're getting templates, you're getting resources, back to school starter kits, you're getting templates for Google Forms, trainings, PDs, tons of stuff every single week delivered to your inbox, and also you have access to all of these trainings. That is available if you go to tarveracademy.com/honor roll if you want to. I think it's a great decision. I think it's a great decision. Nobody's in here. Who am I talking to? I'm not talking to anybody. Okay, y'all feel good? Y'all ready to start? Y'all feel good? This is a little warm up. We'll explain what's going on. Everybody feel good? 1 to 10. Put in the chat how you feel today. Or give me this, how about this? Give me an emoji of how you're feeling today. That'd be better, 1 to 10, or give me an emoji. I'd love to see it. Or just give me a word. You're like, I don't want to do an emoji. Give me a word. How you feeling today? And let's get rolling. Remember, input in the chat, take notes, learn, grow. Welcome to the best professional development that you're gonna do. Not guaranteed, but it's an opinion, but it's also true, but it might be biased, but it's gonna be a great summer. It's gonna be a great training. Hope you guys learn something. Hope this adds you value that you can then bring to your students and make your school, your community, yourself better in some way. Guys, we're about to get started. Y'all excited? Y'all ready? About to do this. Let's get ready to learn and have fun. Tarver Academy. Let's go. Let's go. Hit it. Let's go. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to day 2 of the Digital Educator Conference 2021. We're learning about how to be the best digital educator we can be, and it would not be a digital educator conference if we did not talk about some Google programs, because Google, let's just be real, they're the GOAT when it comes to those comprehensive programs for educators. So if you're like, I don't use Google, I never want to use Google, never will use Google. First off, you should watch this because you'll start using Google because it's incredible. But if you really don't want to, you need to bounce out and go to a different session, because that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to get the chance to talk to you about it. Some of my good friends are going to get to, and we're just going to go through a ton of different things that you can use and implement in your classroom. Ideas from like basics and walkthrough to some programs to resources, ways you can be the best digital educator you can be using Google products and add-ons and things that are connected to being a great educator using Google Workspace for Education. So, kicking off the first session, my friend Leanne Pinkerton and I are going to walk through how to build authentic relationships using Google Apps for Education. This is one that we're doing. If you're going to join, if you're on the tarveracademy.com/honor-roll and you're watching this, you can actually see that, and we do like a 3-hour session that focuses on being authentic using Google. And this is a part of that. Like I said yesterday, these are chunks from different sessions we're doing throughout the summer, or that you're watching on demand at tarveracademy.com/honor-roll. Okay. Now, in case I didn't say it already, Today's conference is brought to you by the tarveracademy.com honor roll. If you want to join Netflix for Teachers, where we send you, we give you a ton of trainings on demand. You can scrub, you can watch, you can learn, but then also we give you weekly resources and templates delivered directly to your inbox, quick tips, fun podcasts. It's a fun email group to be on. It's pretty legit. If you're in the honor roll, in the chat, let us know if you enjoy those emails throughout the year. So September to May, we send weekly emails to help you in your classroom, give you tips, tutorials, resources, things that will help you and save you time, because you're a busy teacher. And so we try to throw bite-sized PDs at you and trainings to make you better. So tarveracademy.com/honor-roll if you want to join us all year long for the greatest community in the world. tarveracademy.com/honor-roll. Okay, enough with that. Let's get back to the learning. This first session is by Leanne Pinkerton and myself, building authentic relationships using Google Apps for Education. Leanne, Tyler, take it away. What's up, guys? Tyler here, and I am so excited to be joined for this session with Leanne Pinkerton. Leanne Pinkerton, everybody! Leanne is the Director of Academic Affairs, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Oh my goodness, at Bauxite School District, and she's a Google trainer, a Google expert, and just an all-around baller teacher, correct?
Right.
Would you agree?
Yes.
She
definitely.
says that all the time. She doesn't say baller, but she talks about how great she is as a teacher, which is accurate.
Right.
Okay, excellent. Leanne, is there anything I missed that you want to talk about yourself?
Can you restart?
Yeah, sure.
Because you didn't tell me you were going to do all that.
I'm sorry.
No, just keep going. Just keep going. It's fine. I didn't know you were going to do all that.
I'm sorry. I was just, was it a good intro?
I mean, it's good.
1 to 10, what was it?
7.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a C. I'll take that. Okay. So today.
So you're just going to keep going?
Yeah. Is that cool? Do you want to restart?
No, just keep going.
So today we want to talk about how to build authentic relationships using Google Apps for Education. Now, not everything we're talking about has to do with Google, but a good portion of it does, because we both love Google and how you can incorporate it to better connect and build rapport with your students. And so before we get started, Leanne, is there anything that I haven't yelled at them already that you want to say?
No, welcome to our talk, our TED Talk, our Google Talk.
Our Google TED Talk.
Yes.
Thank you guys for coming.
We're glad you're here. Thanks.
Not sponsored by Google or TED Talks.
We appreciate that you're not just watching this for PD hours.
Exactly. You would watch this for fun no
Right.
matter what.
Right.
Exactly. Okay. So we have an intro slide, but I told you a little bit about, you know about me because I've already said it like 40 times, but Leanne is the Director of Academic Affairs. And so that's her title, but does that describe your personality?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, I like to be in charge of things, hence the director part.
Yeah.
I'm into academics, because I was an educator, still
That's
am. So let's just tell them, though, we've been friends for about 5 years, and we actually had the same job. Like the job I have now was Tyler's job.
That's true.
And we're both working on our doctorate together.
True. Taught her everything she knows.
No, it's not true at all.
That's true.
All right, so I was an English teacher. Tyler was a math teacher. We are both into Google. I like cats and dogs.
I'm allergic to cats.
He likes Harry Potter
I do.
and skinny jeans. He's kind of a hipster. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a, I don't know.
I mean, people would call you hipster, probably.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
No. I would say,
What do you like? You like waterfalls?
I do like waterfalls.
Chases waterfalls?
Yeah.
Hashtag TLC?
Right.
Do you ever get tired of that joke?
No. I think people probably want to hear about Google. I don't
No,
think
I think
they
the thing.
care anymore about
I
this.
think they care everything about what we're talking about because that's how they're getting the PD hours. I'm
That's
just
true.
kidding. I'm
That's
just
true.
kidding.
The longer we talk about ourselves, the more PD you get.
But here's the thing, with us telling you those little bits about us, you may like to go and, walk through the woods and look at waterfalls. You just connected with Leanne on something. She has a connection point. If you like Harry Potter, you have a connection point with me. If you like cats that have no hair, Leanne loves those kinds of cats.
I
We have
do.
pictures later if you're interested. And so there's a way you can connect with people the more you know about them. If you just know their title, you don't always have a connection point, besides being an educator, if you're an educator. So that's some of the stuff we want to talk about. Now, we are unashamedly like the things we like, correct?
Right.
Like, I'm not ashamed of liking Harry Potter. It's a great book series.
Right. I'm not ashamed of chasing waterfalls. It's fun.
That's fair.
It's fun.
Don't go... Leanne.
No.
The chase. No?
We said we weren't going to sing. Okay,
Okay.
so here's the deal, though. That's us. He's a Harry Potter. I'm a waterfall, whatever. But if we tried to be somebody else, we probably wouldn't be very good at that. If I pretended to like Harry Potter, which I don't, I'm sorry, I just don't.
Hurts.
If I pretended, I probably wouldn't do a very good job at it. So I think our first slide is about just be yourself. Just be authentic with your students. Be yourself in your career, because being yourself is going to be a lot better than if you're trying to be a imitation of someone else.
Absolutely. And I think that's the thing with young people. They're very good at seeing through when you're not authentic, correct? And
True.
it's like, I feel like we've transitioned even over the past couple generations with people not being okay with being inauthentic. And I think the internet plays a big part in that because people can go and look and see if you are actually into stuff that you say. And like if you're a teacher and you're like, oh yeah, I like watching, what's a show kids watch now? I don't know. American Idol?
No.
Jersey Shore? Is that still a thing?
I don't know.
Okay.
Outer Banks was on.
Oh, Outer Banks. Okay, so if you're like, oh, the kids are like talking about Outer Banks, you're like, oh yeah, I love that show. It's great. Blah, blah, blah. They're going to see pretty quickly if you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
It's the same thing when we did interviews and we'd have someone come in and they knew that we cared about technology at our district and they were like, oh yeah, I love creating things in the drive and we'll do projects in the drive. And we're like, you don't know what you're talking about. And
Right.
so if you fake it and someone really knows about something, they're gonna see through that. And students do the same thing with personality. So don't pretend to be like the cool teacher. And I feel like, like the generic movie version of the cool teacher is always like sitting on a desk and they're like, hey guys, what's the haps? What's going on? You know what I'm talking about?
That's like you, right?
No, I
Don't
would never
pretend-
do that.
Don't pretend to be like Tyler. If you're
I would
not
never do
Tyler,
that.
don't pretend
I
to
would
be
never
Tyler.
do that. What's the haps, guys? Just kidding. Just kidding. You like Alice Keeler?
Yes, I do like Alice Keeler. I saw her at Dawson Co-op one time. She was great.
Oh, wow.
So she said this quote, good teachers can't be replaced by technology. Technology allows teachers to spend more time on their learners and building relationships.
That's good.
Yeah.
What does that mean, Leanne?
Well, I think that in this day and age with our pandemic and everything, like you could send a kid to a website and have them watch a video. They might learn what they need to learn. They might not, but they're not going to have a connection with anybody. And that's where the teacher comes in. And that's it's probably your most important role is to make a connection with your kids.
Yeah, and I think one practical way to do that now with the situation we're in, if, say the next time you're in class, it is virtual. Yes, you're talking to the whole class if you're on a Zoom or a Google Meet, and you're chatting with everybody, whereas that would have been you standing in front of the class and then them learning and talking to them, and then they leave and they have 5 minutes to get to the next class. It didn't leave a lot of time for you to chat with students after class.
Right.
Now what I do is I encourage my teachers, after class ends and 30 students leave your Zoom or your Google Meet, you can sit in there, and if there's 2 or 3 that want to sit around and talk or chat or whatever it is, you have that opportunity now to talk as long as you care to. And so it's a really great way to expand what you didn't have the time for in a traditional classroom.
Right.
So,
a lot of our little elementary classrooms, the little kids, 2nd and 3rd graders, are meeting via Google Meets and Google Hangouts. Well, I guess just Google Meets, right?
Yep. Yeah, rest in
And
peace,
Zoom.
Google Hangouts.
Yeah, Google Hangouts is gone. And Zoom, and they're loving it. So I think you don't have to worry about the age limit. They like to chat with each other, especially now that they're home and can't see each other face to face.
It's incredible. It's incredible, Leanne. Okay, so we did an Alice Keeler quote, so we're going to do a Tyler quote. You guys ever seen those Twitter chats where they like ask questions and people answer them and they go through?
You do
so
those.
I've done them before. So Dr. Lang asked, he said, beyond expectations and praise, how do you cultivate genuine relationships with students? And my answer, and you know, we quoted it because it's just such a great quote that I had, just kidding, hashtag sarcasm. I said, ask them what they like and spend a few minutes watching and reading it. Teacher homework is studying student interests. After you teach a subject for a year or 2, you really know the content, you know the curriculum. Your goal now is to understand your students, build connections with them, learn how they learn best, and then try to adapt your teaching in a way that connects with their personal learning styles, or even just build rapport. So, for instance, in the classroom, if my students mention a website or some, you know, say it's an Instagram account, like they're like, oh, I like House of Highlights on Instagram. I might go spend 5 minutes that night looking on that page. Even if I don't care about it, it's not something that I want to put my time and follow, I still have put a little bit of energy into it, and the next day I bring up something from it. They automatically see, hey, he cares enough about something that I'm interested in to build a connection with me. And I think it's a great way to take a next step as a teacher.
Right. And I used to do that as an English teacher with books. Like I would ask kids, what are your favorite books? And then I would go read those books. So
Really? Like Harry Potter?
No. Takes a little bit more time than, you know, looking up an Instagram. But, you know, that's me.
Yeah, well, you didn't read the best sold book series of our time, so I don't know how hard you really tried. Just kidding. Just kidding. So here's a quote that I brought to our school on my own without anyone's help. I'm kidding. Leanne brought it over here. And it's a quote that became so important for kind of getting insight into people. We added it into our list of questions when we did interviews. Do y'all still ask people that in interviews?
No.
Wow.
But it was good. It was good when we had it.
Had a good run for those couple years that I asked it. So the quote is by James Comer, and it says, no significant learning occurs without a significant relationship. Now, I feel like in interviews, there are 2 levels to this question. And the one we usually got the answer for was a teacher's connection to students. And what would your thoughts be on that, Leanne?
Well, we would just say, you know, what does this quote mean to you? We'd say that quote, and we'd say, what does that mean to you? And hopefully what we would see or hear is someone say that they can't learn from someone that they don't like, and so that they try to build relationships with students.
Yep.
I don't know what Tyler's going at with his second level.
Well, whenever we're interviewing teachers, the first level is with students. The second level would be with administrators. And so whenever we would want them to think through the process of not only me being the leader in my classroom, but also working for another leader in the district. And so the next level teachers, when they answer that, they would say, yes, I want to build relationships, significant relationships with my students where they care not only about the subject, but they don't want to disappoint me. It adds a whole nother level to doing your work. And then they would also have that same relationship with their administrator. They would build a relationship there, and that way, when that administrator came in their room to say that something that they did well or something they can improve on, I'm not going to get offended because I know that administrator cares about me. And so I think that's the next level of it.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
Thanks, Leanne. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Too bad you don't ask that in interviews anymore. I'm just kidding. You did a survey once. Do you remember?
I do remember. It was about what makes teachers awesome, and I just did this via social media, and people just answered about their favorite teachers and what made them really, you know, great teachers, what made them go to the next level.
You want me to?
Yeah, please.
Slides.
Yeah, I don't know how to work Google. Okay. I'm just kidding. So numbers also.
Yeah.
We have numbers here. Favorite teacher. 70% of our respondees said that their favorite teacher made a connection with them, like an individual connection. They went out of their way. 90% said...
We just made up the percentages.
Yeah,
These are the top 3 things that mattered.
Yes.
We just put numbers on it because it looks prettier when you add graphs to it.
Yes. 90% said that they reached out and went above and beyond to just do something extra to show that they cared about them. Or reached out and went above and beyond in their classroom. So, and then that leads to our third thing that their favorite teachers all had in common, which is they made learning fun and interesting. So they did something extra.
Exactly. And one of the things that always bothers me is when people think if you are a fun teacher, that equates to not doing real work in your class.
Right.
How many of us enjoy stuff, but we also learn from it? It's like the best of both worlds. It's like you're not only are you educated, you're entertained in the process. And I mean, have you ever learned from a documentary? Yeah, what's your favorite documentary of all time?
I don't know. I just watched Waco last night.
Ooh, Amanda watched that. Did you like it?
I did like it.
It was good?
Yeah.
You finish it?
Yes.
Okay, solid. Don't watch it, though. It's probably rated R. Leanne, you should never promote that. I watched The Last Dance. Did anybody else watch The Last Dance? In the comments, let me know what you thought of The Last Dance if you watched it. Michael Jordan documentary? Did you watch it?
No.
That kind of hurts. That hurts, Leanne. But it's fine. It's fine. Waco's good, too.
Yeah.
Okay, so, look, who are all these people? Who are all these people in the picture?
So we actually have several people there from Bauxite Schools. If you are from Bauxite Schools, you'll recognize some of them. We have Mr. Quinn, Miss Pinkerton there with blonde hair.
That's you.
That's me. Micah Brown, our librarian.
And this is at Waco, right?
It's at the Alamo.
Same thing. That's okay. I may have misunderstood. I'm just kidding.
Remember the Alamo, Tyler. Remember
Oh,
the Alamo?
yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Donahue, our superintendent, and then we have the separated two,
Tyler and Josh.
Tyler and Josh.
We're in Conway now, but at different locations.
Yes.
NLC College. That was up.
When I was looking this a second ago, I noticed they're separated from everybody else because they've left us.
Well, no, y'all pushed us over there. Y'all said, why don't you guys stand over here? And we'll stand over here.
We should have cropped the photo as soon as you left.
That's hurts.
Yeah.
So how does this make us more authentic? How does it make you a better teacher if you're more authentic in the classroom?
I think, like you said earlier, kids just know when you're not yourself, and they can see through it.
So would you? Okay, question.
Okay.
If I'm a student, would I rather have a teacher who pretends to like the stuff I like, or someone who is authentic to themselves but knows or cares enough to invest in some of the stuff that I like?
I'm going to go with number 2.
That's what I would go with as well. Why is that? Why do you think that's more beneficial than just pretending to like the things students like?
Well, because if I were trying to get you to like me and I pretended to like Michael Jordan, pretty sure you'd see through it.
Yeah, and then when I did, it's probably going to hurt because it'd been like essentially you lying to me about a connection point. It was like, oh, they're faking it. Or here's another thing too. Think of this feeling. Think of the last show you watched on Netflix that you really got into. You thinking of it? What's your favorite show? What is it?
Like my favorite show ever?
Or like a show that you just love on Netflix. Oh man.
I don't know. I didn't know you were going to ask me that.
Well, I mean, it's just a TV show, so.
I don't know. It'd probably be something dumb, like one of those shows where they meet and they get married and then they have 6 weeks to decide if they want to stay married.
Excellent.
I saw 2 of those this summer.
Wow, that's a commitment. So you bring that up. If the first thing I said is, oh, that's dumb, or that's stupid, that's going to hurt your feelings.
Well, I think you just said that.
I would never, no, I was saying if I said that. I would never say that.
Okay.
I just said it's a commitment. So if you say that, if a student says they like something, chances are it probably is dumb, okay? Because they're teenagers or they're younger than that. They don't know yet. They haven't developed yet completely, but they're into it. And so if you say you don't like it or it's not cool or whatever it is, not worth your time, that's like saying that almost feels like you're saying that about them, and it's just a connection point. So while what they think or what they like might not be something you like, don't just say that. Don't say, oh, yeah, I don't like that. It's terrible.
Right.
Like, it's just going to hurt their feelings. So you can be authentic and not be mean.
True.
Excellent.
We're anti-mean. Okay, so you might be thinking to yourself, I don't need new friends, so why should I make friends with my students? And that's the thing. We're not trying to encourage you to become besties with your students. We're just saying make a meaningful relationship. So on the slide you have here, that's actually 3 of my friends there, and they're all wearing cat shirts, which I love. I don't know how they all decided to do that the same day.
We were going to a PD, and Leanne brought, those are all Leanne's cat shirts. She brought all of us to wear.
I still wear all of them.
Great choices.
Yes.
Great choices.
Anyway, so those are friends. And my students, even though I love them, I still love them to this day, they weren't my friends. And so we were going to encourage you to be selective with what you choose to share. Remember, you're not their buddy, but you can still be close to them. You can care about them without being their, I don't know.
Their pal.
Their pal, their buddy.
Yeah, because that means that they're going to start pushing the line and see how far they can get in their classroom. Whereas if you set, hey, I'm the authority figure in here, however, I do care about you, it's a different relationship. And so that's what you want to push for.
Right.
So Google has one of the best ways to connect and build relationships with people. So starting out, let's look at email. First off, answer all of your emails, okay? Time frame, that's debatable of 24 hours or 48 hours. Leanne likes to get to emails quickly. I just guarantee that I will get to it eventually. And so with emails, if a student sends you an email, especially when you're not in a traditional classroom, it counts there, but it's even more so whenever you're working remotely or online. If a student reaches out via email and you do not respond, or you see it and you're like, oh, I didn't get to it, or I got too many emails, I can't catch up, I'll just mark them all. If you do that, and a student had reached out to you and you don't respond, that's that equates to them sitting in your class, them raising their hand and saying, I have a question. You look them in the eyes and you ignore them.
Right.
That's what you're doing, because email is still a valid form of communication for them, and they expect an answer and a response, even if they don't always respond themselves.
Right.
Correct?
And I'm going to go out on a limb and say I would respond the same day, even if it's not your work hours. That's just what I would do. But definitely, if you don't want to do that, you don't want to respond at night, at least answer them the next morning.
Yep. And then we have links. Everything that's in blue, if you're on the presentation, everything that is in blue is a link to a tutorial on some tips that we have for essentially making that inbox a little bit smaller, so you can cut out some of the stuff you don't need, and you can make it a little more efficient. So those are just some ways to do it. I do my inbox. Do you do yours as unread first?
I think it's just default right now.
Okay, well, I have unread first, and I use it as like a checklist that makes sure I do not miss any emails coming in. And that's how I handle it. But
We're not ready to move on.
oh,
still
yeah,
have
great.
Other things to
So
say.
sorry, what all do you want to say?
Well, I mean, we've got some good stuff on here, like schedule send.
Yeah.
We have some people that I used to work with that would send emails in the middle of the night just to make it look like they were hard workers when actually they were just insomniacs. And what those people could do if they wanted to look more normal is schedule send at 8 a.m. the next morning. That's one tip for you.
That's good.
I'll tell you one thing you need to do is make sure your inbox stays uncluttered. So if you're getting a bunch of Bath and Body Works emails or Amazon emails, you need to get those to a different email account. And this is what I do. It's a personal tip. I block people constantly.
Really?
Yes.
On email?
Yes, constantly.
Like they can't get an email to you?
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about companies, not like
Yes.
individuals that
yes.
you know.
And you.
Wow, that hurts.
I do the block and report as spam like daily, because I've been getting like 30 spam emails a day from companies saying this is how we can help you in this pandemic. It's too
Wow.
much. And so then I might miss a good email. So I do block and report as spam all the time.
That's good. And that's also because when you only have like 10 emails to check, you're not as hesitant to go check it because it's not as much of a commitment as when you see you have 85 or something
Right.
like that.
Right.
So I agree. And, you know, there's unsubscribe. We talked about that. There's some tips on how to do that in there. And then unsend is a great feature if you want to click that. And what that does is it gives you anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds after you click send on an email to undo it and take it back and be like, oh, wait, I didn't want to send that. Because anybody ever written out an email, and as soon as you hit send, you're like, oh, no, did I send that to the person that I might have been making fun of in the email? Which we would never make fun of somebody in an email, ever. And so whenever you send it, you can pull it back, check on it, make sure, and then send it the right way. Also, it helps if you send an email to a group and you maybe left somebody off. You're like, oh, did I tag so-and-so on there? Because no one likes to be the one they was forgotten about and then forwarded to later.
Right.
How you tag and send emails says a lot to the people that receive them. Okay, so keep that in mind. Same with text messages.
Yeah.
Somebody leaves a group text, that says a lot about something. You know what I mean? Or you get kicked out. Ooh, that's bad.
Wish I could unsend text messages all the time.
I wish you could unread text messages. You know what I mean? Because I'll leave them as unread and not respond because I need to remember it a few hours later.
Yeah.
And I would love to respond, mark as unread, like I do my email.
I think you can do that.
No,
I do that all the time.
I don't think it's possible.
It is possible. I have my phone. I'll show you later.
Wow. Okay. Cool. Learning stuff.
Okay.
Awesome. So Google Slides. You guys did a really fun activity when you were at the middle school,
Right.
With slides, and you're getting back to school, getting to know you stuff with teachers. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, so we had new teachers coming into the district, and we asked them to do a set of collaborative slides, like we put them in teams, and had each team go find different places around the district and take a picture in front of that spot. And then they had a little bit of time to get the slideshow with all of those different locations as a picture in the slideshow back to us by the end of the day, and whoever got it in first won something. So we have an example there. One of them is like take a picture in front of Minor Academy. One of them is take a picture at the center court. Look, your name's still on there.
Oh, rest in peace.
Take a picture in front of the pit, and so that got it had several purposes, and you could do this in your classroom as well. You could say go take a picture in front of where you're supposed to turn in your work. Take a photo in front of wherever you sharpen your pencil. And anyway, so they learn the location, they learn how to use Google Slides, and they get to know people in their little group. So I think it's a good first week of school activity.
That's good. Another thing that we used to do is in classes and for teachers, we would do getting to know you slides. And so essentially what they would do is they would have an introductory slide like we have on here on the screen. And it just says, hey, add your name, what you teach, a quote, and then a photo. And then everybody would start adding those in there. And that would be a chance for everybody to go in and look around on other people's and get to know their colleagues. Because,
Right.
I mean, all of us have worked with people for a couple of years. We don't know their name. It happens. It happens. This is a good way to check, get to know them a little bit and know what they look like. And then we could also take this slideshow, put it on the TVs for open house, and when people come in, it would be scrolling, so while parents are walking around or looking at it, they could see the different teachers.
Right. So. And we played that in the cafeteria, especially for like 6th grade lunch, so that they could see who everyone was. That's a good one right there.
That's good. I like that you equated yourself to Mother Teresa.
Yeah, I like Mother Teresa.
I know. Yeah, you're the same person.
Practically the same person.
Yeah. Fun fact, Leanne and I have the same birthday.
It's true. June 15th. Cool.
That's right. Also, who else's birthday? State of Arkansas.
Ice-T.
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube.
Neil Patrick Harris, Helen Hunt, Wade Boggs, and there's a couple others. Okay, so excellent. Did I take that photo of you whenever we were on a PD trip? Look at that.
Possible.
So lovely. So lovely. Okay, so I'm just saying I get cred, photo cred. All right, there you go. Next, Google Docs. You did some really cool stuff with Google Docs.
I do love Google Docs. So Google Docs, obviously, you're going to want your kids to write on Google Docs, but another thing you could do is use a Google Doc template to assign work. Hey, get back over here and click your template.
Checking the camera.
I don't know what you're doing over there.
Let's check the camera.
So the templates, it's just a time saver. So you can do. I don't want that one.
Yeah, I don't like that one either.
You could do. Put out your header and your spacing and your font and everything exactly the way you want it, and then all they basically do is put in the content. So it's a big time saver when you're grading.
You don't have any templates in here?
Actually, I do. It's that one. That one.
Nailed it. First try.
So basic template, that's a good one if you just want them to see how to do the header, how to do their last name up at the top of the page without it saying Pinkerton 1 on every page. So that one is a good one. And then go ahead and go to that other one.
Okay.
This other one is, I call it a coaching template. I would do one of these for every assignment, and basically I tell them what I want in every paragraph in that coaching template. So I put a good works cited page in there. I tell them what I want them to do in the paragraphs, and that's a big time saver, because then if they weren't paying attention when you gave the assignment, they can read it later and say, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do here.
Yeah. I know for me, when I do assignments, it's always good for me to look at an example, and then I can adapt it to myself, and it's like I can put more time into the content of what I want to put on there, as opposed to oh, how do they want this laid out or anything like that. So it's saving time for them in the formatting stuff, and then they can really focus on what they're trying to learn.
Right.
Excellent. So good, Leanne.
Thanks.
Also, Google has a feature when you submit an assignment. You can choose to where everyone can view it. All the students can just look at it and they can't edit it.
Right.
2 is where everybody can edit it. So the slideshow we talked about earlier, where everybody's adding their photo and quotes, you could do that one. And then the third option is to where it creates a copy for everyone else. So when Leanne has these templates, she can add that template in there on an assignment. It'll make a copy for every student, label it with their name, and only those students have access to it, so they can go in and edit that themselves. So once you make your templates, you can use them across the board on all your assignments.
Right.
Awesome. So let's talk about the greatest thing in Google that you're not using. Yeah, did you see I got in?
I
was
saw you're
super
really excited about Forms.
Oh yeah, I love Google Forms. That's why I'm excited, because it's phenomenal. Yeah. So a lot of us have used Google Forms for surveys or to gather emails or information, things like that. If you haven't, you should. Speaking of, this first link is a resource for getting to know you. And so if you click that link in your presentation, it's going to ask you to make a copy. Then you can click Make a Copy, and you will have this. We don't have access to it. Only you have access to what you just made a copy of. And this is essentially a form for the first week of school, getting to know your students. Right. And so once it gets done loading, there it is, you can send this out to your students. You can get their name, first and last name, what class period they're in, and then you'll have a spreadsheet afterwards of all of your students and all of your classes, information on them. So if you have a meeting with the student or a parent, you can go in and look at the information on the student and be like, oh, they're into this, they like this. It builds connection points.
Right, and you could do this with elementary kids too. You might have, let's say we do get to have an open house where parents actually show up. You could have iPads with this form already ready to go on the iPads or on Chromebooks, and then just let them fill that out about their child.
So good, Leanne.
I know.
Wow, you worded that so well. Excellent. So I want to talk a little bit about something else in Forms, and I get pretty hype about this.
Should I just move out of the way?
No. Please stay involved. This is great. I get pretty hype about this because this empowers the teacher to take full control of their classroom and the learning, and they can differentiate based on each student's success. So here's an example Google form, and you can use this as a template. Use the link in the presentation. It'll ask you to make a copy. That is now yours change it from Pythagorean theorem to whatever it is you're teaching, and you can keep adjusting that template and then making copies of it so you're not starting from scratch. So this is actually the first form I ever made in Google Forms. Fun fact.
Really?
Made it at a PD with
Really?
Tanya McMillan. Yep.
How about that?
And it took us like 15 minutes and we made this. So it doesn't take long. You just copy paste stuff and then find the resources. So I start with list everything you know. I'll just say a lot. Students would hopefully do that, more than that. Now, then I go ahead and find the YouTube video teaching what it is I want to teach. So instead of taking the time out of my class for me to present it, students can go in and watch it at their own pace, because some students might already know. Some students might prefer to go find a different video. I don't have to repeat it. If they didn't understand it, they just rewind it. So there are a bunch of options for how it can help them. Do you want to make a comment about my face on there?
It's just kind of funny that you chose a video of yourself.
Of course. Why would I not? Why would I not?
There's Khan Academy.
Well, let's not get into that. Okay, so then I ask a question. All right, and this is where Google Forms gets pretty great, because we've all been able to put in YouTube videos and all that other stuff, questions and assessments in there. This is where it gets good as an assignment. Which side's the hypotenuse, Leanne?
C.
That's correct. Good job. So if I hit C and hit next, I move on to the next page. It was a quiz. Now I'm going to back up. Okay. Let's say I got it wrong. Right. Let's say I'm a student and I selected A, which is incorrect. I don't know that I got it wrong. I don't know that, okay, unless you tell them that they did after they answer it. What it does is, instead of them going to the next page in the order of operations, they bounce down to a different page and they can get extra help. So what you did is I put in like the infographic of what a hypotenuse is. I put in text describing it, and then I put another video of someone that is not me.
I feel like he's saying that really complicated. What he's trying to say is that the kid will go to a different question based on whether or not they got the first question right.
Exactly.
So if they didn't get it right, they're going to get a different screen than if they got it wrong.
Correct. And so that student doesn't know they got it wrong. They just think they're working through the assignment, and it's going to essentially adapt based on if they get the questions right or wrong. Then when they hit next, guess what? Boom, they're back with everyone else. So it's like if you get it wrong, you get remediation, and then you get to come back with everyone else. You get extra help. And this is great, especially if you're doing remote learning, because the student wouldn't know. Like, there's nobody to compare their screen to. They're just going to work through, and it's going to adjust based on their skill sets and what they're getting right and wrong. Right. Now, if you are in the classroom, it's a great tool because you can be walking around helping individual students while your co-teacher, the YouTube video, is working with students on a mass level, and you can see their screen and be like, oh, wow, I know that's the remediation screen. I'm going to walk over there and talk to that student and see what they don't understand. It's like them admitting that they don't know it without telling anyone else in the room that they didn't know it. So it's great. I love using Google Forms to differentiate for instruction. It's just, being a good teacher and whatnot.
It's a good thing.
It's so good.
I'm for it.
Okay, you like this infographic.
I did. I don't even know if it's still there. There it is.
There it is. Look at that. What is it? What am I looking at here?
Oh.
It's so good. Okay, cool. Excellent. Thanks, Leanne. That was really good. I'm glad you added that link in there.
You can take it out. No, I mean, this girl made it. I mean, we're just giving her credit for making her little picture. I like it.
It's so good. Okay, so if you click the other link on the classroom discipline, you can get a copy of an example classroom discipline form. If you're a principal, you should be using this for your whole building. Don't use the, what are they called, triplicate forms?
Yeah, no.
Don't use those anymore. Use this, because you're going to get way better analytics on what you need to do to improve your school from every teacher. Now, if you are a classroom teacher, you should have your own discipline form as well, okay? Yes, you have a district-wide or school-wide form that you fill out. You should have one for your classroom. Here's my opinion. You should have one for discipline, stuff they do wrong, but also add in whenever they do something above what is expected of them, the good stuff. Because when you sit down for parent-teacher conferences and you sort your spreadsheet with all this information, yes, you might have to tell the parent, look, they acted up 5 times, and it was always because they were picking on this kid or whatever it was. But you'll also have 3 times that they did something exceptional. They went above and beyond. They were a leader in the classroom. You're adding in some of the good stuff, which makes the stuff you want them to correct go a lot further.
Right. Yeah. So if you're a district leader and you're not using this this Google Form discipline, then you're missing out. You're wasting money. This is excellent, and we've showed it to several districts, and they've adopted it, and they're using it and loving it just like we do.
Oh yeah, because it's great, and they should.
Yep.
Excellent. Cool. Needs assessment survey. If you click this link, it goes to something you can send out to your teachers or your parents and get an idea of areas you can improve on. We used to do this building-wide and district-wide,
Right.
send it out anonymously. We wanted to hear from people. What can we be doing better? Because too often people build like their formative opinion on how everything's going based on the two people who have told them.
Right.
And usually squeaky wheels are the loudest. So we like to think we're not doing a good job when 95% of your teachers or your parents might be happy.
Right. So we did this actually just recently once everyone went home for the pandemic. We did it with students, and we did a different version with parents, and then a different version with our teachers, and just got feedback from all of them. And we did find that, you know, one of the things we weren't really even thinking about that our seniors were missing out on was heavily on their mind. So you do get valid info if you do either anonymous or collect their email addresses. Either way.
Wow.
Probably get better answers if you do it anonymous, but sometimes you need their email addresses to make sure that, you know, it's only your teachers that are voting on this or are having an input.
That's good. And plus you can follow up. If they say something really mean about you, you can follow up with them.
Like, hey, I saw what you said.
Saw what you said. We ain't cool. You need to find another district.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, but seriously. Okay, so teach with memes.
All right.
Who doesn't like memes? Memes are very popular right now.
I like memes.
I love memes. You know, I like a good GIF too.
Yeah, I like a GIF too.
Me too.
So we're both on the GIF fan club. We don't say
we are.
GIF. So
No.
well,
We say it the correct way.
Let's just declare it. It's GIF. It's not GIF.
Tell us in the comments if you agree or disagree with the correct way to say that.
But it doesn't matter because it's GIF.
It's true.
Okay. All right, so I have an assignment here, Teach with Memes, and I want to say I made this with maybe a high school English class. Oh, you're just going to fix that.
Yeah, okay. There you go. Go for it.
Cool. Wish I knew how to use Google.
That's Apple, but yeah, go ahead.
So, no, this was a comp class. So basically we had kids go find, or had students go find the memes that they loved and then sort of write a little bit about why they thought that one was universal. And so if you've ever heard the word theme, you know, theme is supposed to be a universal thing, so it applies across time, across locations. And so they had to prove that they knew what universal meant or what a theme really was. So it was teaching theme via memes. So that's that little assignment.
And it rhymes, so that's how you know
theme
it's
via
good.
meme.
That's
Yeah.
so good, Leanne.
Thanks.
Excellent.
And they loved it.
Oh,
We
yes.
did say you can't have cuss words in your meme.
That's always a valid
Right.
rule to have. Excellent. Okay, so have any of you guys ever heard of YouTube?
No.
Anyone? No? No one? It's okay. You should. It is the second largest search engine in the world. Do you know that?
No.
Yeah. Google's number one. YouTube's number two.
about
Guess
that?
who owns both of them?
Google.
Google does. Very good. 1 point for Leanne. 10 points to Gryffindor. Am I right? Just kidding. You're Ravenclaw. Okay, so whenever you are wanting to teach your students something, YouTube is, I mean, essentially the greatest learning tool in the history of the world. Like, it is. Like, you can learn almost anything instantly from the phone in your pocket. Okay? So whenever you want to teach something, don't think that you have to reinvent the wheel or that it has to be. It's always better if it comes from you because you control the content and your students have a connection with you, and it helps you build more of a connection with them because they do connect with people via video. However, if you don't have the time, resources, or you just don't want to make videos of yourself, there are people that you can find that have resources for teachers on YouTube. So please start incorporating that. I've got a list of a few of them in here. So Crash Course has incredible resources for teachers.
Right.
One time we sat down with a student and they said they passed their AP exam because 90% of what they learned from Crash Course in the 3 weeks leading up to their AP exam. It's true. It happened. That's what they said. So another one, Tom Ritchie. He's a history teacher. Love Tom Ritchie. Does a great job. Tyler DeWitt, science. Great job. And then, what is that? Tarver Academy. How did that get there?
Who knows?
Oh, who knows? Math and Google and whatever.
You still
else.
have that slide of you and Khan
Yeah.
from Khan Academy?
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not
not-
in here anymore?
No,
Okay.
it's not. So a couple things you need to know about YouTube while you do this. What I would recommend, it takes a lot of time to find resources that connect with students. I would recommend letting the students find the resources for you.
Oh, a good
So
idea.
whenever you're like, hey, we're talking about the American Revolution, everybody go out and find a 3-minute or less video related to blank. They go out and find it. They can put it all in the same playlist. And then you could even do like a vote to see, hey, who found the best resource? Everybody watch all of them. It'll take like an hour or two of them watching them. They could pick their favorite. And then you can start honing in on that channel. So you can find channels that you like, and then you can start just using that as a resource. So like, for instance, Crash Course is a great website. However, every now and then they throw in like a level 1 cuss word.
Right.
So you need to watch the videos first. But if you find like a resource that you know doesn't curse or that is appropriate or that does align factually with what you're trying to teach in your class, you can just use those resources because usually there's more from there. What?
Can you explain why you said a level 1 cuss word?
Because it's like, I mean, they're just like entry level cuss words. Like they're not terrible, but they're not appropriate.
Right. Yeah. And who came up with the levels?
Oh, I definitely did. I definitely did.
Yeah. Because one time I think I said, "Hey, how'd you decide that was a level 5 or whatever?" And you whipped out your own book. And
yeah, it was in a book.
Yeah.
I read it in a book, and
Yeah.
it was in a book that I wrote. I didn't write the cuss words.
And self-published.
I did. It was my first book.
Yeah.
It was great. It's fine.
Good.
It's whatever.
It's
Okay. Another thing you need to know. When you're publishing videos, there's some key terms you need to know. It's public. Means everybody can see it.
Right.
Unlisted, which means only people you give the link to can see it. And then private means no one can see it.
Right.
So if you have a video resource that you want to keep, but you don't want anybody to see, just upload it as private. It's a free storage device, essentially. If you want unlisted, that means that you can share it with your class and they can check it out later. And public means anybody can see it. So don't say anything you shouldn't because it's public. Stop collaborating on playlists. We already talked about that. And then organization. Yeah.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
So now YouTube asks you, do you want this to be made for kids or not for kids? What should I pick?
Not for kids. So if you're creating a resource and it is made for anybody over, I think it's like 13 or 18, you just want to say, no, it's not made for kids. The reason for that they made that change is because people were marketing to younger people, and that's illegal. It's like CIPA, I think, CIPA.
Yeah.
You cannot market to children because they're vulnerable to people, like essentially selling them stuff. And so you had marketers putting ads in front of kids' videos, and then you also had people that had children's videos, like where they're playing with toys or showing stuff to younger kids, and they were essentially selling their own merch or their own stuff in the videos. And so you can no longer put advertising on videos made for kids. So I have a lot of math YouTube videos and Google tutorials. The math videos could be used, like you could view that as like, oh, it's for high school kids, and younger kids, if they're advanced, they could watch them too. But it's not made for kids. It's made for everybody. I'm not trying to market to children. Right. So that's why everybody asks you that, because it was a big deal, and it's going to continue to because they want to protect kids. So great question, Leanne.
Thanks.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Organization?
Yep.
Okay.
Organization. Organize all of your links into playlists. Even if you don't ever create a YouTube video, you can have a great channel that provides value to your students by creating playlists that they can utilize.
There you go.
Great. Thank you.
Technology is best when it brings people together.
I agree.
Yeah. So here's some people that like Tyler.
Well,
and they reached out and said, "Hey, we like Tyler," and so he went and took a picture with
That's
them.
not how that happened at all, Leanne.
Exactly
we were doing this presentation somewhere, and they came up and said, "Hey, we used to use your math videos in class." And so it was cool because they felt like they knew me because I joked around in the videos. I'd shown my personality,
right.
And they connected with me. And so when they came up, it was really cool because they felt like they knew me because they did. They'd seen hours of me teaching them stuff. And so technology can bring you closer to your class and then people all across the world if you're willing to put yourself out there and teach using technology.
There you go.
You can build authentic relationships utilizing technology. And if anybody says they can't, they're wrong.
I agree.
Boom.
Was that the last?
That's Google Classroom.
Oh, Google Classroom. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Google Classroom.
Good. That's why I put it in there.
Yeah. So I will say one thing, and let your kids comment in the Google Classroom. Don't be the only one that can speak in the Google Classroom, especially now that we're all at home. If they can't communicate with each other, you're not going to have much of a safe classroom. You're not going to have a rapport inside your classroom. Mm-hmm. So let them comment on your stuff. If someone gets out of hand, you can obviously mute them so that they can't comment anymore. Another thing you could do, and I think this is fun, is you can make a little GIF of your students and make that your Google Classroom header, which I do.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Yeah.
Keep those conversations going. That's essentially like online texting, but you're covered because it's owned by the school. So.
Right, and everyone can see it. There's no hidden stuff there, so you don't have to worry about any kind of ethics issues if everyone can see the conversations.
So good. What's this creepy thing in the
I
photo?
love that cat. That cat is like my spirit animal right there.
Wow.
I love that cat.
That's incredible.
So this is stories. You said this. This is your slide.
I wouldn't say
I just put the cat in there. Basically, if you do have appropriate stories that you can share that relate to the learning, that's a good chance to let your kids get to know you, because I think some people get 50% of this, which is they get to know the kids, but they're not willing to let the kids get to know them. And I think that's an important part that you can't overlook. So share a little bit of your life via stories that are appropriate.
Stories is how we connect. That's why movies are so popular,
That's true.
because they're just filmed stories. Hashtag The Last Dance, am I right?
I haven't seen that.
Okay. First things first, these are realist. These are great ways to connect. Google Keep is a great connection tool. It's great for grocery shopping.
Yeah.
So get Google Keep. If you don't have the app, it's got a good checklist for buying groceries. And you can collaborate with your spouse, and then you can have a grocery list.
Right.
Boom, collaboration. Blogger, is that still a thing?
I don't really think so.
Yeah, we had a good run.
Yeah, I love Blogger, but no, it's not.
And
really
with
a thing.
YouTube, we've already talked about. Just do YouTube. It's the best. Find out what people like, what your students like, and reference it.
Right.
We put a list of things that we like on here.
Is
You guys
it?
want to take a guess and in the comments on which one are the things that Leanne likes and what are the things that I like? There's 2 that I like, 2 that she likes, and then 1 that we both like.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know who one of those is.
Yeah. Well, then that's probably not you.
That's probably right. The number 3, that's not me. That's Tyler. Whoever the guy is with the number 3 cap. Chance.
Yeah.
Chance the rapper.
That's it. Look
All
at
right.
you. You
Heard
do
of him.
know.
Yeah, Grumpy Cat. I love Grumpy Cat. You probably can't tell, but that's a little picture there.
That's TLC.
That's TLC.
Music video chasing waterfalls.
Yes.
Leanne, I put that joke in there.
And then you said a while ago, I think you called me Ravenclaw. I
Yeah.
took an online quiz. I'm actually Gryffindor.
Really?
Yes,
Well, touche.
because I'm brave like Harry Potter.
I've always said that.
Yeah.
And then we both like Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
Hey, Rick. Yeah, he had a good run.
Yes.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Man. Different authentic teachers will attract different authentic students. There are students that are going to just naturally connect with you as a teacher. The way you teach, your style, your personality, they're going to connect. And it's just the same as just humans. There are people that connect. Your coworkers you connect with better than others. It's because we all have certain personalities that we jive with a little better.
Right.
And so don't feel like upset if there's a student that connects with Leanne that I don't connect with. It's the personality thing, and it's just the way you connect. It doesn't mean they can't appreciate what you're doing and you can't connect with them and build rapport, but there's just some, it's just more natural.
Right. I agree. Same thing with adults. We have adults that are going to like Tyler. We have adults that are going to like me.
It's true. Most of them like you because you're great.
No, I think
Incredible.
most of them like you because you're friendly.
That's fair.
It's true.
I was being nice. Okay. So one of the big things you have to do is you have to accept yourself for who you are and go all in on it.
Right.
I think that people that try, you can always try to get better. You can always try to improve things about yourself, but we all have a certain personality. I'm always going to be a better version of myself if I lean into that as opposed to trying to be Leanne. I want to be 80% of what I can be of Leanne's personality when I can be 100% myself.
True. So I've had teachers that I love, but if I tried to emulate that teacher and act just like them, I would just flop. And so I think some teachers are drawn to who you really are. Maybe not every kid, but some kids are going to be drawn to who you truly are. So just be yourself.
So good, Leanne.
Thank you.
Excellent. We should end on that.
Oh yeah, let's just end on that.
Well, no, we got a quote by an amazing educator.
Can
I read it?
Yeah, just read it.
This says, Google is just a tool to help you do what you should be doing anyway, building relationships.
There you go. That's a good
Technology
quote.
helps. Yes, that's such a good quote. Who said that?
No.
Leanne did.
Yeah.
Great job, Leanne. Okay, awesome. We're off to a good start. Hopefully you were participating in the chat. If not, you're hopefully taking notes, but you can also throw that in the chat if you're watching this live. This next session is by my friend, Dr. Desiree Alexander. She is going to talk to you about how to take something tangible and make it electronic. Take it without spending a ton of time and make it to where you can edit it, change it, and adapt it to an electronic world, which I know we all tried to learn how to do. She's going to walk you through how to do that using some great tools. So, Dr. Alexander, take it away.
Hi everyone, it's Dr. Desiree Alexander. I am the founder, CEO of Educator Alexander Consulting, and I'm the regional director of North Louisiana for the Associated Professional Educators of Louisiana, and that's an educational nonprofit. I am happy to share one quick skill with you today. Let's get started, and hopefully you learn a lot. The big question that I want to answer in this video is, how do you take something that's tangible? How do you take stories and myths and worksheets and handouts and make them electronic without spending hours and hours and hours retyping? So I knew there had to be a way. So I started doing research. I used to teach ELA, and I used a lot of myths and short stories and books and handouts and tests and all of these things that were just wonderful, diverse resources, but they were all tangible. Well, of course, if we want to start using more electronics and technology in our classroom, if we want to start using Google Classroom and Schoology and Canvas and Microsoft Teams and all of these different Edmodo and all of these different LMSs, and we want that to be the delivery system, that means we're going to have these things in electronic versions. So I started thinking there has to be a better way besides taking a picture of it, because that's all I would think to do is, okay, I have it. I can take a picture of it and just send them the picture to read it on the screen, right? But then when it came to actually doing the assignment, I didn't know what to do. And I didn't know about some of the tools that we have today. So did a little research and came up with OCR, optical like your eye, character recognition. So we're going to look at how you can take text and make it electronic without typing it yourself. Let's get started. Now, many different tech tools have OCR. I am thinking of Cami, I'm thinking of Microsoft Lens, I'm thinking of Google Keep. I'm going to show you OCR through Google Drive. So again, a lot of different tools, way more than what I just listed, have OCR, but I'm showing it to you through Google Drive, and you don't need to download anything. So you don't need an extension, you don't need an add-on, it's just part of Google Drive. So I'm going to give you the steps to doing OCR. Number one, the picture has to be JPEG or PNG. So if it's going to be a picture, it has to be JPEG or PNG. It can't be any other file type. So I don't care what the title says it is, the picture file type actually has to be JPEG or PNG. It has also started slightly working with PDFs. Some PDFs work better than others, so we're going to see it with a PDF as well. So that's number one. Number two, you don't have to take the picture yourself. It just has to be a picture. So if you do want to take the picture yourself, of course you can take it with your phone or wherever you want to, however you want to take the picture, and you'll have it, or you can go and search for an image. Number three, this works well with text. It does not work well with anything that's pictorial. So any pictures, charts, tables, graphs, anything with too many lines on it. I have also seen where, math problems, like a math worksheet that has a bunch of math problems on it, does not work well. So it's really for text. So just keep that in mind. I always say test it out because you never know, it may work. So number four, how do you actually do OCR? So what we're going to do is we're going to bring the picture into our Google Drive, however you want to do that. Whether you want to click new and file upload and upload the file, whether you have the Google Drive app on your phone, whatever and however you want to do that, you need to bring the actual image into your Google Drive. So make sure it's saved in there. Then there's only one step to OCR besides bringing the picture into your Google Drive. And that is you're going to right click on the image, go to Open With, and Google Docs. Right click on the image, Open With, Google Docs. So you may think, okay, well, Desiree, I can double click and go to Open With because that's the same thing. Well, it's actually not going to show up that way. So you do actually have to right click on it. So I want to show you the three images I have. I have an image of the Most Dangerous Game Literary Analysis Test. And then these images I took myself. I have an image of some handwritten notes. You can see that some are in cursive, some are in print, some squiggly lines, some, scratch outs, kind of hard to read. So we want to see how Google does with that. And then we have a flyer. And I don't know if this is going to work because you see this big picture behind it. It has some lines. So this is when you just want to test it and see how it works. And I also have my PDF here that we're going to see how that works. So let's get started. Right click, Open With, Google Docs, let that settle. Right click, Open With, Google Docs, let that settle. Right click, Open With, Google Docs, and we're going to do the PDF. Right click, Open With, Google Docs. So you notice what's happening is I still have all of my images in this folder, but now the Google Docs are starting to, of course, self-save. So yay. So this is my first one. It put the picture up here at the top of the doc. If I click this, I can just delete the picture if I don't want it anymore. But when I scroll down, it has typed all of the text for me. So I don't have to retype this handout. Now notice anything pictorial is missing. So the lines are now missing. And I also have to format it. But that's going to take 2 minutes where, retyping this may have taken 10 to 15. So to format it, I can hit Control A on my keyboard just to highlight everything. Then I can put everything in the same font. I can put everything in the same size. Probably want to go ahead and put everything in the same color. It may look a little weird. And so there you go. And now it's just a whole lot of pressing enter, right? Or editing anything that I want to edit. So I also took this and now, instead of just kind of being set with whatever's on the page, now I can also edit it because these are just words now. So I can edit it. It's just a regular old Google Doc. So I can edit it the way I want to edit it. Next, I have the handwritten notes. So these are my handwritten notes. Of course, I still have to format it. So you see Google Forms, go to Google Drive, go to Google Drive. I think this person started writing question and that became Questo because she squiggled it out. So there you go. It tried to read underneath. This where it kind of was scratched out. It tried to read it. If I click on it, it's like, do you mean answer? So it tried to do the best that it could with what it had. And then we have the flyer that I wasn't quite sure if it would work, and it worked just fine. It typed everything. So you see where this line was, earn equality and MED, that just kind of became paragraphs. So, you still have everything on here, but it's kind of all together. So it didn't know how to kind of separate it, if that makes sense. So earn equality, MED, and then you have the paragraphs that go underneath each title. So you'll definitely have to format it, but it is all here. So again, if I wanted to click this picture and delete it, I can. So I just wanted to show you that. And then when you get to the PDF, it doesn't, some PDFs look better than others. I will say that mine looks better than a lot of PDFs that I've seen, but always test it out. So now, I can come here and edit this. Of course, I can use the same Control A and make everything the same size and all that, just like we did in the other one. So this is my PDF and it worked pretty well. So that is OCR. If I click here, notice I now have the doc and I have the picture so I can, continue to keep whatever I want to keep and delete whatever I want to delete. Let me give you one quick tip if you're going to use OCR for things like tests, and I may want this to actually be a Google form. Well, there is an add-on. So you have to actually open up a Google Doc. It could be a blank Google Doc, and you will come to add-ons. They have one called Doc to Form. So you can click Get Add-ons, and you can simply search Doc to Form. Usually mine is, kind of at the top, but just in case it's not, you can just search Doc to Form. And when you click on it, it's going to say install. So you can click install. If you don't see install, then your district may have turned off you being able to download add-ons. And that way you'll just have to talk to your Google admin to see if they can release that for you. But the cool thing is once you download it, it's always going to be kind of right here under add-ons. And I can go to create doc from form. And then you have a couple of buttons here. Do you want to collect the usernames? Do you want to ask for name? And do you want to ask for teacher name? So you can decide which one of these you want to use. I'm just going to use all of them so you can see it. And then I can come here and highlight the question. I'm going to leave the number 1 alone, but I can use it if I wanted to. And I'm going to use selected text. So my question is here. I can only do certain question types. I can do short answer, which is text, paragraph, multiple choice, check boxes, and drop down, which is choose from a list. So then I have my answer choices if I want to do something like a multiple choice. And it says to add your answer choices, you want to separate them with semicolons. So I'm going to show you 2 ways that you can kind of quickly do this. So one way is, like they said, separate them using semicolons. So I'm going to just copy this because I want to keep this for later. So if I come here and put those semicolons, I do need to kind of delete all the spaces so it won't mess anything up. So semicolon, delete all the spaces. And I don't want those A, B, C, and D. Like, you can keep that if you wanted to. I don't want it. There you go. I think I just messed something up, but oh, I did. I made a whole different answer choice. Let's not do that. And then come here and semicolon, and there you go. So I'm going to take off this in the beginning and make sure I'm going to take off this period. Now you can put the periods there if you want to. I'm just not. So then I can come here and I will have to copy this and paste it here. And then if I want to add another question, I would simply click add question. So I'm going to click create form and just act like, that's all the questions I want to use. And it's going to say success. So success, I'm done. This form is saved in my Google Drive, but of course I want to see it. So because I want to show it to you. So now it named the Google form the same name that the document was named, but it automatically turned on collecting email addresses because I checked that. It gave me a what is your name and who is your teacher because I checked that. If I don't check these, they won't be there. And then here's my awesome question already done for me. Yay! So what I'm going to do is just show you another tip. If I come here and duplicate, that's actually not what I want to do, but that's okay. So I'm going to delete all these answer choices. So if I'm actually just going to add a new question, which is what I wanted to do in the beginning. So if I come here and I have a new question, just another way that you can do this, if you wanted to go ahead and use doc to form just for the questions, it may be easier to just kind of come here and notice I'm just copying all of my answer choices at the same time. And then I can come here and just click on option 1, like I only want to paste one of them. And when I paste, it's going to paste all of them. So that may be a little bit easier for you if you don't want to go the semicolon route. So that's completely up to you. And of course you can, delete the A, B, C, D if you don't want that. But there you go. Just a very quick tip that you can kind of smash some of these tools together. So you can use OCR to do this part and then use doc to form to create that form. And you have the tip of copying and pasting your answer choices instead of using the semicolons. Yay! So this is a side tip for my iPhone users. If you use an iPhone and you use a newer iPhone, and you want to take a picture of, let's say, your handout to use for OCR, then just know that a lot of the newer iPhones have started taking a different file type. That file type is not going to work with OCR. So if you want to make sure that all of the pictures that you take with your phone are actually JPEGs, this is what you need to do. So you're going to come here and click on settings. You're going to scroll until you see the music section, and you want to click on camera. From there, you're going to click on formats, and then you're going to choose most compatible. That way, all of the pictures that you take will be JPEG, and JPEG will work just fine for OCR. And again, this is just for iPhone users and newer iPhone users. So now that you know how to OCR, I leave you with this challenge. What resources do you have that's in paper, that's tangible, that you can now make electronic, that can completely transform the way your students interact with that resource? You may want to make electronic so they can highlight, so they can annotate, so they can make copies of, so they can edit. So think about that. What resources do you have now that are tangible that you can make electronic that can completely transform the learning and the way that that student interacts with that resource? Good luck.
Okay, moving on to the next session. We talked about some doc stuff there. Now we're going to talk about Google Sheets. Google Sheets. I have the opportunity of being joined by my friend, she's not a doctor yet, Dr. Sarah Kiefer. I'm going to make her a doctor. I apologize, Sarah. Sarah Kiefer, she is a wonderful educator, and she gives a ton of free resources. She's been a part of a ton of trainings we've done, and she is going to talk to you about how to utilize Google Sheets with a presentation called Sheets You Can Do. Look at how she set up this presentation. It's genuinely incredible. I never thought of this, and she just came in and just knocked it out of the park. So, Sarah, take it away.
Hey everyone, my name is Sarah Kiefer, and I am a Google Certified Innovator, Trainer, and Level 1 and Level 2 Certified Educator for Google, and I love Google. I love it. I'm all in. It's fantastic, but that's not where my story started. I actually really did not like Google at first, and then I saw the power of Google and the ease of which everything works together, so then I jumped in. A little background about me is I was a classroom teacher for 14 years before I stepped into my current technology integration specialist role, and I absolutely love it. And I have grown so much, and I've seen so many different sides of Google. I was teaching at the 7th and 8th grade level, and then this job that happened was down at the elementary level. So now I'm working with pre-K to grades 4, and I love it. I love every day. But that's not also to mistake the fact that it's tough, especially in the world that we live in. And that's why I think Google really can leverage a lot of power for you. And one of them, little known, little used by a lot of teachers, is Google Sheets. And if you look at Google Sheets, you go, ugh, kind of a dry spreadsheet. And who likes spreadsheets? There's a small section of the population that likes spreadsheets. I can't say that I was a huge fan of spreadsheets, and then I started looking at Google Sheets in a different way. So if you stop and you look at Google Sheets and you say all it is a spreadsheet, go ahead, wipe your hands and you're done. But today I want to show you how spreadsheets are not as boring or as limited as you might think that they are. And actually, I think there's a tremendous amount of power with what you can do in your classroom with your students in Google Sheets. But to start it off, we all have to kind of have this common vocabulary, correct? So I actually have this whole entire presentation about Google Sheets on a Google Sheet, which I know is not your typical presentation. So that's the first thing that I want to show you is I did my whole presentation for this on a Google Sheet. So just check it out. Giant picture right here. How many of you didn't even think you could insert a picture? That's right, I did. Coloring in the squares, putting in links and naming tabs down here at the bottom. You can go a long way with Google Sheets. So the first tab that I have here is to get us with the common vocabulary. There's a lot of vocabulary, and what I say about all of the different Google products is if you can really kind of master this toolbar up here, get used to it in one, understand different icons and what gives you more options, you're going to understand the toolbar across all of the G Suite. So keep that in mind as you go through and you learn various different pieces to these toolbars. It's not identical in all of the tools, but it's very, very similar. So it's a very comfortable feeling up here. So what I did was I used a sheet to provide some vocabulary. Think about this, language arts teachers, math teachers, science teachers, social studies teachers. You could generate a sheet, create a sheet for your students, or have them create it. And one column easily becomes words. One column becomes the definitions. Maybe a third column could be a picture or a link to something else. Think how awesome that would be to have your students all working together in one sheet and have it somewhat organized. Because once you have them in there, use the columns to alphabetize, put things in order, timestamp them. It's really, truly start thinking about using a sheet, not for data capturing purposes, but for your classroom purposes. There's a lot of vocabulary that's specific to Sheets that you don't necessarily find in other Google applications. So when you scroll through and you look at these different words, know that some of them are going to be things specific to Sheets. And some of them are things that are pretty awesome about Sheets. I personally love when I realized that I could combine. If you look at this cell right here, I have 2 cells combined because I wanted the picture bigger, but I also still needed the smaller space for the text. So being able to merge cells is awesome. And as you keep going, outlining different things, you're highlighting, you're drawing people's attention to it. It can be done in Google Sheets, and it doesn't just have to be your traditional highlighter type. Down here in this section, I broke out some of the icons that you'll find on the toolbar just to give you a better understanding and a better look at what each of those icons are all about. The second thing I'd like to show you about Google Sheets is various formatting and formulas. And what I designed this sheet to do, again, think about in your particular content or with your particular students, you could design a task, putting them in order so you give your students some structure, and then some instructions over here on the other side. On this one, I have it broken down into two areas. Formatting is on the left and formulas is more in the center of the sheet. But I've got 8 tasks for the people who would like to go through and do this. I've even linked into some help topics. On the left side, the formatting side, I have 11 tasks. Think about a checklist for your students, a way to help your students stay organized. Do one thing and then do another thing. Google Sheets is great for that. Skipping over to finding my tab 3, data. Who doesn't have data these days? Everyone has data. You have data probably coming out of your ears, out the wazoo. Like it's just data, data, data everywhere you got, right? So here are some tasks designed to help you do something in Sheets with your data. It doesn't just have to sit there. Creating new tabs, setting up a checklist, deciding all of your column headers. This is meant to get you kind of involved in the creation, the customization of a Google Sheet. There's so much that can be done. And again, don't stop and say, well, this is my job as a teacher. These are things that your students can do. These are probably things that your students should do. How about balancing a bank book? If you teach any of the social studies or the economics, having some sort of financial literacy is probably part of your content area somewhere. Balancing bank books, math, adding, subtracting, creating formulas. Let the sheet do some of that work, but you've got to understand how that works to put it into your sheet. Next up is how could you use Sheets in other ways? So here again, I've got it designed out as tasks. So typing numbers. I'll give you a little insight. Ready? A little heads up, a little excitement here. If I typed in a number, let's see what happens. Doesn't just say that number, does it? I told the sheet to type or to create the cell blue when I typed in a 6. Conditional formatting. It's a fantastic use of using the cells in Sheets. Type in a 2, it's a different color. Kind of a little intro coding, if you will. Flippity is an awesome resource if you are a Sheets person or if you are a classroom teacher or a student. I love telling teachers, hey, check out flippity.net. It's phenomenal. This guy, Steve Fortna, has created all of these different tools based off of a Google Sheet. It's pretty impressive. I have my own, I have a 5th grader and a 3rd grader, and I have them using one of Steve's tools to make flashcards for review, or for my 3rd grader to practice her spelling words. And she loves it. It's kind of gamified in a way. And it's all built from a Google Sheet. Of course, Google's digital applied digital skills, can't say enough about that. That's, ready to go lessons in a tremendous amount of different areas that you could utilize. Pixel art. It's kind of what I was getting to up in here with changing the colors of the cells. Pixel art. I've got a few resources linked on here. And then curation. Sheets are perfect. Kind of like I alluded to earlier, where you could have people, dates, facts, locations in one column, and then you could have the descriptions. Think about having your kids then justifying why did you pick this person? Why is this person important in this segment of history? Why did this scientist get written down in any of our science books? Like, what was their impact? And being able to justify that, whether it's with some research, whether it's just with their information typed out on it. Sheets is a great place to bring all of that together. The rest of this kind of gets into some of the nitty gritty with sharing. And again, if you are comfortable sharing with a Google Doc or a Google Slide, sharing in Google Sheets is a lot the same. Please know that we're talking about the general overarching share settings as opposed to, I want to just share this sheet. That's a little bit different. If I just wanted to share this one particular tab out of my entire workbook, that's where you're going to have to kind of dig in a little bit. And then, of course, I always wrap up with a myriad of various resources. Google always, always, always provides some pretty awesome resources from themselves. And then Ben Collins is, I call him the Sheets Wizard, because he just knows so much and he's just constantly putting out awesome new content. If you don't follow him, I really suggest that you do. Eric Kurtz is another amazing, amazing educator and does awesome things with Google Sheets. I've written a lot on my blog, Tech You Can Do, about Google Sheets. And keep in mind, a lot of my adventures are with my K4 age group. So I'm not talking that you have to have a huge background with technology or school or anything. I'm working with the littlest ones. They can do it. They 100% can do it. I'm a heavy, heavy, heavy Wakelet user. So I have a Sheets Wakelet where I just collect tips and tricks and different resources that you can go into, constantly building on that. And then, of course, there's other items from Google that will always help you out with Google Sheets. And then down here, this last tab was one where I had made copies and was doing some work on the inside just to kind of show off some of the main points of Google Sheets. The bottom line with Google Sheets is it's not just a spreadsheet. You can go wherever you want with a Google Sheet. So don't sell it short. Try it out.
If I want to throw a question at you, if you don't mind,
Sure.
I would love to know, I'm going to share this. There we go. I would love to know, what is something that you see K through fourth grade? Because I feel like, especially with like sheets, slides, a lot of the younger grades feel like, well, my kids, I'm trying to teach them how to read, much less do some of this stuff. And I mean, my tip for that is always, my kids, when they want to search YouTube, they just hit the voice thing and they say it. Like they'll do video games, just tap the voice and talk. So I always say that. But what are some things that you see specifically with Google Sheets that you see some of your K through 6 teachers doing that you think is really good, like either daily or weekly?
Okay, so I don't have examples of this. Like
that's okay. That's totally okay.
In my third grade, they're very big on using sheets either populated from a Google form. They do surveys. And then obviously the Google form populates your Google Sheet. But then they like to take the kids a little bit further and creating charts. So in the bottom right-hand corner, using the Explore button, when you have a sheet full of data, like names, and maybe they ask a survey question like, do you prefer potato chips or a chocolate chip cookie? Or what's your favorite color, red, orange, or blue? That kind of thing. To then show the kids how they can pull up the Explore button and it will pre-populate charts and of various natures, depending on how much data you actually have on your sheet, and allowing the kids to see the charts and not skipping over. I understand, like, we're skipping over the actual creation of the chart, but what I like to do is then have this conversation, the teachers have the conversation with the kids. Okay, so based on the data that we have over here, is this a good representation or is this a good representation? And doing a little bit of compare and contrast. And it's with, really minimal data that you got in the sheet. And most of the time it's a survey that the kids wanted to do, for fun or whatever. But then if they say, hey, that pie chart's looking really good, then you dig in and then you can have that discussion of what makes this a good representation. You're hitting some pretty high level thinking skills and really getting those kids to dig into what does that mean to have a good chart and why, and with the kids talking about it. So that's one thing that I love. And I think we should do more of, but I think teachers are very intimidated by sheets, but they don't have to be.
Yeah, I'm with you. As somebody who taught math for a long time, I know that whenever we used to have data days, and all the teachers would go in the library and do it. And it's like, they can, like, they're all smart. It's just, they get intimidated by those, either the numbers or just the amount of it. And and I think we as teachers, that's something we need to just be like, hey, it's okay to ask, it's okay to continue those questions, especially since that's what we want our students to do. So that was fantastic. Is there anything else that you want to say or throw out there? That was incredible. I'm going to say this too. I am genuinely impressed you made this entire presentation on Google Sheets. Like, I've done stuff with Sheets. I have never made a presentation with it. Like, as soon as you turn it on, I was just like, low key 10 points to Gryffindor. That was very, very impressive. So, and it looked clean too. You did it. You couldn't see the boxes. Like, I just love that you modeled that through that, and then used the tabs that were genius going through there. So thank you so much, Sarah. That was incredible.
And I'm not going to lie. Like, this was one that I was giddy proud of. Like, I was like, good job. Like, it dawned on me, because I love slides. I love me a good slide. I really, really do. But I was like, people are so intimidated by sheets because they don't actually open up a sheet and like do something. I'm like, I'm going to force them. I'm going to make them. And I was like, yeah, like the tabs kind of like a slide. Like, okay, you can, merge the cells kind of in any way. Get rid of all that other crap. You don't need that. And I was just like, oh, Sarah, wait till you see forms. Oh
my goodness.
That was another thing. I was like, I didn't know you could do this. And I did, but.
Well, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. It was, I'll tell you this, you get all the points. All the points for today, you get them. That was incredible.
Oh, for today? Thanks.
For today. They last for the rest of the year, so you're good to go. Oh. Well, thank you so much. Is there anything that you want to say parting before we move on to the next section?
Is this where you want me to this is how you get
say anything you want. Pitch yourself. Your links are in the bio, but you can talk them through anywhere they can find you, anything like that.
You see my lovely banner, Tech You Can Do. I really do believe that technology in the classroom, but also like with our students and everything, does not have to be these mind-blowing, amazing, super detailed. Sometimes it's get those precious little ones logged in, and that is half of your battle. And then let's explore with them. Like, let's let them see what they can do. So I do believe very much that I just want to do my part to help inspire you and move education positively forward. So that is the theme of my blog, techyoucando.com. You can find it. I try to push something out every week. Most of the time I'm pretty good about that. You can also find me on Twitter at KieferSJ, as well as on Wakelet, and I'm on Facebook. So reach out, email me, contact me, however you see fit. So I'd love to help you out.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Sarah. Y'all check her out. All her links are listed everywhere you are. And so thank you guys. And that's awesome. Great. Okay. So in the realm of Google Slides, which, by the way, one of the GOATs of education. If the GOATs are like Jordan, LeBron, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, it's definitely at least a LeBron. I'll tell you that right now. So Slides is one of the best things with Google for education. So we're going to spend a little bit of time on that, chatting through it. This next session is by Mary Fagley, and she is going to talk to you about digital workbooks and text using Google Slides. So Mary, take it away.
To start, Ms. Fagley is going to be talking about digital workbooks and texts using Google Slides as kind of a workaround for not having an actual book. So we're very excited to have her. Thank you guys for all coming. And without further ado, all right, thank you.
So I'm so important that this kind of sort of came as one of those sort of accidents. This is not an original idea. I'm sure some of you have probably seen some of these, but this came to me because we did not order any kind of vocabulary workbooks this year as part of our textbooks. Well, then everything happened and went down, and I love doing vocabulary, and I'm an English teacher at the high school. So I was just kind of, and then everything kind of all came together. I'm part of PLC that is the So We Learn, and being in there with Nate Ridgway, who's kind of a guru for all this. He's one of the Ditch guys. Anyway, so roundabout to tell that I sort of came up with using this. Now, I had I had practice. This is not gonna like me, is it? I had practice in messing with slide setups. So I guess this is kind of a basic thing, but the first thing that you want to think about is you're going to kind of think outside the box with going into your slide setup, and that's just under the page setup, which I'll show you. But you're going to make it more of an 8.5 by 11. You totally don't have to do that for primary. You could totally go the other way, and and I do have some examples of that. Like my son's in first grade, I could see, I do like the idea of replicating a book in some ways. So, you guys are different subject areas. I'm English, I've got social studies background. I also used to be a librarian here. So I can see, all kinds of ideas. So I was like, well, okay, I still want to do this, but how can I do this digitally? And it wasn't even necessarily like because of like being green, which that's what I did the green to kind of remind me of. But if that is something, obviously we're trying to deal with less paper. I love me some paper. I love office supplies. I love everything about paper. But I knew that this year was going to have to be different. And I teach mostly seniors. So I kind of had, and I'm sure a lot of you did too, an inkling that we could be here and there and everywhere, and maybe not having to depend on bringing workbooks back and forth would be something. So this is what I was looking for. So in designing a project, I wanted to have something obviously that was engaging, creative, which I'll come back to that in a minute, because this has really scratched a creative itch for me that I'm really enjoying, like on my side. One of my seniors told me the other day that I didn't have to quite enjoy it so much that if I wanted to take a break, I could. In fact, I had him in class today. He's a big football player. I was like, oh, guess what I'm working on? Lesson 5. Also putting the words in context. So the examples I'm going to show you today are vocabulary. Obviously, that has far-reaching implications for a lot of subjects, but I'll also kind of jump outside. I've been saying jump outside the slide instead of the box, but jump outside that and kind of give you some other ideas. Obviously, this would work for any subject where you would have a notebook, a journal, any of those. And I know those could be far-reaching and as creative as I know you guys are. Okay, so I'm a professional stealer because I know that there are people out there that do things better than I do. That said, I'm also the type of person that likes to see all my choices in front of me and then change it for what works for me. So the two that I would give you, and I'm assuming we're going to share this out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
So just to kind of save a little bit of time, but I will show you some of these, and you'll see their ideas incorporated into what I do. Slides Mania, if you've not heard of her, it's one lady. I don't know why she does this, but God bless her. She sends out, she's on Facebook, she's on Twitter, she has her own website, all free templates for you name it, as long as you credit her. She gets a little spicy if somebody takes her template and then tries to sell it on Teachers Pay Teachers or something, which of course she should. And then Matt Miller, and I should have brought his book. I didn't, but he is the Ditch That textbook guy. And really it was from he and Nate Ridgway that I first kind of used their template for the vocab book. And then I've kind of branched out from there. So I'll come back to them in a minute. Okay, so one of the things I love about this is I'm not artistic, but I am artsy. And so, like, for example, this is my house, actual house during the winter a couple years ago. So one of the things so why not docs, right? Why not a doc? Because of slides being more, I feel like, art and design based, you can bring in a lot more graphical things. And if we know one thing about our kids these days is that they are very visual, and we like, multicolors, we like patterns, no matter what age they are. And part of it was, even if I could have, so the vocab, what could I have done? I could have gone out on the internet and I looked, trust me, I looked to find a PDF of just some vocab workbook that I could pull off. But then when I saw this and what happens, you get that, combustion of ideas. And I was like, but I could do this my way and also maybe, just maybe, make it fun. Of course, you never know if they're going to think it's fun or not. But here's just some other stuff that I thought of, and this slide's probably in the wrong place, but bear with me. I was telling her, Courtney, I've never presented this before, so I it was like trying to, get all my thoughts down. And on, election night last night, I started it already, but then I was like, okay, I got to really finish this up. So anyway, the point is just about anything that you can think of that's a book or that you would be a product of a book that you could have a kid do, you can use this. Because, you can do anything. You can put pictures as backgrounds, science journal. What do you teach?
Science.
It's okay. So science.
Science.
Okay. Lots of science today, not you. So, I'm just thinking of anything, any pictures, diagrams. I had actually, you're going to love me, one of my vocab lessons, they had to do a scientific experiment, like a little journal where they were actually using the vocab words instead. So the list that I'm using, so I did not create my own list. That was one thing I was like, there's lists out there. So for my seniors, there is a product that comes through American Heritage Dictionary that's called 100 Words Every High School Graduate Needs to Know. So that's what I based for my seniors on. So I had the words. So then it was just, how creative do I want to try to be? Okay. Now, then I was like, okay, what am I going to put on the slides? I don't want to just replicate what a vocab book would look like, or not that I haven't done this on occasion, but taken a screenshot of a page and just slap it on top of the slide. Okay, not saying I haven't done that, but I wanted to pull in a lot of these sort of cool, I'm always a sucker for cool stuff. When, you see someone like Leslie Fisher or other people that are into gadgety type things, something cool that you can do. And I've kind of sort of filed all those things away in my mind over the years and wanted to use them, have used them on occasion, but this gives me a chance to use them kind of all in one place. So you want to use Bitmojis. This is a great example to do that. One of the slides, I don't know if I have this one on here, but one of them is, I call a deep dive, where they take a word and they take it through, obviously, its definition. They take it through its synonyms, antonyms, derivation, history. How do you use it? What's its connotation, the whole thing. And so, of course, I have this Bitmoji of me deep sea diving with my snorkel mask, and I think, don't discount using things like that draw their attention, because now all of a sudden, oh, that's, you wearing really weird big thumbs up things. I'll show you a second too. So thinking outside the slide for me also meant that I'm using this space out here, because when I do the workbooks, I don't have the kids do the workbooks in presentation mode. Okay, and I'll show you what I mean by that. These are just some others, and honestly, like I said, you are completely limited by your own imagination as to what kinds of activities you would want to do. Screenshots of anything, backgrounds of anything, this does take, I think, a little bit of maybe more than the average knowledge of Google Slides, but it's not anything difficult. Maybe the one thing that I definitely learned from doing this is that sometimes you want to go ahead and lock your slide so that when they go to write on it, and our kids are using Cami, that they're not moving elements around. And there's a couple ways you can do that. Image annotation. So I've done this actually with pieces of art. I will go out and just Google a vocab word with the image search, and it might come up with that
word in context. And in doing this, like they've discovered artists that they didn't know about, and geographical pictures and editorial cartoons. An editorial cartoon last week. Hegemony was one of our words. All kinds of just different, different things visually. Caption this. So like this is one that was an idea that I took from Nate. So this is like, find a picture and then use the vocabulary word. And then within Google Slides, when you go up to the object, it has like the bubbles. So you could do like the thought bubbles, the speech bubbles. You could even do, I'm toying with the idea of doing like an actual framed up cartoon. I just haven't done that one yet. Shades of meaning, that's also from Nate. I love that one because what I do is I take an adjective, usually maybe a verb, and I put it on a sliding scale, like a Likert scale, but top to bottom. And I give them the word, and then they have to look it up in a thesaurus and find words that are like mean more in intensity or less in intensity. And I have little text boxes that I usually do shade a color and they are able to slide. So that kind of speaks to another part where there is a sense of interactivity where they can pick up things and move things around. I like the big filled arrows. A lot of times I'll do that and I'll write the name of the vocab word on the arrow and then they slide the arrow. And usually I give them the arrow. Sometimes I even give them the arrow with the word typed in it. But I've always believed that the more you interact with vocab, the better you are. So a lot of times I make them go ahead and type it. Brainstorming. So you can go out with sticky notes. You can go out and get just, the Post-its that are, I don't mean go out and get like the store. I mean, go get a graphic of one. And you can then actually have them, same sort of thing. It's the same principle as if it's just a little text box, but it's a Post-it note. And they type on the Post-it note and then they pick it up and I'll show you what I did with that. And then, there's more. Well, like here's one right here. Duh, I forgot I did that. So that's one. And I mean, it's just a little detail. And obviously I made it long. I mean, I know they come in all sizes, but I made it long. But if it, in my mind, if it makes them pay attention because it's got a big thumbtack up at the top and that looks cool. Or I'll show you in a second, like I use notebook paper, which of course is really ironic because I'm giving them notebook paper on top of a slide in a virtual, but I don't care. They don't notice. And then of course we can get into all kinds of multimedia. So one of the lessons, I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember, there's a song, it's called Bring Me to Life by Evanescence. It's an old song. It's like 91 or something, or 2001, because a bunch of them were born right around then when we had it. And so our word of that week was evanescent. Now, sometimes I reach far, but that's okay. I love music. I'm into music. I'm a musician. So I pulled in that YouTube video, put the lyrics of the song, make sure it's okay, put the lyrics of the song, and then I had to analyze the song. And so now it's not only they're doing that, they remember what that word means, but they're also doing some poetry and, just kind of mixing it up. Okay. So, of course, if you're going to do a portfolio, this is an option of the speckle, because why not? And I stripped this one out. I'm not going to use any of the real students, but I've even told them they can put stickers so they can go out and they can decorate these. I mean, in principle, it's exactly the same. I do attach these in Google Classroom so they can turn them in, and and who wants to, do that anymore, especially with, trying to be no touch. I'm not saying it's still not a lot of work, but it is possible. Okay, so this is one of the first, I'm just going to keep it real. This was one of the first ones I did this year. And I'm going to tell you it's basic, okay? But we were reading this story from our textbook, and it had these five vocab words. And again, here's my, my hair's a little longer now, but and it happened to be about the golden age of TV, which, that was perfect. And who doesn't have fun looking for just the right emoji? And so rather than, and I think I just sent this out as a worksheet. It wasn't actually, so you could do a single slide like this. And they just had to define it and then use it. You could do this as, any kind of a little, brainstorming activity, a bell ringer, whatever. So that's basic. I know it is. Try not to be impressed. Okay. This one actually, again, like I said, I've done screenshots onto a slide. So one of our words last week, I teach juniors too. It was one of the two, was inferences. And I found this, and it was perfect because they could read this paragraph. It was juniors, because I remember one of them asking me about it. So one of them, can't remember if it's this one, there's another one, but it was about this kid who was sitting there, and they made all these, like, there were whirring noises, there were nerves, all this stuff. Well, it turns out the kid was at the dentist getting braces, and they had to try to figure it out from the situation. But that was just because the word was inference. I kind of feel like I might know what an inference is now. I will tell you too, vocab quiz scores, I hoped, but they are through the roof. And I typically do, at least for this, and again, this is my setting, but I typically do about 10 pages. But honestly, I'm having so much fun doing them. I did wanted posters a couple weeks ago. One of the words was gerrymander. And I just wait and see what the words are, and then just kind of go nuts with it. Okay. Last week we also had, this was a girl who's a junior, and the word was guru. And so you can see where I borrowed my own idea from the very first one I got that I did that kind of stunk. But here's another thing too. I used to love to make copies on colored paper, because I swear it makes a difference. Now, maybe if it's that neon astrobright stuff, not so much always, but even to do. And so, like, don't leave your slides blank. You don't want to make them necessarily like too crazy busy, but and these are just, in fact, by the way, if you want to do a fake Instagram, which is another one that's on my list to do, this rounded square is really good to do that. You could actually do like a fake Instagram wall, where they could put in their whatever pictures it would be. And I just gave them the starters. So it was, I consider myself this. How did I learn how to do this? Some interesting facts about it, something people may not know, and if I was going to teach someone else. And I don't know, I think it's fun. It's fun for me to read them too. Okay, so here's some comics. And for the comics, okay, I've got more of it. So what I'll show you, but what I will wind up doing is, this is where I will have those arrows or even those bursts out to the side, and they'll slide them to the right word. This is another, I think, let me put this in, here we go. Okay, I was going to say, I'm showing this in Present, which is done, because that's not what I do. Okay, so here they are. So then they would just, and this screen already doesn't like me, I've been informed, but they would just slide it. So they just slide it next to, and then they just see it this way. This is there we go. This is I made this myself, and I'll provide you the link, but this is, and you could just look up like fake Twitter. So what I did is I made up, this would be cool for scientists, because I happen to have, in this particular one I had Melville, this one I had, is it Archimedes? I think it's Archimedes. It's the like water displacement guy. This guy did something with chromosomal parts. Anyway, so what I did is I created, and these were the answers. So what they had to do for the answer was just do a hashtag and then use the vocab word. And they have the list, the very second slide is the list of the vocab words. So this is just a fake Twitter. So like this one, I put the science, and you can do the verified check and everything. And you can name, at whatever. Eureka, I got into my bathtub and figured out water displacement. So they then had to figure out what, like last week, one of my words was hypotenuse, and I got Tony Bacon and Rick Jesh and Kyle Jones. And I did social studies, and I got you, and I got Tim, and they gave me some questions, and then I figured out how to. So that's kind of fun to involve. Although I will tell you, like some of the math, one of my kids said to me, "This is not math class. This is English. What is happening?" Like that was his comment. So that threw him. But that's a Twitter one, and I've loved that one for a while, and I never really knew how to integrate that. This is another one that I like. This is, and the link is on this one. This makes a little fake above the fold like headline. So the instruction was go to this site, create a newspaper clipping, and in that clipping, correctly use at least 2 vocab words from this week's lesson. And then when you're done, paste the clipping on the slide. So they go to the site, do it, and then it's just a copy paste. So it's like, and I'm sure we've all gone to trainings where you're like, oh, that's really cool and fun, but like, how can I ever really integrate that? And for me, this has just been kind of after all this time, a fun way to put that together. This one's a pretty new one. These letter boards are popular. So this is a virtual letter board. And so what they had to do, now again, I reach sometimes, but the vocab word was epiphany. And they had to come up with 3 different epiphanies that they feel like they've had in the last, whatever I said, 5 years. These are seniors, so, they're all thoughtful. And so anyway, so that's a separate site, and then they come back. And so those were his 3. Here's what I wound up doing with hegemony. So they had this political cartoon, and then they had to answer some inferences. And this was just a little format that I kind of stole from somewhere that I saw, but I like the containment of it. There's something about that I think that's really appealing. If you're like somebody that likes to use bullet points, I think kids really respond to that as well, and maybe it's a little bit less overwhelming. A similar vein on this, I was super proud of myself because I did this with the tree, and I thought it was cool. I just cropped the tree and cut it in half, but I followed the shape. I'm an old yearbook girl, so for me, like I said, kind of that creativity. I can't draw, but kind of, that layout was kind of fun. And that word was equinox. And it just so happened that the equinox was that week. It's weird how that worked out. A couple more. Here's that shades of meaning that I was talking about earlier. So all they have to do is look up fatuous, and then this is not going to be my friend. Okay. And then say they type something on it, and okay, well, that is less. So there I'm going to slide it on that scale. And I mean, that's really simple, but they seem to like that and do pretty well on it. Just a couple more. So this one is all about word derivations. There's those fat arrows that I was talking about. Well, it slides. So you type the word and then slide it to the one, and I don't ever care which side it is. And then last week, I think this was a juniors, I did not embed these. I think I couldn't embed them. That was the problem. I don't know if you guys have never gone to the Presidential Library in Springfield for Lincoln. It's totally worth it. But I love the idea of holograms, and a lot of people are coming out with holograms, dead famous people in their holograms. But these were just 2 videos. So obviously you can link to anything. And then I asked him kind of ethically, like, what did you think about that? Like, is it cool to have like standing next to President Lincoln? And then here's that Evanescence video that I was talking about. There we go. So, it's not beautiful. I didn't spend a lot of time on the slide to like make it super pretty, but so after that, and I just extrapolated from different ones to put in here. But so the next slide then was the lyrics, and then they had some questions. So I'll spend like 3 slides on that one word. Just a couple more. This is kind of off of that believe it or not, with these vocab words, I can find those vocab words used in famous quotes by other people. So I'll just go out and Google and find those. And then again, they're just writing them in, and, you know, I find stupid versions of myself. 1 week, so this kind of goes more to you, Ashton, I guess. One of the words was euro. So I was like, so I mean, for me, that's like a lot. That brings a lot of ideas, you know, of what. So, you know, I don't know the odds of, have any of them seen a euro? Have they held a euro? Do they know what it is? So again, shades of that very first one I did with the individual boxes. Instead, I brought in some graphics. They had to answer these questions. Again, using this, there's no rule that says you can't go out in the margins if you're going to just do it in, you know, the slide sorter view. And then I went ahead and embedded the little video right there, which they can watch. And I mean, I would never do more than like a 2 or 3 minute little clip. I mean, I'm not asking them to watch a history of the euro or whatever. And then this is my favorite because I'm a big dork and I think this is cool. I always loved when I was a kid that my mom would put stuff on the refrigerator. So I went out and I figured out and found an old time refrigerator that looked like my grandma's. And I had to flip it because, of course, when I found it, it was the other way. So what they do, and they have to do this is part of the assignment, whether it's a mnemonic device, just a shortened definition, whatever, but then they write on that and then they slide it over and then it goes, how do I get out of there? I went out. There. And then it goes and they'll have them plastered all over the fridge. And yes, it is hot pink because it's my fridge. And then the only thing left that I had were just some other, you know, just ideas. Obviously, I have seen full, and I've got links for you here. And I did put some graph paper in the back because that's another option. Not a math person, but that's another option. You can put any kind of background for equations or whatever you would want to graph. But like all the links that I mentioned are here. Ashton, you might enjoy this one. And I think this one came off of Nate's. He actually did a whole book. I mean, I could see student authoring. This could take student authoring. And you can, in any of these, I'm not sure why you would want to, at least not print, but you can take these and download them as PDFs. So if you know, now with mine, it's instructional, particularly because I have all that stuff in the margins, maybe not so much. But you wouldn't have to do that. And it really kind of turns the whole, like, you know, having a kid write a book, that sort of thing. I mean, it sort of turns it on its ear. And you've got, you know, and you have all that graphic power behind it. I mean, that's what's so much better about it in general than with docs, because it just comes, you know, imbued with all of that graphic goodness behind it. And then last but not least is I gave you a blank piece of paper because that's where we all start, right? So, and this is actually how I have my senior journal that we're using as like a senior portfolio for this year.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks. Questions? Anything I know it's hard because we're such different subjects, but I think especially too, and I don't know if it's just because of, you know, COVID and everything, but this has been, I don't want to say therapeutic. That sounds really dramatic. In a way, kind of. I really have enjoyed this creative, you know, when I can see what words I'm going to use for the next week. And obviously you could, you know, pick what your chapter vocab or whatever, or completely take it off in a different direction. These have, so there's and I think this right here, this link in the middle, ditch that textbook, 20 activities to fill them is how it ends. That's where I started as far as activities, because anybody can do a blank slide and then you're like, what do I put on that thing? So that at least gave me a start, and then I kind of jumped off from there. One of my senior boys, big old football player, the other day said, how long do those take you to make? And I was like, well, you know, 2, 3 days, 4 days. He's like, you need to take a little bit less time. you don't need to take so much time doing those. So if I can ever help, if you have an idea and you just want to shoot it around with somebody and, let me know. I'm not an expert, but and here's the horizontal, by the way. So like if you ever wanted to do, it's almost like the Shutterfly kind of thing, making your book, a book for your child. If you ever wanted to tell a story, I mean, this, I think it does give me a preview. Yeah. So at least you can see like that, and it does that, out that way. So.
And how often do you grade these? Since it is weekly vocab, do you grade it week by week?
Okay. So I do them every other week, and they don't complain. Just because there's the sheer volume of them coming in. And sometimes I'll be selective in what slides I'm really looking at. And then, but like I said, I mean, into God, that their scores are fantastic.
So after they do a part of the digital notebook, then do they have a vocab quiz?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's pretty traditional, although I'll figure out how to turn that on later too, probably. But, I feel, I'm having fun. It's not what it's all about, right? So, and hopefully they are. I think that they are, and we'll just see. And it's certainly been a way to not collect in. Well, I think I started out with 136 students this year. Of course, I'm not that many now, but that would have been a lot.
That would have been a lot of notebooks.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't honestly know. I think it was more of a rote thing. I don't really know that they were. I love notebooks. I love those workbooks, but I don't think maybe a lot of them were really learning a lot, And the cool thing about, using the terms that I am is that so many of them are academic vocabulary for other classes, which is why last week, I think I reached out. We had in Teach
And gerrymandering.
and gerrymandering, and I was like, let's see what, and I just love to throw my kids off guard too. So when the other teachers stepped in, and then Mr. Jones being our principal now, and he was a math teacher here, so I was like, hey, can you give me a hypotenuse problem? He did. So, well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
This trick for getting it into the master? What is the route you take? Because there's different ways you can lock it, or you can, because you create this wonderful thing, and then you don't want them to sit there and play with all this stuff.
It's fast and dirty, if that's okay, is to do a screenshot of the slide prior to whatever it is they're going to write on.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fastest. You could always do a basic layout template that you save for yourself and then recreate, add into. I don't know. Everybody kind of has their own methodology. I kind of tend to just take the last one I did and make a copy off of that and then just switch it around. Because I'm doing two, because I have juniors too. I just didn't, I did a couple of slides of the juniors, but yeah, the screenshot.
So I know there's
It's not pretty.
ways, and everyone has their own way.
Yeah, that's in fact this last slide is actually a screenshot. So that start here is not really there. So then what you would have to do, see, and will automatically throw that text box up on top of that. And the only ones I've ever had problems with as far as the elements locked or not locked are when they're sliding the arrows. I probably should have mentioned that. So one of the things I do, I can't not do that because that's the point of them doing it, but I will go in and click on it and do an order. So you want to click on, so say it's one of those arrows. If I don't do the order and like bring it to front, then what happens is it slides behind the slide. And so, and those were a couple, I made some rookie mistakes doing that. So now, and I too think, you want to make sure as best as you can before because I do the share out where everybody gets their own copy. So just make sure it's what you want it to be. I mean, it's not like you can't change it, but I try to get it exactly what I want it to be before I send it out. But yeah.
Do you guys keep adding to your slides underneath, or do you create new
No, I do new
every week when you do your vocab?
Like I said, I make a copy because I feel like that way I'm still recording this. Like I'm cheating off myself. But you know what I'm saying? I'm like plagiarizing off myself to get the format, because like the first page, I don't think I have this up. Okay, but like I didn't show all this, but like this is so like this is an actual kids, but like say this was my vocab, and every week I wanted this page on it that has the due dates and some just prompt ideas. So I could either go from scratch, copy that one slide, bring it in, or I copy the whole thing and then just X out what I don't want and add as I go. To me, it's like, this is a mental thing, I guess, but it's not as overwhelming to me, even if it's my own work. If I'm like, well, if I run out of ideas and I have to just kind of do a remix on something I did last week, then that's okay. You know, they won't, or I can just mix it up or change the background or put in a, picture off the school website that came up, or, and they won't know the difference. I mean, really, they haven't been like, you've used that one thing like several times now. And then if I'm somewhere and I see something that's, a good idea or something that I could, I was on Twitter yesterday. This doesn't really appeal to this, but I did it in classroom where somebody said, just to try to, bring some levity to everything going on, if you could only watch one movie for the rest of your life over and over again, what would it be? Well, I was like, throw that up on Google Classroom as a question. And, I think we're all like that. We're all looking for things. And I think doing something like this gives you kind of a vehicle to maybe do some of the creative things and put them in there that maybe, and because you're not constrained by paper, you can do multimedia. You can do, really about anything. The only thing I haven't really done is, put maybe part of the lesson in their hands, which is something that I want to do, or, they maybe design something. So that's kind of, I'm learning as I go, but having fun with it.
Okay, again, we're still leaning into Google Slides. We're still learning with Google Slides. So what I want to do is walk you through a resource. This is something that I created for my honor roll, tarveracademy.com/honor roll. What's up? What's up? I don't know why I look up what's up, like it's gonna suddenly turn me into a good singer. What we're gonna do is we're gonna talk through how to create a daily student journal using Google Slides. I've got a ton of resources that are templates for Google Slides. If you want those, they're free at tarveracademy.com/resources. But we're gonna walk through how to create one, and so you can get the idea of how you can either use this one, adapt this one, or create your own. So I'm gonna stop talking, but then I'm gonna start talking. But I'll be wearing a yellow sweatshirt, so it's gonna be crazy. I'm starting from scratch, okay? The goal today is I want to make a daily student reflection journal. So I want something that's teachers, I always want to think through, what would a teacher use this for? When would they use it? Why would they use it? And my thought would be that they have their students start their day by filling in the boxes. They want to fill this in. Now, is it something that they're going to need grades on? Do I need to make it daily, weekly? How do I want to do it? I like to think that most teachers probably wouldn't do this frequently. And what I have noticed is a lot of teachers with regards to resources, they want the timeline for stuff like this to be 9 weeks, because with Google Classroom, they close out their class after 9 weeks so that the grades are accurate and updated. I'm sure Google's going to update that soon, but until then, they're archiving and redoing new classes every 9 weeks. So my thought would be to make a 9-week student reflection journal, daily reflection journal that they can fill out as they go. So I could start from scratch. I've done that on some resources. It takes forever. And so what I'm actually going to recommend to you guys is find resources either from yourself or from other people and duplicate them and then edit them. So much quicker, so much easier. It takes out a lot of that, that upscale, the stuff you're trying to do right off the bat and ramp up to. I like to picture it. It's like snowboarding. Oh, thanks, kid. Appreciate it, son. Bananas in it. Oh, I love bananas. It's like snowboarding. It's really hard to start, but once you get the hang of it, you can do really cool stuff. It's like jumping in the middle where you can just okay, I'll make a copy and then I'll do cool stuff. So I'm going to do that. If you want to use my resources as a launch point and then start adjusting them, you can. and I'm going to show you where I would go to get that. So here we go. So on my website, tarveracademy.com, you're going to go to resources, and then I want to go to templates and resources. So once you click on that, it's going to pull up all of my templates and resources. So I'm trying to think, what is the closest thing to what I'm doing here that I could do for students? And I think it's probably I would say my lesson plans. And so we want to go, we'll go weekly, and then I can just copy paste and make the new weeks. So I would click here, it would ask me to make a copy, and then I would make a copy of that. Okay, so I'm not editing my main template, I'm editing this version of it. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and adjust this, and I'm going to change the title. So I want to make sure that, let's see, it's loading up. So I'm going to go in here, I'm going to title this Daily Student Reflection Journal. Now, keep in mind, I pulled from this one to start with, but you can always go and pull from different things that you've done, so you don't have to start from scratch. Like some pages, I'm going to grab that one page here, toss it over, do this here, toss it over. So this is kind of like my intro page that I always have. So I'll probably read that before I send it, but yours is going to be different. I don't want to waste your time. So Daily Student Reflection Journal. Sorry, there we go. We're going to move this over so that that fits. Okay, sweet. All right, here we go. We can see, let's think through. I like to think through every step of this process as I'm doing it. This is which teacher for which course. I wouldn't say week number. That's probably going to need to change. So what I'm going to do is I need to change that and see how I can't click it or anything. It's because I've got that on the master. So I'm going to go to view, and I'm going to go to master. Oh, you need to see this larger. I'm so sorry, everybody. There you go. Is that better? Hope you haven't left. If you have, well, I mean, if you heard that, you haven't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust this, and I want to say, because we're doing about 9 weeks. So what we might do is just delete that. I don't think that actually serves as much of a purpose as I did originally when I made it. And then I'm going to move this stuff up. Okay. So this will be dates. And that way the students or teachers, based on what they want, can write in all that. Okay. So I'm going to click back out of it. All I got to do is click over here to the left, and that's going to bring me out of my master. And there we go. So teacher, what course it is, dates, and they can say first 9 weeks. They could say the actual dates. They say weeks 1 through 9, whatever they want on that. And then they can add a quote. Navigation, I have this to where it jumps to that like week. I don't think we need to do that. So I'm going to click, might have been good to do the semester one. That way it navigates weeks 1 through 9. It's okay. That way I can show you how to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that off, and I'm going to add the other navigation, which is, let's see, here we go. Weeks 1 through 9. Awesome. Okay. So this will be navigation, and then I'm going to edit that master slide. So view master, and then I'm going to edit this. Okay, I'm going to take weeks 1 through 9 is already there. Take that, select those, delete. Then I'm going to select all these. And just to make it look prettier, I'm going to stretch them out to like right here. Let's see if that works. Boom, navigation. Navigation, no breathing. That's from a old song. Okay, don't listen to it. It's not very good. Okay, so now I've got the navigation, but then I'm going to have to go in and attach the link so it actually navigates where I want to go. This is my Google Help video. I always toss this in on the slides. It doesn't hurt anything. It's just a resource for them. Week number, and I can just say week 1. Okay, it's got a spot here where before you assign it, you can add stuff. I don't think we're going to do week at a glance because we want to serve the purpose of this is for students that are, oh no, I think I made this lesson plan in Canva. Almost pot. Let's see if I did. View, master. Oh no, I did it in here. Sweet. Okay, we're good. Okay, I think I got the idea from Canva. So what we'll do is we're going to change this to daily reflection. We're going to make that a little smaller. That's it. You're pretty much just going through and adjusting all this. So you have the date there. We don't want unit. I thought through some stuff beforehand, and you can change yours. And now if you make a copy of mine, you can go in and change those like this, like you can change it. So let's go in. I have it set to where I want this to be yesterday learning. So what did you learn yesterday? How about this? What was your favorite thing you learned yesterday? It's a way for them to reflect on what they did the previous day, but I need to adjust that. Okay, we're going to do this. And then I'm trying to think through where I want everything. So I want this to be over here because I'm going to move it up to the top. And then I want, okay, so I've got, let's see, I'm going to do, how do you feel? So I want to do emojis. And then I want to do, what are you thankful for? And I want to list 3 things they're thankful for. What was your favorite thing you learned yesterday? And what do you hope to accomplish today? So that means I'm going to have, let's just do this. Let's just do the thing. Okay. So I'm going to take this, move some text over here, and then I'm about to delete some stuff. Okay. So it's okay to delete stuff because, you know, this is your copy. You do whatever you want. Delete that, make myself some room. This is going to be one of my bottom 2 sections. I'm going to put that there, and then I need to turn this. If you hold shift and then turn it, it should keep it to where it's not like it sticks like this instead of like you can go anywhere. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it makes sense to me. Okay, here we go. Now we're cooking. Sorry, it took me a second to kind of figure out how I want to do this. I'm going to keep that logo there because, you know, I'll let your boy. And so, sorry, it's the logo for my book, the Baller Teacher book. Check it out. It's probably, it hasn't dropped yet, but if you're on the email list, I'll let you know when it drops. Okay, so we're moving that there. Okay, so I've got the text over the box. That's exactly what I want. And then I've got, what is your favorite thing you learned yesterday? I know that I said I wanted that question to come first, but I'm going to show you exactly what I'm going to do. Okay, what's your favorite thing you learned yesterday? Let's see, is that the size I want? No, I don't want favorite capitalized. Okay, we're going to increase the size there. Oh, too much, too far. Mayday, mayday. Okay, so we're going to take that. We're going to move this. It's okay that it overlaps because remember, like these right here, this is where they can go in and fill in stuff, and they can't on the other ones. Actually, I'm going to add a text box. So I'm going to delete this. And then I'm going to add a text box. Click this, and I want it to be we'll do subtitle placeholder. And then we're going to put it right there. And then we want to adjust the default. I'm going to make that bold because it's just easier to see. And then I'm going to change the color of it to this. Okay, there we go. Favorite thing you learned yesterday. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I've got that section, so I want to create another section. So I'm just going to highlight all of it, hold Option, click, and drag it up. What that does is that makes a duplicate of whatever that was. Okay, so sick, we did it. Okay, all right, so I want this to be excellent. So that's actually what I want there. I think I'm going to make this left align. So I'm going to align that to the left. If I go too fast, remember you can pause, rewind, do whatever you want. I'm going to align this one to the left as well. Okay, and we need to change this one. Favorite thing you learned yesterday. And then this is, what do you hope to accomplish today? Okay. And again, if you don't like these questions, I've shown you this so that you can go in and adjust them later and make it the question you want. Okay, so we got that. Now let's go and we're going to drag this stuff back over. Okay, I don't want any of this. I'm trying to think if I need anything to put there. I don't, so I'm going to delete that. And then I'm going to take, say I want to do top 3 from yesterday. So we're going to do top 3 things we loved. We're going to take this. We're going to move it here. I think I have a better option here. Watch this. Okay, so I've got something that I've done. Let's see if I've got it in here. Because I've done this. Yeah, here it is. Here we go. And then I'm going to take this and I'm going to copy. And then I'm going to go back. You can copy across master slides. Keep that in mind. So I'm going to click here and I'm going to toss that there. And I'm going to toss these in here. There we go. And this is what I call the thankful section. Oh man, I should have gotten the boxes. Oh no, wait, we don't want boxes. We just want to move this. Top 3, and we'll do numbers. There we go. Okay. Figuring it out. Sorry. Now, I don't want this to be long because I want them to just make it short and sweet. Like, what are you thankful for? And I have read so many leadership books and productivity books and just how to be happier, mental health books. And they talk so often about how important it is for people to reflect on what they're thankful for. Having a daily gratitude journal or a way to express gratitude every day, it changes your mindset and the things that happen to you. So I highly recommend it. So list 3 things you're thankful for today. Let's say today so that they don't just write the same 3 things every day. There we go. List 3 things you're thankful for today. Okay. And then I'm going to put some numbers in here. Is that cool with you guys? Everybody cool with that? We're going to go text box. We're going to put here. I'm going to go 1. Bodie. Voldy's gone moldy. That's from Harry Potter. I talk about Harry Potter too much. Sorry, everybody. Don't get hurt. We're good. Okay. So I'm going to go there. Okay, great. So I'm going to take this and then I'm going to move it up to match it. Oop, did that match it? There we go. I don't know if I'm doing anything. I don't think I am. So are we moving? Okay. We're clicking. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's change the color of this because we're staying with this like navy red thing. So I'll make, since the text is blue there, we're gonna make the text red here. Okay, and I'm doing that on the first one because I'm just gonna duplicate it for the other ones. So watch this. Hold Option, click and drag. Copy paste is your best friend. Here we go. Here we go. Is that a song? I feel like it is. In the comments, let me know what song it is. Or don't. It's okay. Okay. So there we go. We got that. Oh, they're a little off. Ugh. That's the only thing about slides is you can't like zoom in unless there's something I don't know about to see, like make it move just a little bit. Just a little bit. Here we go. Here we go. We're moving. We're moving. Okay. Okay. I think that's good. I think we're lined up. Okay. 3 things you're thankful for today. And then the last thing I want to add in, how do you feel? So let's say, let's do a how do you feel today? So I'm going to make a copy option. Oh, and copy option. Okay. How are you feeling today? Okay. And then I'm going to change this around. We're going to make this box. No, it's going to do red. There's a lot of red at the top, so we'll keep it as is. Sorry. Okay. How are you feeling today? And then we want, should we do left align here? Probably should, since we did everywhere else. So there, make sure I did it here. Is that cool? Y'all cool with that? I think that looks okay. I like that left align. Okay, so now what I'm thinking to do is I think I'm going to add some emojis in this. And I think the easiest way to do the emojis would be if we click over here, I'm going to go to some of my other templates that I've got. So let's go to templates. I think I've got under slides templates, and it's my, I'll say digital notebook. We'll open that up. Okay. In my digital interactive notebook, is that it? Is that the one I have? I've got one where I've already got some emojis, but if not, you can just go to you can just Google emojis and hit copy and then paste them in there. As you paste them as text, and then you can have students, whatever they need to do. Okay. trying to think, should we put like a circle off to the side? That way they can drag the circle on top of whatever they want. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. I don't think it's under this one. I'm going to check because we're this far into it. But yep, I was wrong. It's not this. It is, what resource was it that I did that? To-do list, weekly lesson plan, not it. Digital notebook, intro slides, lesson plans. To-do list, maybe? What was it? Was it digital intro notebook? What was it? I'm sorry. Let's see. Daily to-do. Maybe it was. I'm sorry. Maybe it was. Maybe I just gave up too soon. What was it that I did that for? We might have to just go find the emojis and put them in. It was something where you put like a scale. No, it's my bell ringers. That's what it was. My bell ringer template. Okay, we're going to it. I got it. Resources. And it's probably under bell ringers. Is it on checklist? Cheat sheets, forms, honor roll, presentations, bell ringers. It's got to be under here. Templates. Where is it? Well, let's just go to Tarver Academy. Can't go wrong with Tarver Academy. Resources. That's resources. Man, I got to put that in that resources folder. Easier to find. Where are you at, T? Where? Oh, I know why. Because no, is that why? Is it because I said horizontal? I need vertical? No, that's not it. Template slides. I'm sorry. I'm really shook. Templates on docs. Slides. No, it's okay. We'll go here and we'll make it and we'll find it. Okay. So bell ringer. Where you at, little buddy? Did somebody scrub my bell ringer work? Quote of the day template. I don't even know how to talk. There we go. So we'll do weekly. We're going to make a copy. So is it under quote of the day? Full semester, we want just a weekly one. It's going to be less. The reason I'm doing weekly instead of semester is because it has got less. The file size is smaller, so it's easier to load up on my computer, which is running my camera. Maybe let's look at our quote of the day, see if I did it correct here. Nope, I'm gonna have to add that in there. So sorry. Please forgive. Please forgive me. Okay. Okie dokie, load up. Here we go. So we'll take these and we're going to copy, and then we're just going to paste them over into this one. Like I said, don't think that you cannot go across slides and put those in there. And so we're going to go ahead and post these, and we're going to do this. And then, do we want people to say they feel like trash? I mean, yeah, I think a teacher should know that. Like a teacher, I mean, don't try to, I think one of the problems is, like I'm a pretty positive person anyways, like I stay pretty positive, but I don't think that we should constantly like think that we have to be only positive, because sometimes people feeling down, and it's good for a teacher to know that so that they can help them. Okay, so let's think this through. So if everything's right, they should be able to fill it in right here. We need to make a circle that they can drag over the top. They should be able to fill in here and fill in here. So let's click off of the master slide. Okay. Here we go. All right, so I had these to where I had like the date on top of it, which we don't need that. Oh man, come on. What am I doing? I gotta move this box to move this. Delete that. That way we just have the date in there. They can fill in their date. Okay, so are they gonna be able to write in there? Yes. Are they gonna be able to write in there? Yes. Okay, they can't grab any of these emojis. They can write up here. Everything looks good. Okay, last thing we need is to put a circle on here. Is that daily reflection? I'm sorry, this bothers me. Daily reflection's up a little bit, date's down. I'm so sorry. We're gonna go to view, we're gonna go to master, and we're gonna move this down just a little bit. I'm so sorry, everybody. Bugging me. Okay, looks like it's good. I think we're good. That's good enough. At least it's centered. Okay. All right, so we have week 1. We don't need this. Big wins from the week. You could do that. Should we keep that on there? I mean, I'll leave it on there, and then people can take it off if they want. We need to put it at the end, though. So this will go up here. I'm going to delete the rest of these because I don't want to have to readjust those. And then let's do end of week reflections. That's not bad. We can keep that in there. Big wins from the week, end of week reflections. Okay, we'll keep those two on there. Okay, and so we need to add the circle. And let's do here, shapes, and we'll do a circle right here. And then we need to go and make it transparent in the middle. And we want to do circle this. And we need to make it a thicker line. So we're going to go here and probably put like 4. That's pretty good. Let's see. Does that look like a circle? Okay. And then they can just drag it over how they feel. How's that? That's pretty cool, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to give a little bit of instructions off to the side. So I'm thinking we create a box. We'll just do this. And then we'll say inside of it, we'll say drag the circle over the emoji of how you feel today. Don't forget. Should we say something like, don't forget, let your teacher know if there's anything they can do to make you feel better? I don't know. Maybe that's not appropriate. If you want to add that, you can. I just don't think I'm going to make that call for everybody on the template. Okay, we'll do that. I'm actually going to move it up here. Nope, here. There we go. Here we go. Okay, so I always like to give instructions. It's one of the things I love about doing this vertical one is that you can give instructions off to the side, and I think that is super dope. So let's change the font to what we like. We like this Montserrat. I don't know how to say it. Make it bold so it's easier to see. We'll make the square look on brand. Make it this red. We'll make the text this navy, which we did, and then we'll make the outside border a little bit thicker. There we go. And then let's put an arrow in there. How's that? Is that cool with everybody? Go to shapes, arrows, this one. Okay. And then we'll do this. Okay. Just doing a little nitpicky right here. And we're going to change this, make it our color scheme. We can leave the gray on there. There we go. Sorry, it's bothering me a little bit. Let's go up, make the arrow correct, and then we can adjust everything else. Drag the circle of the emoji of how you feel today. Okay. All right, so we got 1 day. We need to do 5, and then we're going to make our navigation for the weeks. Okay. So remember, option, hold option, click, drag, boom. I could also just do like, I'm on a Mac, so it's Command C. For a Windows or a Chromebook, it's Control C. So Command C, Command V. Okay, so that's week 1. So now what we're going to do is we need to make 9 weeks of it. So I'm going to select the top one. I'm going to roll down, and I want to include my end of week stuff. And then I'm going to hold Shift, click, and that's when you click, let go, and then you hold Shift and you click the bottom. It selects everything in between. Now I'm going to copy. And so now I want to place right here on the last one, hit paste. So that's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks. Now, they could always go in and delete that. Maybe we shouldn't do this. I think we're going to do weekly instead of 9 weeks. I'm trying to think, because you would probably want to give a grade on it every week. We're checking, you know what, let's do 9 weeks, and if you want, they can delete it down. That's what we're going to do. That way, you can always give them more, and they can always cut it down. Okay, so there's week 1. We need to scroll down and get, sometimes I like to change the view, so I'll go to view and then go to, well, then I can't edit the number. So we're going to go in here. We're going to make this week 2. Okay, let's scroll down and get week 3. Week 3. So once you get it's like you start small and you build out, and then you can do a lot more, a lot quicker. And so that's nice. Week 3, here's week 4. And we're going to roll down to week 5. And then we're going to go 6. This is nice because I did do 18 weeks. Oh my goodness. That bell ringer resource took forever because I had to like create content inside it. And every single day I had to change to a different video. What I do is at 6, so that's 7. Is that right? Make sure. Nope, this is 8. Why didn't y'all say anything? Just kidding. You're watching the video after the fact. It's not your fault. This is on me. Okay, and this will be week 9. Okay. Boom. Okay, so we got 9 weeks. Now the last thing we got to do is we got to build out a navigation bar. Oh wait, I got an extra week in here. Did I miss one? Let's see. Now I'm going to go to view, and I'm going to go to grid view. That way I can see it all at once a little easier. So here we go. So week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, week 6. I skipped 6. That's on me. That's on me. View back to take off grid view. We left out week 6 and watch how I'm gonna put it in there. We got week 6. I'm gonna take week 6. I'm gonna highlight it all. I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna delete. And then I'm gonna move up to where I missed it. That's 5. So week 6 should go right here. Hit paste. Make sure we didn't overlap the wrong page. So we're good. Boom, 6 is in there. So we're rolling. Here we go. Week 7, 8, 9. Here we go. And then I got my little hello at the end. So we're going to change that to daily reflection journal. Bye, Tyler Tarver. I did that. Bye, Tyler Tarver. Okay. So there you go. Okay. I think that's pretty much it. Let's see. I think we've got everything we need. Oh, no, navigation, guys. Y'all gonna let me go without navigation. So here's how I do the navigation stuff. You want them to be able to click on this and then jump to that week. Here's what I would do. I create a box. So we're gonna do a shape and we're gonna do a box. And then we're gonna go right over the top of this. Okay. And then, so I'm over the top of it. And then I want to make it fully transparent. So transparent outside, transparent border. So it's like essentially an invisible box. Now, what I can do is I can right click, or I can actually hit Control K if you're on a PC or Chromebook, Command K if you're on a Mac. You can make it a short link, and then I want to link to a slide in this presentation. So this would be week, or they all say week 1? No, there they go. Okay, so cool. So we want to jump to week 1, boom, apply. So now I've done one of those. I'm going to copy. Actually, I can just hit Option, hold Option, drag, and drop. Option, drag, and drop. Now that I've done 3, I'm going to take all of them, Option, drag, and drop. Option, drag, and drop. Now, they're all going to go to week 1 as of right now. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to edit them. And I want to change them to the weeks they are attached to. So this will be week 2. So week 2, apply. We're almost done. We're on the last leg. And then I'm going to show you how I would set it up to where people can automatically make a copy. So week 3. Thank y'all for joining me on this journey. And I'm sorry you're looking at the side of my face. I usually put it like in the middle of my screen, but didn't do it. While I'm doing this, did you guys know that I am scheduling a ton of virtual PD for anybody that wants to attend? So essentially what we'll do is I'm going to film 42 sessions anywhere. The minimum is 3 hours. I think the maximum, I've got like a 3-day conference that we're going to do. It's like a digital educator conference. And all of them are going to be available for free at least once. Actually, I think my Google level 1 and Google level 2, I'm not going to do free once. I'm going to just do two different times if you want to join those. But everything is going to play at least once for free. So you can join that. And then I'm going to have it's going to play 2 other times. It's like a premiere, so people can join in live. Or I'll do it live 2 or 3 times, depending on, if I film it beforehand or not. But it runs like it's a live video. So you're like having conversations. I'm tossing links in. You're tossing links, ideas. It's just a really cool community feel. And it guarantees that you watch it. Because one of the things your administrator cares about is that you actually sit through the PD. You don't just be like, yeah, I watched that 3-hour video and you're like cleaning your room. They want to be able to see that you actually participated. So it only runs live. Now, for the free ones, you can go, anybody can do that. You just sign up for the email list. It's tarveracademy.com/PD. tarveracademy.com/PD. But if you want to sign up for the premium one, which gives you access to all 3 airtimes, so you can attend any of them, sick, which is awesome. And I would like it because then, put some money behind it. So the more money I have, the more resources I can produce. Let's check and make sure these work. So boom, I click it, go to there. It's going to jump to week 5. We did it. Look at this. I'm going to make this 9 weeks. So we know 9 weeks. There we go. But anyways, I'm going to do premium PD as well. So if you want, check out tarveracademy.com/PD. You can sign up to get the free version, or you can click on the link on there and sign up for the premium one. I would not recommend you pay out of your own money. It is a super affordable. As an individual, I think it's like $38 to get access to all. It's probably over 500 hours worth of trainings this summer that you have options for. You shouldn't sit through all of them because they're free. Don't do that. I mean, it's 162 like unique hours. So that's pretty cool. But if you stuck with me for this long in this video, you should come, because that means we got a connection. We bros, we people. Okay. We each other's people. But you can do $38 for an individual, and that gets you access to all of it. Or, which is what I think is the smartest one, you can get your whole building to sign up for it. And then that way, every teacher in your building can attend all those sessions. So that's what I got. Here is where we are. Now, if I wanted to share this to where people could make a copy, I need to go to share. I need to make sure that anyone with the link can view. So I'm going to change it. I don't want just Tarver Academy. I want anyone with the link can view. I'm going to hit done. So anybody can be a viewer. And now I'm going to go up here to the top, and I'm going to go to where it says the word edit. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to write the word copy. Now this link, if I give this link to somebody and they click it, it's going to make a copy for themselves. There we go. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you for sitting through this. It was long, but if you're wanting to build resources, I think sitting through this 35 minute walkthrough could save you hours upon hours every week if you're creating resources. So thank you guys so much. Be good, stay sweet, subscribe, like, whatever. I just appreciate you, and I hope that I helped you learn something.
What up? Welcome back. Hey, Tyler here. How are you doing? How you feeling? In the chat, let's do emoji check. And how are you feeling right now? Have you learned? Oh, no. To this point, what is something that you are going to try in your classroom or implement that you might not have wanted to, an hour or two ago? What is something you're wanting to implement in your classroom? Put that in the chat right now. I'd love to see it. I know the other people in the chat would love to see it. I know it'd be some great input. So throw that in the chat and then you can also copy paste and put in your notes, just so you don't forget. Make sure everything you're doing, you're keeping notes of. Keep links to it, all of it, because I want you guys to be able to access and actually make your classroom better. I've sat through enough PDs in my life, professional development in my life, that I don't remember one thing from. I pray that you walk through this. I am hoping that you get something out of this training that you can take and use, once a day, once a week, once a year, once a decade, something that you use and implement, whether it's a mindset or a skill set or just any type of framework to build your classroom and make things better. Okay? Speaking of making things better, making ourselves better, I do want to give you, some thoughts on something that I offer, a community that we have at Tarver Academy that I think could add you a ton of value. It could help you get better all year. Because right now we're getting better with PD, with professional development. Hopefully you're getting better right now. This summer you're gonna hopefully glean some information, some knowledge, some experience, and you're gonna get a little bit better. I want us to get better all year. I want us to get better all throughout the year. And here's the thing with teachers. We do not have time to go sit through a 6-hour professional development once a week. So what I did was I created a community called Tarver Academy. And it was based on teachers telling me they wanted resources. They wanted a continuation of these trainings, of templates, of resources. They wanted to be handed to them, because if you go out and search for it, you're gonna find random stuff. They wanted stuff that could be applied to their classroom, that they can sit there, bite-sized professional development for busy teachers. That's Tarver Academy
honor roll, and I would love for you to join if you want to. If you don't have to, don't pay for it. It's not very expensive at all, but I don't want you to have to pay for it. I would rather you use your district's professional development money. So if you want, have them go in, order that for you. Hey, here's the deal. Okay, let me be real with you. So you are signed up for the premium summer PD. Okay, either you signed up for it yourself, your principal, your administrator signed you up for it, or your district or your co-op. There were some amazing co-ops, districts that jumped in and realized that this could add value and flexibility because they're offering 3 different sessions throughout the summer. You have flexibility to watch from home, or maybe you're watching with a group, maybe you're watching in your classroom, wherever you're watching from. They wanted you to add that value, and I wanted to give you a huge discount on the Tarver Academy Honor Roll. This is just for this summer, and it's just for the people that are on the premium watches, okay? And so the premium watches, the premium PD, okay? And so if you're watching this, you're here, you're on it, okay? So what you can do is you can sign up at tarveracademy.com/honor roll, and I want you to use this promo code. When you sign up, use this promo code. It's gonna cut in half. And it's one time for the full year, and it's gonna cut in half. Remember, use your district money if you can. So just write the promo code down or put it in there and then get reimbursed, whatever you need to do. The promo code is premium because you've signed up for the premium summer PD, and so I want to give you half off. So what that is essentially, you or your district or your co-op or your building paid for the summer PD, and so what it is, you get half off for these honor roll resources that come to you every week for the entire year. They essentially, it paid for more than, it paid for half of this just because they signed you up for it or you signed up for it. So it's actually a better deal than if you just like straight up bought it. But you'll get access to these trainings anytime you want throughout the entire year, plus anything new. I'm gonna send you something every single week to help make you better in your classroom, because when you get better, your students get better. In the email, every week, you're gonna get either a template, a resource, you're gonna get a short PD video, professional development, a training to show you how to do something you might not know how to do, or reinforce something you're maybe already trying. You're gonna get something that makes you better every week, plus some quick tips, links to some other things, and also you can ask me questions. I have a mailbag where you get to ask questions, and that's the list I'm gonna pick from first. I wanna help you guys. If I don't know how to do it, I'll do the research for you. I'll build, you're like, oh, I really wish I had a digital interactive notebook. Guess what I'll do? I'll go in and I'll build digital interactive notebooks, and I'll give you the template. You don't have to pay teachers. You don't have to go in and throw the money at anything. I wanna just hand it to you, and I wanna do trainings for you to help you. So if you wanna join that community, I think it's super helpful, and it's essentially where I become the tech facilitator for you. It's Netflix for teacher resources, and I would love for you to join and jump on that. So if you want, go there. It's tarveracademy.com/honor roll, and you can sign up for that. And I think it's just going to be a huge. It's going to be a huge help to teachers throughout the year who have a lot going on and not a lot of time, extra time to go out and do it. It's like as teachers, they always give you more stuff to do, but they don't give you like, oh, here's like an extra 3 hours a day to go out and do whatever it is you're going to do. So if you want to sign up for that, you can. I hope you've used this time also to use the restroom. So if you're just getting back using the restroom, guess what? We've just been talking about Tarver Academy Honor Roll. No big deal. But I want to give you guys time to go do that and get a snack if you need it. Whatever you need to do, we're about to kick back into it. We're about to jump back in it. We're going to fall into the gap. Man, do y'all remember that? That was a good campaign. That was memorable. Wasn't it? Memorable? Yeah, sure. Okay, so we're about to get started. We'll get started here very soon, and we're gonna jump back in. We're gonna keep learning. All right, let's do it. Let's go. We're still doing this. In the chat, here we go. In the chat, I want you to tell me the name. Okay, don't say that. I was gonna say, tell me the name of, you know what? You can do that. Tell me the name of a teacher who made an impact on you and what they did. Why did they have an impact on you? In the chat, what name of a teacher or an educator that had an impact on you and what they did to have an impact. It was either the way they treated you, the way they ran their class, or the way they inspired you, or just the way they had structure maybe. They were reliable, they were consistent. I would love to hear in the chat, name of a teacher that motivated you as a student or as another teacher and what they did. So let's throw that in the chat, and we're about to get started. We're gonna jump back into it. We're about to get started. We're gonna jump back into it like a pogo stick. See that? See what I did there? Nope? Okay, all right, let's get going. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited that you're still with us, because if you weren't, you wouldn't be hearing the words I just said, so I wouldn't be talking to you. So we're getting out of some Google Slide stuff, and we're leaning to Google Forms. Remember, I talked about the three GOATs, Jordan, LeBron, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Who's your favorite basketball player? In the chat, who is your favorite basketball player of all time? Who's the greatest basketball player of all time? Not your favorite. I don't care about that anymore. I'm kidding, I do. But I want you to tell me the greatest basketball player of all time. If Jordan, LeBron, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar are the three best of all time, then if we're talking about Google products for education, Slides is in the top 3. Google Forms is another one in the top 3. So we're gonna learn some stuff about Google Forms. You're like, well, what's the third one, Tyler? I guess you're gonna stick around and find out. So I've got my friend Kelly Kavanaugh. She is going to show you some walkthroughs in Google Forms. If you've never used them or if you started using them, this will be a great refresher or intro to using Google Forms. Kelly, go for it.
You may already be familiar with some of Google Drive's more popular tools, such as Docs, Sheets, or Slides. But if you come down to the More option, you will perhaps find one of the most powerful tools here within Drive, and that is Google Forms. So in today's video, I want to show you everything you need to know about creating forms, surveys, or participant feedback right here from within Google. Hello everyone, Kelly Castle here at Erie One BOCES, helping you to get more done. And if we select Google Forms, it is going to open up a brand new form for us to start working with. So let's get started. Here is our untitled form, and probably the first thing that you want to do is give your form or your survey a title. So let's just call this one form number 1. Let's keep it nice and simple. Now below, you also have an option to add a description. Now, this is not a requirement, but sometimes it can be helpful to add a brief description, just to let the survey participant or whoever is going to be accessing this form. Now down below, you will have an initial question already pre-populated. It is just titled Untitled Question. And now we've got option 1 number here. So let's start with an easy one. What is your name? And that is a great thing about Google Forms, is that you may have noticed that multiple choice option, which is here just a moment ago, has actually changed because Google Forms assumed that I was asking a short answer question. And it automatically made that change for me, which is great because this is exactly what I'm looking for. I just want a short text box so people can enter in their name. Now, of course, there's a wide variety of questions in which we can ask, including both short answer and long answer, such as a paragraph, multiple choice, checkboxes, and drop-down are among some of the most popular options, especially because it's so easy for participants to fill things out. Another great option within Google Forms is you can actually allow users to upload a file. If you want them to send you a screenshot or upload a PDF, maybe you need them to sign a contract or sign a permission form, you can do that here with the file upload. And then there's a few different scales and grids, a linear scale, and you're probably used to seeing this usually like a 5-point scale. Something like never, rarely, sometimes, often, and all the time, a multiple choice grid, a checkbox grid. You can also allow them to choose a date or a time. We're not going to go through every single option here, but I encourage you to experiment and use these options as part of your form. So for this first question, what is your name? We want it to be a short answer. That's great. Let's take a quick look at some of the other options that are available to us here. We can duplicate this question. This is very helpful if you have something like a multiple choice answer field, and maybe the answers are going to be the same for another question. So you can just easily duplicate that question. Here, we can delete this question if we need to, and then we have something that's called required. There may be some questions within your form that you want to force the user to respond to. So by selecting this slider, they will not be able to submit the form until they answer this question or any other question that you may have selected this slider for. All right, now that's what we've got for our first question here. Let's add a few more. To do that, we want to go over here to the right, and we've got this sort of floating menu here. And we want to hit the plus button. That's going to add a new question. So let's add a multiple choice question this time around. How's your day going so far? So option Number one, they say it is great. You know that's the one option. If I want to give them another option, go down to number two. It's okay. And maybe a third option, I'm going to say it's been a bad day. All right, so I've got my 3 multiple choice options here. I can continue to add as many options as I like. But if you'll also notice that there's an add other option, and you are probably used to seeing this in other forms as well, I can add an other option so that if they don't relate with any of the choices given here, well, they can write in their own or response. That can be very helpful. It may just depend on the type of question that you're asking. Now, if you want to remove any of these questions, you simply just need to choose the X over here on the side. There, I've gotten rid of my other question. You can also rearrange your questions. So you can see the 6 little dots. If I want the OK option to be first, I can put that at the top. And maybe it's been a bad day. I want that as the second option. I can move them in any order that I like. You'll also notice that there's a little image icon to the right as well. Depending on the type of question you choose, such as multiple choice, you can add an image to these answers. So maybe I want a great big happy face besides great. Maybe I want a sad face besides it's been a bad day. Or maybe, depending on my question, maybe the question is something like, hey, which of these pictures do you like the most? Or which of these logos do you think our company should use? You don't even have to have any text. You could just have them as image-based answers for the participant to choose, because there's a few more options we can use as well. The second choice here is to import questions. So this is great if you already have created some forms within Google Forms. Maybe you want to repurpose some questions, particularly some complicated questions that you've used in the past. Here I've got some other forms I can import existing questions into this new form. This one down below is actually not about changing the text or the text size, but this has to do with adding a title and a description. Now, if I select this, this is not going to replace the title at the top of the screen, but maybe you like to add a title or some additional description in your survey. So if I select this, you can see I've got a new section here. I'm just going to say keep going, and I can add a description if I want. Don't give up here, or maybe you just want to tell people what's happening in the next part of the section. If you want to add a little more detail, I'm just going to get rid of this by selecting delete in this particular example. You also see the ability to add an image or add a video. And let's maybe add an image just as a quick example. You can either upload an image from your device, you can take a snapshot if you know the URL, or you can look at some of your files within your albums or within your Google Drive. So if I'd say choose an image to upload here, I'm just gonna see if I can find something quick. This bunch of Google apps here. I'm gonna upload that image and then insert it directly into my form. Now you'll notice this is not a type of question. I can add a question on top of this, but the way where this image or adding video may be helpful is that if you have a set of questions relating to this afterwards. So you can tell them here, the next few questions relate to this image, or look at this image carefully, and then answer the next few questions. The last thing that we want to see here is that we can add a new section within Google Forms. So if I choose this option, you can see that it's created some separation. Now I've got a section 1 of 2 for the first couple of questions that I've created, and I can create a whole new section. And then this can be very valuable. If you are wanting to break up a very lengthy form, a really good rule of thumb is to limit about maybe 4 or 5 or maybe 6 questions at most per page, and then force the user to click next, or to move on to another section. The reason being is that sometimes when people open up your survey or your form or your feedback, whatever you're using this form for, if they see 27 questions or a very, very long list, they might give up before they even begin. So breaking it up into sections can be helpful. Here's our new section, and I'm going to actually add just one quick sample question here. Let's just say option 1, option 2, option 3, just so that we can use it for our preview. What this looks like with the different sections. Now, before we see the preview, let's take a look at customizing the theme here within our survey. Up here at the top, you will see that there's this themed palette. And if we select this, we've got a few different choices. We can choose an image for the header section for the beginning of our form. I got an example over here, something very colorful, but of course, this could be your logo. It could be your brand name, or it can be a title of the survey. You can add it at the top of that survey. You can also quickly change the theme color. So I want something a little bit more blue in my theme, or maybe I want something a little bit more bright, like this orange. I can also change the background color if I want it to be all white, or if I want it to be more of a contrast between the questions. Our last choice is to change the font style. However, I would be careful about this. They've got this decorative text here and a few others that often make a little bit more difficult to read. I would recommend that you either keep it basic or keep it on something that's very easy to read. So you can change your theme here as well. Okay, now that we're happy with the theme, we've got the basis or our form here. Let's take a preview, and here we have this little eyeball. If we click preview in a new tab, going to open up our form. So here is the section number 1. Remember, we had a few questions here, right? My name is Kelly. My day's great today. I'm going to select my last option there, and now you can see I've got a next button because I still have another question. So if I select next, I can go over here, and here is that additional question as well. So this gives you a feel for what users are going to see. Actually, the exact same thing that they are going to see when you share this form with others. But there's one careful note here. If I hit submit right now, it's actually going to add this information to the results of this form. So be careful. This is actually more than just a preview. It's actually really a live link to your form. So not only does it show you how it's going to behave, but if you hit submit, it may skew your data depending on what you're using your form for. So if I'm going to close this one off, so yes, I am going to leave this, and let's go back to our form as well. And let's take a look at our settings. Just before we send this out to our participants, here under the general, we do have the choice to collect email addresses. If we want to force users to submit an email address, and then of course, they can choose to get a response receipt as well if they want to send them their response, making sure that they have been submitted correctly. You can also require users to sign in, and this will limit them to respond only once per email address. So this can be helpful if you don't want someone to repeat and continue to submit into that form time and time again. However, this can also sometimes be a barrier, right? And if you don't want people to have additional steps in filling out your form. Lastly, you can choose if you want respondents to edit their submissions afterwards, or if you want to allow them to see a summary chart or text response. Now there's 2 other options here as well. Under presentation, we can choose to show a progress bar. So you're looking at the different sections. You can let them know you're 33% of the way complete, or you're 67 of the way complete, depending on how many sections you set up. You can choose to shuffle the question order as well. Now, you want to be careful with this as well. It's going to shuffle up all of your questions within your form. So just be careful if this is a necessity or not for you. Last one checked by default is show a link to submit another response. If you don't want people to submit multiple times, sometimes you can leave this unchecked and then uncheck this one so they don't submit another response. Last but not least, you can customize your confirmation message. Thanking them and letting them know that their form has been submitted. The last one here has to do with quizzes. And I'm just going to give you a very brief overview. If you choose to make this form a quiz, and that allows you to actually grade the quiz as the individual goes through the questions, you can highlight miss questions. Again, this is not for everyone, but some powerful tool here within the settings window. All right, now adjusted to our theme, we've taken a look at the preview. We've adjusted our settings. Now let's send this form out, and we're going to select the send button here. And we've got a few different ways in which we can do so. Again, we've got the choice here to collect email addresses if we want from this screen. You can actually send that email directly from this dialog. You can just copy and paste your email address. You can adjust the subject in the message if you want, but I think perhaps the most popular way of sharing a form is via link. So here is your unique link that you can copy and paste. You can put it within an email. It can even allow you to shorten that URL if you like as well. So you can copy and paste this and put this wherever you like. Our last choice here is if you want to embed this in the form of an HTML. So if you want to put this on a web page, on a website, you can do so as well by copying this and pasting it within your HTML editor. All right. Well, last but not least, now that we've sent out our form, let's take a look at our responses. And to view your responses, you can see that there is actually a second tab to the right of questions. Now for this form we've just created, we don't have any responses, but I do have another sample that I want to show you. Here is the one that I showed you earlier with the header, and we've got 3 responses. So if we click on the responses tab, here you can see a summary of all of our answers. So what did they write for this multiple choice question here? This was a short answer question. So here are different responses. And then I asked them, what date is it today? And they all gave different dates. So I think only one of them was correct. You can also view this by question. So if you just want to look at that first question, I can look at all of the answers here. And I can toggle to the next question. It shows me what the question is, and I can see what the responses are. Lastly, I can actually look at the individual responses. So by choosing this option, I can actually dive down deeper and say, okay, well, what did the one participant say overall? Okay, he or she said yes, and then this date. You also want to know that within the response tab, this is where you toggle responses on or off. So if I turn this off, I can safely edit things and know that no one is going to be able to respond at that time. But be careful, because anyone who has the existing link is not going to be able to access or submit those responses. So you can toggle that here. The last thing I want to show within the response menu has to do with this little Google Sheet icon. So this allows you to view your responses in Google Sheets. So up here, this is exactly what it looks like. We still have all the same responses that we saw on the previous screen. It includes a little timestamp showing us when that person submitted that survey. But the great thing here is that you can take this information and manipulate it in so many other different ways, creating graphs, creating charts, or maybe you just prefer a spreadsheet view. So in order to do so, you can just click this little icon here and view them within your responses. Well, I hope you enjoyed this video about the overview of Google Forms. And remember, you can use this in so many different ways. If you have any questions, please email me, and thank you for watching this video. Hope you have a great day.
Okay, awesome. So now, it would not be a Google Apps for Education if I didn't hear from our friend, Sarah Kiefer. Hopefully you have learned that Sarah Kiefer is incredibly talented, not only with summarizing and teaching these products, but also in how she presents it. It's so unique in how she built the Google Sheets presentation. Now, she's got one for Google Forms, and I think this is super creative and super cool. So, this is Google Forms you can do with Sarah Kiefer. Sarah, let's go. Take it away.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kiefer, and I am a Google Certified Innovator, Trainer, and Level 1 and Level 2 Educator. And I love all things Google. And I am super pumped that I get to talk to you about Google Forms. Probably my very, very first love was Google Forms. This is where a big chunk of my all in to Google happened, was with Google Forms, because as a 7th and 8th grade social studies teacher, I saw about 150 kids every day, and the grading was bogging me down. And Scantron is nice, But I talked to the lady that was doing technology in my building, and I said, I'd heard about this thing. Like, can you talk to me about it? Can you share it with me? And she showed me Google Forms, and I like jumped off the deep end, and I've been swimming in Google ever since. So I saw the power of it. But what I want to share with you today is Google Forms that you can do, because like I say, with pretty much every single Google application, they have like a basis, they have a starting point, they have a place that they're truly probably intended to be. And with Google Forms, it truly is intended to be a survey tool. Well, I'm a teacher and I'm not really interested in surveying my students all the time, but I am interested in doing quick assessments, longer assessments, doing all kinds of wonderful things with my kids, and Google Forms fits a piece of that puzzle for me. So obviously, I think we can all wrap our heads around pretty easily how Google Forms, you have a question and then they have answers. They could be just right answers. They could be a couple of different kinds of answers, but you get the idea behind how Google Forms can work in a classroom. But I'm going to show you a lot of things that Google Forms can do that maybe you didn't actually know that it could do, or will inspire you to do something more than give tests with Google Forms. So what I've got here is an actual Google form, and I have both the preview side of it, and then I have the editing side of it. So I'll jump back and forth so you can kind of see how it's actually built. But I'd like for you to focus on the preview side of it, because this is the Google form. So don't just take Google Forms as a survey tool. However, I would like to start off with a survey question. What would you like to learn? And through this, it's a very interactive presentation through Google Forms. So please understand that these are not to be graded. Okay, I'm actually not even looking for a single person to submit this Google form. That's not the intention of it. And you might go, wait, Sarah, like that's kind of crazy. Yes, I know. I thought I was a little crazy when I found this out. But you could go through this one item at a time, or you could just randomly pick one of these and jump in. So being somewhat of a linear person, I'm going to say, well, what is a form, right? You ask me a question, what do you want to learn? I want to learn what is a form. So I select that as my answer and I move next. And here you go. Got a little bit of a background for you. Can forms be used as an assessment tool? You see the little asterisks. You have to answer this question. That's what the little asterisks mean, that question is required to have an answer. And again, read through these. And then, so it's a little bit of an experience with this, but then it says to you, what would you like to do now? Well, hey, I want to go back. I want to learn something else. Or you say, I'm done. Take you to the end and you're out. But I'd like to go back. And this is where I say it's a very interactive piece. Oh, I didn't answer the question. Why, yes, of course. So see, it wouldn't even let me, the creator, come on. Oh, see, now look at this. I'm not even answering my own question correctly. I've got this little note down here. It says, try again, maybe reread the text above the question. Not a trick, just an example of how you can constrain the answers in a Google form. Type in the right answer now. Delete it, type in the wrong answer. So let's do yes. So you see how it goes away? I added an exclamation point. It didn't like that. You can be really, really picky about that. Okay, so that's important to know. There are a lot of things that you want to make sure that the kids get exactly correct. Language arts teachers out there, am I right? Capitalization, punctuation, you want it to be exact. Google Forms can help you do that. Loops me right back to the beginning. My previous answer is already selected. I could go down and pick any one of these, right? So let's start off with making a form. It's easy enough, right? Now that we know what one is, let's make one, or at least learn how to make one. There's two ways. Hey, look at this. I embedded a video. How nice is that? You could pull in YouTube videos. If you have a video library somewhere for your curricular, your content or your textbook comes with it, or you make your own video. You can embed that. The kids can watch it. It's pretty fantastic. And then I've got some text. It breaks it out, gives you some chunks to be able to read. And again, down here at the bottom, what would you like to do? Are you done? Would you like to go back? Let's go back. So here again, we could walk through this. Honest and truly, I think it's a lot more fun if you just jump in and you go through it, because you might go off on a little tangent and go, man, yeah. Or you want to open up a new window and you want to do this in the form as you walk through this. A big question that I get from a lot of teachers is about audio. And this is one where I need to update this presentation a little bit, because I'm going to go ahead and say, is audio an option in forms? And I'm going to go next, and it's going to tell you kind of, right? You can record yourself and put in links. But what I'm also going to say is I just found out literally within the last week, okay, I just found out about this really awesome extension called Moat, to where you can do this a little bit easier. So I'll have to update this and come back, but check out Moat, M-O-T-E, and it does look like it has a nicer way of integrating and putting in audio in Google Forms. So let's go back to the table of contents. Using images is an important one. Let's take a guess. Do we think we can use images? We've already seen a video. So my guess is, yep, absolutely. And look how big that is. Really draws your attention to this. Yes, you can. And here's a step-by-step. It shows you exactly how to do that. Now let's jump back into the editing side of Google Forms. So this is the exact same form, just this is where I've created all of it. And you can see for the most part, it is the same as what you were seeing on the first screen. But the toolbar, and I will say this in every other Google product, is the toolbars look pretty similar. Google Forms is kind of your one where it's the most different. Your toolbar is kind of small, but that's okay. That's okay. That doesn't mean that you don't have a great deal of power in here. You really do. But you have like a second toolbar over here. And when you click on the world's skinniest snowman over here, you have some tools. And then obviously when you click on some of these, you're going to have different options that come up as well. It's a lot of exploring, a lot of investigating, and really just kind of create here. The eyeball is your preview, so you can see what it actually looks like live. And then as you scroll through, this is probably the number one question I get with Google Forms set up in this way is, how do you force, if they select this option, how do you force them to go to that spot? This is a multiple choice question. So when I click on this, you can see it brings up the editing piece to this particular question. And what I have done is I have used, getting down to the bottom, this after section 1, it says to continue to the next section where you could force it, but I want it to be a multiple choice based on the answer that is given. So again, it has to be a multiple choice type answer. And then it allows you to select, if they pick this answer, what section are they going to go to. Now, I did myself a favor when I named each of the other sections, is I named them the same as the question title. So if you picked what is a form, you're going to go to the section called what is a form. It can get kind of tricky, so kind of keep things simple for your own brain, if for no other reason. Probably, and that, again, that's maybe like a level 2 type Google form idea, but probably where a lot of teachers enjoy stepping into Google Forms is through your themes. And everything doesn't have to be the same color. It comes generically as something, but you can always change out your themes. You can pick and upload an image just like I did. right here, I customize this. You can pick a different color. You can pick the background color. You can even pick different fonts that you want your Google form to show up as. Now, it's not wild and crazy, and you can't customize it to the hilt. But what I would say too is enjoy that, because you don't need to. Having the perfect shade of purple may be important to you, but in the scheme of things, this shade of purple works for me. Now, you're going to see that this form, and you can see by my scroll bar over here, that this is a very, very long form. That is something to think about when you're making these for students. They don't have to be these crazy, huge, long forms. We don't always have the time for that. So keeping that in mind, it may not be to your best interest to make something as long and as detailed as what I have here, unless you're creating it as an explore type Google form, which is completely different than an assessment. And that's the thing that I'd really like you to tuck in your head, is that Google Forms can be used for assessments, but it can be used for a great many other things. So you have to keep that in mind when you are doing your creating. Now, what I will wrap this all up with is back at the table of contents. At the very bottom, I always like to tuck in resources. And Google is fantastic about creating resources and sharing resources, but so are a lot of other people. So what I've done is I've given you this link. You can go out to it, and it's going to use one of my favorite tools, which is Google Slides as well. So it will allow you to go in and grab the resources. Just have to go to that last slide. Oh, there it is. So Google Forms Help Center from Google, their training center. I do write a blog. I try to push it out about once a week. Google Forms is an excellent tool to use, and I share out the adventures that I have through using Google and all of the technology that I do. And then I have a Wakelet collection because I'm a big Wakelet user, as well as these two down here. The Google Forms Template Gallery is a great place to help you get inspired and start out with Google Forms, as well as we have a few Google Forms and their activities on a website that I co-created called Templates for Teachers. Most of them are geared towards student use, but there are some, especially the Google Forms ones, that are geared towards teacher use. So make sure that you check out that one, and please do connect. I am on Twitter at KieferSJ, as well as on Wakelet at KieferSJ. You can find all of my connections on my blog, techyoucando.com. Reach out. If you have questions, you're always even welcome to email me, Sarah at techyoucando.com.
Okay, so you're like, oh, Tyler, who's the third GOAT? You got all those basketball players. Who's the GOAT? I'll tell you right now. The GOAT we're about to talk about is Google Classroom. Now, I'm not going to sit there because Google Classroom is an LMS. It's like a hub which you're putting all these other products through. So it's hard to just get in, narrow in on just like, here's how you use Google Classroom. So what I want to do is I want to do a session here, and I want to focus on not just Google Classroom, but how to use Google and Google Classroom for communication and collaboration. Because I think those are two key things that we found out when you're doing digital anything, you've got to be intentional about. Is communication and collaboration. So I'm gonna stop talking here, and I'm gonna start talking here, and I'm gonna be wearing, speaking of basketball players and GOATs, you're wondering who it is, you can take a look at my shirt you're about to watch. All right, so Tyler, go for it, man. Give it your best shot. Hit him with your best shot. Fly away. Man, who sang that originally? Tell him I'm sorry for singing better than that. I'm so sorry. Okay, Tyler, go. Now, I don't want to use this time to just sit there and go, all right, here's how you do this. How to, click on, turn your tabs blue at the top. Like, I'm not gonna spend my time walking you through this. And the reason is I've already got those videos. They're on this channel. Subscribe to it so you can find it. In the comments, let me know, what is your favorite Google tool as of right now? I wanna know that, okay? So I've got a ton of resources, and you can see them. You can either go to bit.ly/gtarver, and I've got a link in the description if you want to do that, or you can just type it in. And what that's going to do is that's going to take you to a Google Doc that has video tutorials that I set up from like 9 p.m. to midnight for like 3 months making all these tutorials on how to do pretty much everything that I could think of within Google. So it's forms, docs, sheets, slides, YouTube, classroom, all of it. I've got video tutorials on how to do this, okay? But also I've got them in this presentation, which you can get to by the link in the bio as well. Or you can go to my website, tarveracademy.com/Google, and I've got all those same resources. It's not in a Google Doc, it's on a website. So there you go. If you need or want any of those resources, they are there, okay? So that's your how-to stuff. So if you're frustrated that I'm not showing you, well, how do I do this? And I'm not walking you through it. Well, first off, you don't talk like that. Second off, I have built those tutorials already, so I don't want to waste your time here. I want to talk about an overview of how you can collaborate, communicate, and what's important during this time with your students or your teachers, okay? So here we go. Why Google? Why should I care about using Google during this time? Because a lot of schools, like you might have a different LMS instead of Google Classroom. That's fine. You can still adapt and utilize these tools. But a lot of people, a lot of LMSs realize how powerful Google is, how wide their net is. And so what they do is they allow you to incorporate Google tools into your LMS that you pay money for. So I'm going to tell you the top 3 reasons that Google is such a valuable tool. Number 1, it is easy to use, okay? One of the things I love about Google tools and anything in their suite is that a lot of times companies will have one way to do something. So say you did want to turn a tab blue. Okay, that's weird, but let's say you want to turn a tab blue. A lot of companies are like, all right, well, if you want to turn that tab blue, you got to go here, click here, go this, do this, do this, do this, and boom. That's the only way you can do that. And if you want to know how, here's a little paper clip. Boop. Here's how you do that, okay? With Google, they make 4 or 5 different ways to do the thing you want to do. So if you want to click that or tab and make it blue, I might think, well, I just want to right click on it and turn it blue. Right click, tab color, blue. Boom. You, in your mental process, Google knows we're not all the same. They know you might want to go to File, Tabs, Color, Blue. They know that we all process things different mentally, so they try to make different paths to it instead of one labyrinth to get to the one location. They make a bunch of different ways to get to the X on the treasure map, okay? And that's one thing I love about it because it makes it easier, less confusion, that's less stall time, less wasted time, less frustration for you. Second thing, integrated. Google is integrated across the entire internet. Chrome is a browser. You can use that to run everything with Google. Remember all your passwords. Keep you logged into everything. You've got your Gmail, which is your email, which is attached to your Google Classroom. It's attached to your forms, your sheets, your docs, your slides, your entire Google Drive suite. It's also, Google owns YouTube. Google makes great products, and if they don't, they buy people who made great products, and then they link everything they can so you can sign in with your email, and it covers 95% of what you want to use. So you don't have to remember, because you guys know teachers and students have enough passwords to remember to where they don't need to have to remember anything else. Let's remember one, and then that company covers so much ground. It saves us so much time, frustration, and hidden places we put our password, okay? So it's integrated. They want YouTube to work great in Google Forms. They want a doc to be seamlessly integrated into Google Classroom. They want all their stuff to work well because that means you'll use more of their stuff. It's selfish for them, but also we get to use it for free, so don't be too upset about it. And the third thing is they are community focused. One of the things about the internet and students using the internet is that they are very community driven through a virtual platform. Social media, YouTube, even like group texts. They feel like they're part of a community, whereas in the past, we might have been face to face to build our community, and that's the ones we felt closest to. These young people, they feel like it is real to them in the same way that was real to us. So when I was in school, I was a part of, let's say I want to be a part of student council, or I could be a part of Spanish club or yearbook, sports or band. And if I didn't fall into those 5 categories, I didn't have that community of people. As maybe I'll find a few friends that have similar interests, but it wasn't like I could be a part of that group. Now, there's so many niche markets within the internet. Anybody can find a narrow thing. Like I like cats who dress up like Elvis. You could probably find a community of people who like to dress their cats up like Elvis. So you've got options out there. So that's the thing. You have more chances to build community. So know that you can build a community with your teachers or with your students through an online platform. And I've got some ideas, some thoughts on how you can do that in the easiest way possible, okay? So first thing I want to talk about with community, collaboration, connection is your email. And when I say email, people get frustrated because it's like, email feels like a burden. It does. It feels like a lot of work, and it's always something, okay? So I've got a few tips on here in the slideshow. Again, the slideshow is linked in the description, so you can go in there and you can click and follow along with me. This is slide 6. One of the things you have to do is you have to change your mindset with regards to your email. You need to picture your email like a to-do list, okay? So any email you get, you have to read, and if it needs a response, you respond. If it doesn't, you move it along, okay? And if it's not irrelevant to you, say it's one of your 400 emails from Target that you're still getting, even though you haven't clicked anything in 2 years, you can unsubscribe. I've got a link on how to do that in here. Unsubscribe from that email list, okay? But here's the thing that's important to remember. If a student reaches out to you via email, or a teacher or a parent or anybody, if anybody reaches out to you via email, know that that is just as real as if you're teaching class, you say any questions and a student raises their hand, you look them in the eyes, and then you ignore them. That's what you're doing if you do not respond to an email. Emails have to be responded to. Stop acting like they are optional. Do you understand? I'm serious. I remember when I was a freshman in college, I had like a rough month or something, and I emailed somebody who had been a mentor to me, and he ignored my email. Since that moment, I thought, because I know what that felt like to get it ignored, and that was 2003 or 4. So it's like now, if you do that, it's even more of an impact on people, and it hurts. It hurts. It's like being ignored. So do not ignore emails. Find a way to make it work for you and get a system that makes it organized, okay? Next, let's talk curriculum maps. Now, I know your school may have something set up for lesson plans or curriculum maps or how they stay organized. Great. If you enjoy it, use that. If not, I've got a template for you I want you to try out. I want you to edit it. I want you to make it yours. I want you to make it something that works for you. Delete columns, delete rows, make it something that works for you. But this is something that I've felt is helpful. All right, so I'm going to click on this. Keep in mind, this is a Google Sheet. That means that it is not done. It is not a PDF. It is not a piece of paper that is, oh, here it is, and I wrote on it, and now that's what it has to be for the next 10 years. This is something that you can continue to change and adapt and mold and add to. So here I'm going to click on this example one. So here's an example course map. You line it up in your week. So at the bottom, you can see the tabs. It's got weeks 1 through 18. That's a semester, 18 weeks. So what I'm doing is essentially I'm tracking what I'm doing throughout every day, Monday through Friday, for the whole semester, okay? Now, let's talk about 3 different people this impacts. 1, it impacts you. You are organizing your materials. Now that our materials are moving away from the traditional textbook, well, here, I got one right here. Check this. Used to, I would work out of a textbook. All right, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. And then I know that I would go to that and I would hand out a worksheet, or I would hand out an assignment. I would hand out something that the students would work through, and then I would keep that organized in a binder. Your new binder is online. So many of our resources, especially if you're remote or digital, so many of our resources are videos or links to PDFs or links to documents or docs or slides or sheets or anything, and it's on the internet. This now becomes your hub to help guide you to different places, okay? So what you'll do is you'll put in links to all this stuff. So like here's an objective. This is our objective. I can click on it. It goes to a YouTube video, and it talks about our objective. So I'll know I need to play this video at the beginning of class to show students. That's actually an MBA video, so it's a terrible example. So you can go in and you can click on these things, and it'll go to different things that help your students. Now, you're thinking, that's fine, Tyler, whatever. Here's where that helps you. Right now, it helps you putting it in because you're putting all that information in. You know who it's going to help the most is you 1 year from now. You know why? Because how many times have you taught a lesson at the end of the day, you thought, man, that was an okay lesson, but I think it'd be better if I changed that video out with something a little bit more applicable. Okay, you know what, I'll do that next time, but now I got to prepare for tomorrow. And then 364 days later, you've forgotten about it, and you got to teach it, and then you do it, and you have that same video, and you're like, oh yeah, I forgot, that was bad, I need to change it, but now I got to get ready for tomorrow. This allows you to go in and reflect here on this bottom square and tell yourself in the future what you can do to make this better. Okay, so it's like you are almost giving yourself a co-teacher, which is you from the year before. So put in notes, keep it quick. Don't spend a lot of time writing an essay on it. Just write, it was good, went a little long. Okay, I know next year when I go in and I'm looking at this, I'm gonna be like, oh, I need to shorten this a little bit. Also, I like to color code my system. So I use 3 colors. I use green, yellow, red. Green, yellow, red. Green is good, means go. Yellow, could be better, could slow down, could speed up, you don't know. Red is bad, I need to change it. So all I do at the end of the day, after I've taught my lesson or ran my lesson or got feedback from students, I make it red if I don't like it. So next year when I go in and I'm planning, then it's like I'm giving the work to my future self. They're gonna go in and find a new resource because that was red. So I'm gonna try something else. Okay, that's how it helps you. You know who else this can help? Collaborators. When I taught geometry, there were other teachers that taught geometry. I could go into this and we use the same textbook, but we use different resources. But sometimes he had resources I didn't know he was using, but I was like, that's a great resource. You can toss your resources in, they can toss theirs in, and you're both building it. 3 of you guys can build it. 10 people could be adding into this. You don't have to use everything, but you have options. So if like one day you're like, I'm not ready for this lesson tomorrow, you can go in and see what resources your coworkers had, and you can choose to use those or not. And it gives you options. The third person, how many of y'all are sick of lesson plans? Everybody. Principals are more sick of them than you are as a teacher, but they feel like they need to do it to know that you're doing the things in your class that you say you're doing. So what you can do is you can share this Google Sheet with your principal, and then they can go in and see at any point in time what you've got, what you're doing, what resources you're using. And also, sometimes principals get to go to PDs or do trainings that you might not get to go to because you're in the classroom. Well, guess what they can do? If I'm a principal and I'm at a training and I see this really great website that, helps assessments on slope-intercept formula, then I can go into your doc for my math teacher. I can, Command F, find, type in slope, see where you do slope throughout the year, and I can paste the link and be like, hey, this is a pretty good link. I don't know if you want to use this. And then when you get to it, you can see that link. It allows everybody to collaborate. And also, like say I need to contact my principal about something. I could go here and say this is the objective. I can right-click, insert comment. I can hit the @ symbol, tag, say my administrator is Leanne. I can tell Leanne, hey, is this good? And then I can assign it to her, and it is going to notify her, give her an email. It's like we can communicate through the doc. Or I could say, hey, change this. Hey, do this. Hey, add a resource here. Whatever, we can communicate through here. So, great resource. And I've got if you click on this right here, it'll ask you and you'll get to create your own. You can have a template. So I want to show you this too while we're here. You notice how it says make a copy? That means that when you click that, it forces you to make a copy. You click this, it duplicates my template and it's yours. Me, Tyler, I don't have access to that. Only you have access to it. It's in your Google Drive. It made a copy for you. Okay? So how do I do that? That's easy. I'll show you. So up here, do you see this in the Omnibox? They're the address bar. It's Omnibox is what it's called. But you go in there. At the end of all of these, there's going to be a slash, and it's going to say something like edit if you're an owner of it. I can delete that, type copy, and then now I can take that link, and I can send that link out. That will force people to make a copy of it. So say you have one of these curriculum apps that you've built over 2 years and it's incredible. And then your boss, your principal is like, hey, we got a new teacher and I need you to share it with them. And you share it with them and then they go in and screw it up and you have to go in and fix it. Well, what you can do is you can force make a copy, give it to them. It'll duplicate all of it for them and they can go in and mess it up on their own. It doesn't mess with your copy. So that's just a little hack. If you want, I've got a video on how to do that in that skills checklist. Okay, next thing, let's talk about it. Basics. If you want to create a class in Google Classroom, you should. It's pretty easy to do. If you do not see the option to create a class, it says join class, create a class. If it only says join class for you, that means you signed up as a student. You need to reach out to your administrator at your school, your tech administrator, have them put you in the group as a teacher so that you can create a class. Okay? Cool. Next, whenever I was teaching, and I was teaching math, and I was utilizing at our college, NLC College, that's what's up. I was teaching math, and what I would do is I was using Google Classroom, but one of the most important things with Google Classroom you got to keep in mind is that you're going to teach this class again a year from now. You can reuse what you're posting in there just by the click of a button. Click, and you can repost something. The problem is you can't repost it if you can't find it, okay? So when you're labeling this, make sure you work out a label system that works for you. Get something that is very procedural and something you can remember. The one I did was I would do a number at the beginning. That was the day I was teaching it. So day 1. So 1 dot, okay, decimal dot, coordinate, whatever point, I don't care what you call it. 1 dot, and then if it was a 1 in my 10th spot, that meant it was a review. So I would give it to them beforehand as a review. If it was 1.2, if a 2 was in that 10th spot, that would be classwork. A 3 is homework and a 4 is resources. That is how I organize it. So at any time, I might not have a dot 1, dot 2, dot 3, dot 4 for every single day, but if I had a dot 3, I knew, bam, that's a homework assignment. I know that when I'm going to find it and look for it. It helps me search for it later. Also, and I've got a screenshot in there of it, I created a spreadsheet where I would work out and just like list in the days. That was how I did my curriculum map, the thing I showed you earlier. You wouldn't have to do that. You could put it in your curriculum map. I did it here because I didn't have to do all the other stuff. I found what worked for me for that class, and this is how I did it. And then I linked to stuff. Makes it so much easier in the future. You do this for 1 year, it takes just a little bit of time. An extra 5 minutes a day is gonna save you hours the next year. And you're gonna be a better teacher because you're gonna build on what you did the year before. You're not gonna just keep doing the same thing in a cycle, okay? So, next thing. This is a next level feature in Google Classroom that you guys need to know, okay? Whenever you go to submit something to your class, say I go in and I drop a document for my class in Google Classroom. It gives you 3 options right here. Y'all see this? Y'all see this? Y'all see this? Get a load of this. Oh, I ran away. Here it is. Look at this. The first option, students can view the file. That means everybody can see it. They can't mess with it. They can't change it. I made something. I need you to read it or watch it or look at it. You can view it. The second option, students can edit the file. That's something I want everybody to get in on. We're all going to, I just spilled my water. We're all going to jump in to this, into this slideshow, and we're all gonna add slides to it. That's a great activity. I do that all the time. I'm like, all right, everybody jump in and do this. And they all just pile in and they start building out their slides and they create the class presentation. And then we take turns presenting. Awesome, everybody edit. The third one, and this is incredible. You can build a template or a rubric or whatever you want. You can put it in there as a doc, and then you can select make a copy for each student. What it's gonna do is it's gonna make a copy for all 30 or 150 or 2,000 students. It's gonna make a copy for everybody. It's gonna label it automatically, their name, dash, and the assignment name. And it's gonna go to a folder automatically that you own and you can see immediately. So I could make just an easy, put your name here, what the assignment is, which I wouldn't need to because it's in the title. Put your name here, class period you're in, and then here's question 1, here's question 2, fill in the box. It's easy. It took me 3 minutes to make that template. I can go attach that in Google Classroom, and then I can assign it to my students. It'll create it for everybody, and then I can go in at any point in time and see their progress. So it's due in 3 days. 2 days in, I can go in and go find little Jimmy, see his, and see that little Jimmy ain't done any work. He hasn't put anything in here. I can reach out to him and say, from the doc, I can do the thing where I do @ and I can tag him. I can say, yo, little Jimmy, you ain't done anything. Start putting your work in here. Where are you at? Do you need help? Can I help you with this? Where are you stuck? Etc. And then you communicate through there and you can see their progress. Or you can go in and say, oh, wow, Hannah is really going, like, she's going the wrong way. She's doing good work, but she is not understanding what her assignment is. And you can go and get her on the right track instead of her submitting it and getting a bad grade. So that is a phenomenal feature that they have in there where it creates an I love organization. Anybody else love organization? In the comments, do you love organization? Yes or no? If you say no, get out of here. I'm kidding. You're doing great. So next thing, if you're not using Google Meet, you should. Google Meet is an amazing feature, and Google is just, it's like they turned it up like ×8 speed at the past like 2 months. They had it was a good feature. They were like rolling it out. They were changing from video hangouts to Google Meet. Then they were just like, nope, we got to do it. And they shot off, and now it's actually available to everybody, not just classes. But you have a Google Meet that is specifically attached to your class. And I've got 2 places right here where you can click it to go to that meet. That's for your class to meet. Only your class. It's secure, okay? It's in there. It's all directly in your classroom. You don't have to go out and create it. You just click the link. Students can see it. They can click the link. They can be in there. Boom. Google Meets, use it. And if you're like, well, I don't like Google Meet because I can't see all the students in the class, it only shows the person who's talking. There's a Chrome extension. I've got a video on it. Or you can just search Grid View. Click on it. That extension will give you the ability to see everybody's face at the same time. It is great. The end. Also, you can record and export your session so if a student misses, they can watch it later. Okay? Here's a big one. Create discussion within your classes. So, I'm going to talk about a resource I made, but there are other YouTubers and other people that have made these resources. Some people charge for them, which I get. It's fine. They put a lot of time and work into it. I chose to make mine free because I want to help teachers teach in their class and students grow and learn. So, here's an example resource, but you can apply this to anything. I was thinking through you know what a bell ringer is? A bell ringer is where at the start of class, you do a problem that either relates to a previous topic or students will research an upcoming topic or what you're working on now. And they do that while you're taking roll or doing administrative things. It helps get their brain working, get them working while you're doing something else. How can you do this either in the classroom or virtually or online? You can find something that is short and sweet, but also gets their head turning, gets their brain working, starts a discussion in their class about a topic. I chose to do one on quote of the day. So a lot of people love quotes. I love good quotes. They inspire me. There's something that reminds you, also make you think. And so what I did was I filmed 180 bell ringers, essentially quote of the day videos, showing people how to, not showing people, but talking students through the process of a famous quote. I list the quote. I've got on most of the videos, I've got it listed on the screen. I was like, here's a quote from a notable person. Here's what they said. And then I tell the students to pause the video and write down their thoughts, comment your thoughts. Or here I go. I'm going to start in. I'm going to tell you my thoughts. So it's like I give them the quote, read it to them. Then I tell them my thoughts on the quote. And then I ask them for a discussion based on their thoughts. Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? Did you hear something different? We can all look at a quote and get something different out of it, or relate to a story personally out of it. What I did, I tried to talk about what I thought from it. This is a great way to start a discussion in your class. You could literally post one of these in your Google Classroom every day, have it auto post. You could spend 10 minutes and you could have it post every morning at 8 a.m. Monday through Friday for the whole week. And you have an assignment for them to do for 5 to 10 minutes every day, virtually or in class, that they know they need to do. And what they do is they can comment in classroom just for you guys. They listen to the video, they give their thoughts in the comments in the discussion, and then they reply to one person. I've actually got an example of what that looks like at tarveracademy.com/quote. If you go there, you can literally just copy paste. Hey students, do this, do this, do this. I gave you what to say. And then I've got a list of all these quotes. You can just copy the link and post it in there, okay? So use that. Let the conversation take its own form within your class and let them reply and talk to each other about it. So if you don't want to do this for this, I've also got one. If you're a math teacher, I've done this, bell ringers for math. I've got that on there as well. Go to tarveracademy.com and click bell ringers and click math. I've got problem of the days where I work through the problems. Other YouTubers have done this too. Find somebody that relates to what you want your students to learn about or talk about every day. Make it consistent. And then let them know they can go in. After like 2 or 3 days, they're gonna know what to do. They're gonna know it's coming. Some might look forward to it. I'm excited to learn this new quote. I'm excited to learn about this problem, and I wanna keep moving every day. So, there you go. Now, guys, this may be the most important thing I talk about with community and building community with your students, your class, your teachers, anybody that you are working with virtually. This may be the most important thing. And I want to start with this. Stop calling real life, and online. Online is real life. It is real life. For some people, it is more real than the classroom. And you think, well, Tyler, face-to-face, that's the only way it's real. No, it's not. I'm sitting here talking to a camera in an empty room, in my empty office. But on the other end of this video, you are looking at me straight in the eyes. I'm talking to you individually. I'm talking to you face to face. For our students, for young people, and for most older people, this is just as real. They connect with this because someone's talking to them. If I'm talking to a class, I'm talking over their heads or I'm looking around, I'm rotating around the room. I'm not talking to any, like if you're picture this. It'd be like you sitting there and staring at one student and talking to them the entire time. Is that student going to feel like you're talking to them? Yes, because you are. Whenever you do a video, you are talking to them. You need to make videos for your students. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, I don't want to make a video. I don't like videos. It doesn't matter. Your students like videos, and you like connecting with your students and building rapport and building a relationship where they trust you and they know that you care about them. This is the best way to do that in a virtual environment. Okay? Now, you do not, I put my videos out on YouTube for everybody to see. You do not have to. Google, and I've got a link in there where you can do it directly in Classroom. It doesn't go to YouTube. You can record it with your phone. Yeah, I'm holding my hand up like it's a phone. I have a phone. I can record it with my phone. It goes directly into Classroom. It is only available to my students in my classes. Boom. You could also upload it to YouTube. Make it unlisted, which means you can only see it if you have the link. Or you can put it on YouTube and make it public. And then you can give a link to your YouTube channel to parents or your supervisor so they can see announcements and updates for your students that you're doing every day. It is a great way to connect with your students. Make videos for it. So like if I've got a template in here later and we'll talk about like your flow of your day. But if I'm doing a class, I'm making videos for my students if I'm not meeting with them in person. And honestly, I should do it if I'm meeting with them in person as well. Start your day off, encourage them, give a story about something you're going through or you're doing or a way that you're growing in this time. In a way they can do the same. Encourage them. They're watching other YouTubers do it right now. They want to watch you do this, okay? Make a welcome video for the week or for the day. Give updates about yourself. They want to know you. Ask for updates on them. Tell them to give an update in the comments. You can do it right now. Hey guys, in the comments, if you would, tell me your favorite thing you did yesterday. Tell me what you did and why it was your favorite thing you did. I'm going to tell you mine. I went outside and I was just burning a bunch of leaves and it was just very peaceful. There you go. Something that easy, that simple, and you started a conversation. You should do this. I've also got links in on the best practices for making iPhone videos. So check that out. Go in there, do that, and check that link out. Link in the description. Now, schedule. I just told you I would tell you how to do this. Here's what I got. Here's an example schedule if you're working remotely, okay? It's just an idea, just throwing it out there. Do what you want. If you got any better ideas in the comments, give me your schedule. If you've already got a schedule, put it in there so maybe you can help another teacher, or maybe you post your schedule and a teacher's like, I did that, but I added this. They might help you from you giving them a resource, okay? Here's an example schedule for the day. 8 a.m., you do an announcement video. It's you filming with the phone and you just talking to your class. Hey guys, this is me, Mr. Tarver. I just want to encourage you today. You guys, you've got this. Some of you, I know you're getting tired of doing these classes like this. We'll do a video call later. You can stay on after. We'll talk about it. I want to encourage you to keep doing your best. What's your favorite thing you did yesterday? Tell me in the comments. My favorite thing I did was I played horse with my son out on our basketball court, and I loved it, okay? Upload the video. They watch that at 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. You can have it scheduled to go out, okay? Then you go in and you go to tarveracademy.com/quote. You can go in, copy, paste your assignment, schedule that for the whole week at 8:15 a.m. Every day they know to go in and comment on the bell ringer, give their thoughts on the quote of the day, and reply to another student's. Then 8:30, this is it. You ready? At 8:30, that's when they go in and they learn the curriculum, okay? When I taught high school math, the first, 3 to 5 minutes, they were doing a bell ringer, and then from 5 minutes to 15 minutes in a class, the next 10 minutes, I'm helping them with the homework assignment from the day before. Here, I had trouble with this, Mr. Tarver. All right, let's work that problem. What else do you have trouble with? And I worked through what we did the day before. Then for the next 20 to 30 minutes, what I'm spending the bulk of my class doing is I'm teaching them the new topic. I'm teaching them about solving systems of linear inequalities. That's what I'm spending the next 30 minutes doing. You don't have to use class time for this, okay? Because they are the audience. They are passive in this. They are not interacting with you. They're not getting a ton out of this. I mean, they're learning, but it doesn't have to happen live because they're not asking you a ton of questions during this. You're really just throwing content at them and hoping they're taking notes. And I've tried this, so I've done this. I can attest to this. This is a great way for you to connect with your students with the content without using up valuable face-to-face time. You ready? Make a playlist of videos, anywhere from 1 video to 10 videos that they watch that morning, and it goes live at 8:30 a.m. And I'll show you. Here's one I created for my intermediate algebra class. It was on slope. They would go in, I posted the link, I went in, create a playlist, and I've got a video on how to create a playlist, link in the bio. You go in, create the playlist, and they just watch through 8 videos. You tell them to take notes, say, I'm taking up your notes later, you're gonna take a picture with your phone or a screenshot and you're gonna upload it, that's your notes. That's how I held them accountable for doing notes, okay? And they watch the videos. They start the first video and it just rolls through a playlist and they watch all those videos. And you know how much time, because you can look at all the videos and see, okay, this one is 5 minutes, that's 4 minutes, that's 3 minutes. You can add it up, boom, you've got the length of all the videos. That's what they do during this time, 8:30 to 10. For an hour and a half, they're just watching somebody deliver the content. Then from 10 to 11 or 10 to noon, whatever, that's when you meet in person. That's when you're answering questions. What questions do you guys have from those videos you watch? What questions do you have about slope? What questions do you have about this problem? Let's work one of them together. That's when you use the face-to-face time to work through. That's when you use the face-to-face time to work through the issues that they need to ask you specific questions. So many times as a math teacher, I would give them an assignment or do 1 through 10. They go home, 1 through 8 are fine, but they hit a snag on 9 because they didn't know, because it was like a little bit weird or different or worded things differently. That's what we'd spend time the next day on. That's what you're doing. That's that 5 to 15 minutes into class. That's what you're doing. Then what you can do is at 12 o'clock, that's when they're working on their homework. You can say, okay guys, your assignment is to go out and pick one other student and you two collaborate on this, or I'm going to give you this assignment here. You're going to fill it in here. You're going to go out and you're going to film yourself making a video where you pretend to be Benjamin Franklin. Let them create. Let them do things. Let them get outside the house. They've been in the house since 8 a.m. doing your assignment. Let them go outside. Hey, go outside and paint something in chalk on your driveway. Whatever it is, let them make it. Take a picture of it. Do a video of it. Make a slideshow of it. Write a doc about it. Whatever. Let them do that and submit it as the assignment. And then you just let them know, hey, from 2 to 3 p.m., I'm going to be on our Google Meet through our Google Classroom. I'll just be there available if you need me to do anything. And you just sit there and check emails until a student bounces in, and then you answer their questions. And then they have a couple more hours after that to work on it if they couldn't do it from noon to 2. Okay? That's my example schedule. I think it's great. If you have a good idea or a good example schedule, please put it in the comments. I want to hear it. Link to it. Whatever. I want to see it. Because I love getting new ideas, and I know this is just an idea. This is just an idea for a template. It's not the end all be all. So there you go. Next, Google Forms. Google Forms, if you're not using them, you should be. They are incredible, okay? So I'm going to show you an example. You can create a Google form that everybody starts in the same place, and if they get it right, they keep moving along. If they get it wrong, they can be taken to remediation or more help, and then they can come back and join everybody else. And you can have 5 or 10 questions where they are, going through the assignment, and if they get it right, they keep going. If they get it wrong, they can get help. So, for instance, let's go. I got to fill this out. This is my intro page. List everything I know about Pythagorean theorem. Okay, triangles. Definitely didn't spell triangles right. I'm sorry. I was under pressure. Triangle. Hopefully they write more than that. Then you can have them watch the video. This is them working through the assignment. This could be your assignment you give at 8:30. You could just have them go through a Google form. I've done that before. So I go through, it's me teaching Pythagorean theorem. What's up? And then they answer a question. Which side is the hypotenuse? And we all know the answer is C. Boom, they get it right. They move on to a quiz, okay? Now, I'm gonna go backwards. Let's say they get it wrong. It takes them to a different page with more help, another video. I got a graphic, I got text, I've got a video, and they get it. So it's like, if they get it right, they keep moving on. If they get it wrong, they get more help, and then they come back. You as the teacher will be able to see that. This is so powerful because you're essentially differentiating the instruction based on how a student is doing in real time. And it's not as much work as you think. Don't think it's too much work. You go in, you make one of them with all those remedial help, then you can go in and make another one. You just make a copy of that, and that becomes your template. And you keep perfecting that template and changing it based on what the subject is. Students will go in, they pick the answers, then they hit next, and then those students are back with everyone else on the quiz, okay? Also, just a fun fact, this one's for free. I like to end every single assignment in a Google form with this question. It's like a scale question. How confident do you feel about what you just did? 1 to 10. Because we know sometimes the results on a quiz or a test don't always equate to their confidence level. Sometimes they're confident, they feel good, and they fail it. Other times they guess well, and boom, they get through it. So build a template, then duplicate it. Now, I want to give you this is a little cheat code, and it's for math teachers. This is how I got the example, but anybody can use this, okay? It is difficult to teach math online, and I'll tell you why. English teachers are like, well, it's just as hard to teach English online. Here's the deal. Every letter in English is on a keyboard. There ain't no square root sign on a keyboard, okay? So it's hard for us to even just type it up as a math teacher. So here's what that's not how you spell my name. That's close to the last name. Favorite pizza place? Blaze. That's just a fun question I added in on this quiz. This is an actual assignment I gave my students, okay? Now, we're going through multi-step equations. You're looking at the form, and you're thinking to yourself, Tyler, how much of my battery life? It doesn't matter. Let's keep going. Tyler, that looks a little bit like a dry erase board. You're right. It does. You're very perceptive and smart, and I'm going to show you why. So let's say I get this question correct. This means that 2, so it's got to be negative 3x squared. Boom. This is the correct answer. They get it right, they move on. There they go. Now, let's say they get a question wrong. I don't know if this is the right answer or not. I'm guessing it was right. Wow. Okay, let's say I need to guess wrong. Man, I'm too good of a guesser. Boom. I got this one wrong. Now, it looked like a dry erase board, and here's why. It was a screenshot of a dry erase board. Now, the reason I did that is because 1, it's hard to type those up on math, but 2, if a student gets it wrong, like I just got it wrong, what it does is it takes them to someone working, which I'm using my own videos, takes them to someone from YouTube working that exact problem that they can now work through. So I went in, I worked backwards. I was like, I want to work on multi-step equations. I went to YouTube, I went to my YouTube channel, I found a video where I was working multi-step equations, and what I did was I hit play on the video, and then I waited till I stepped out of the way because I did these problem of the day, so I did it on purpose. But I stepped out of the way like this, and then I just screenshot that problem, and then I put that in front of the video for students to work. They work the exact problem. If they get it right, they move on. If they get it wrong, they're directed to the video of me working that problem. How many times as a teacher, math or any other subject, do you give an assignment and a student can't get through that one problem and they can't work it on their own because it's just so unique, and then they Google it or search YouTube for it, and all they can do is find similar stuff, but a lot of times they don't even know what to search. This takes them to that problem. If you're not hype about this, you're not doing life right. You got to get hype as a teacher when you can help a student specifically and individually. Then I have them watch the video and they walk through, because my students know they work out their problem step by step. They would watch this teacher work out the problem, and then they would have to list in here on line 2, I didn't bring down the 4 or the 3. Boom. And then they join everybody else in the equation. This is easy to do. Easy to do, guys. Y'all should do it. It's just a great hack, okay? So those are my thoughts on Google Forms and how you can differentiate that for your classes, okay? Next, whenever you're delivering assignments in Google Classroom, you can make like the bell ringer. Say you do the quote of the day bell ringers that I have, and you want to apply that to all 7 of your classes. Even though they vary, quote of the day, it's a good way to get their mind rolling. It's only 5 minutes. It's a 2-point assignment, or it's not worth anything, whatever. It's just something they need to do every day. You can go in and you can actually select to send that to all of your classes at the same time, or all but one of your classes. This is something you can do in Google Classroom, and I've got it on the far right, specific classes. Or let's say you want to give, that you have 5 out of your 20 students that are falling behind on something, or they need more help, or they have a different way they like to learn. They like to listen to it instead of reading it. Okay, great. You can assign that specific assignment to just those 5 students by selecting in the right-hand side. You can go in and say which students you want to select for it to go to. Okay, so it's a great feature that Google has, and I've got videos on how to do that. Link in the bio or link in the description or whatever it's in. Quick tips. Forms, you can duplicate themselves in Classroom. If you're reposting an assignment that say you create a Google form that's a test, and you make it last year. Then you want to reuse it this year. So you go in, you find that post because you labeled it well, you bring it in, and it's got that Google form attached to it. What it does is it'll ask you, do you want to create a duplicate or a new form of it? You say yes. That way, when they fill it out and all their answers come in, it doesn't filter in with last year's students. It's a brand new crop of students, okay? So duplicate themselves in there. If you're an admin, you can do district-wide or school-wide classrooms with all your students. You could do quote of the day with every student in the district just as a principal or as a superintendent. And then you could give your thoughts and have other students in the district give their thoughts. And if you're thinking, well, a student could write something inappropriate, okay, great. You could go in and address it. You find that student's comment, you screenshot it or save it or whatever. That becomes a discipline issue. It's the same thing as if you were in the auditorium, you had everybody there and a kid yelled out something inappropriate. That's the same thing as them commenting, and it's a good way for them to learn in an environment where you can go in, screenshot it, handle it, and delete it, and that student can learn from it and not go out on the internet and be a troll on YouTube comments, because I see those too. You can run polls. It's a good way, like, hey students, how do you feel like your virtual classes are going? And you can assign that to every student in the district and get a real quick look at how students feel about online learning. You can do it for your class. How do you feel as a class we're doing in online learning? And you can start asking for opinions and ideas. Let the students give you ideas. They know what they like. Let them tell you. And obviously you don't have to listen to, I don't want to do any work. Be like, okay, well then graduate. So you can send emails. We talked about that. You can target people with assignments specifically. You can do the same thing with emails, and you can send out emails to specific students. It does so much more. If your school's not a Google school, just tell your superintendent to call me or give me their number. I'll call them and tell them that they're not being a very good leader because they're not doing this correctly.
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back. Hey, it's Tyler here. I'm just gonna give you a little break. So if you need to go do something, you need to go use the restroom, get a snack, get something to eat, whatever, you can go do that. I was gonna chat with you about some stuff, give you some time to do that and check in, maybe say hi. If you want in the chat, let's do a little check-in. In the chat, how you feeling? Toss in your emoji of how you feeling right now. Let's do a little emoji checkup, if you will. So while you're doing that, I do want to give, you know what? I spent a lot of time writing this book, and I genuinely think this book is going to help you in your classroom. It's gonna inspire you more than anything. It's a read with me, and one of the things that I feel like I've never been the smartest dude in the room. I've never been, the most talented, but I'll say this, I was always been pretty approachable, I think. I've been approachable, and I think what this is, I've tried to be as relatable as possible. I'm talking about my experiences, things I've run into in the classroom, what I've learned as a teacher and as an administrator and as a student, what I learned. And so this is the Baller Teacher Playbook. If you're interested in checking this out, I recommend, of course I recommend, it's my book. It's not the best book on education, but I think it's good enough to help you in some way. It's got a lot of practical experience in it. I've got quotes. That's a do you boo-boo. I could have picked a better chapter. Here's one thing, I want to show you one thing that I did at the end of each chapter, because I know teachers, okay? I put in practical application, I put in reflection, because we know reflection is important, even though we never have time to do it, but it's got spots for you to write that in, so this is something you can work on by yourself or with your team. But here's the part that I did, and this is legit just for teachers. I don't know if you can see that. I put in, at the end of each chapter, I have a section called TLDR. That's internet talk for too long, didn't read. So what that means is, let's say you've got a team meeting, okay? Because there's 18 chapters in here. That means you and your team, or you and your building, you can go through a chapter once a week. You meet on your planning period and spend 10 minutes talking about what you did, what you tried, what worked, what didn't work, stuff to help improve your class and improve your students. Every week you can do that. Have you ever done this? In the chat, be honest, you ready? Have you ever had a team meeting where you're supposed to read something and you're walking over to the meeting and you're like, oh no, I forgot to read the thing I'm supposed to read that we're gonna discuss for like 15 minutes. So you just try to chill and hopefully don't get called on or get called out for not reading it. At the end of each chapter, I have a section called TLDR where in 2 to 5 bullet points, I summarize the chapter. So you could be walking to the meeting, you could read these 3 or 4 bullet points and be able to have a conversation about the entire chapter. There's stories in here, there's practical experience, there's ways that I messed up, ways that I failed, and then ways that I feel like I succeeded, and I'm just talking through what I learned from both of those. And I would love for you to learn and grow with me. So if you want to check out that book, it's on Amazon. I'll have the link on the screen if you want to get it.
Link is in my bio. I link links everywhere to it. So Baller Teacher Playbook. I think it can help you in your classroom. Okay, we're about to get started. Kick back into it. Hopefully you're ready to roll, ready to go. And let's jump back in. Let's jump back in like Michael Phelps, okay? Well, does that work? Does that work? I mean, he jumps into the pool. That's what I was going for. I need to know more like high diver. High divers would have been better. I'll tell you this. We're gonna stick the landing like Carrie Strug. Y'all remember her? Carrie Strug, remember the Olympics? Georgia Olympics? Atlanta Olympics? You remember that? It's okay. It's a very narrow reference. All right, let's get started. Let's kick it off. Let's jump back in. Get your notes out. Get your screens pulled up. Get your coffee ready. Get your ice water. Your sweet tea. If you're from Arkansas like me, you know you like that sweet tea. And we're about to kick it off. Here we go. Let's get back in. Let's get back in. I'll see you guys. Okay, so now we've talked about some Google products, some of the stuff that's built in. Now I want to talk about an app that a Google add-on, not an app, but an add-on that we talked about yesterday, an extension add-on, whatever you want to call it. We cover this in my Google add-ons roundup that we did this summer, or if you checked it out at tarveracademy.com/honorroll. What's up? We talk about this as one of the add-ons that I think is super helpful. It's turning audio into, like, putting it into your classroom, how you're grading and you're doing things with Google. Our friend, because we're all gonna learn from her, we're gonna love hearing from her, is Courtney Worthen, and she is going to talk to us about Moat. Moat, it is an add-on. Go get it right now. You don't need to forget about it. You need to see the little M pop up with the purple whenever you're working, so you're reminded that you can use this amazing add-on. Courtney, go for it. Take it away.
Hello everyone, my name is Courtney Worthen. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Spring Hill Elementary in the Bryant School District. Today, I would like to share with you one of the extra little tidbits that I picked up this year as a virtual teacher. It is a Google extension called Moat. Moat is a way to leave audio feedback and comments throughout the various Google apps for education. So let me share with you how to get this started. So on your Chrome web store, search for the extension Mote, M-O-T-E, and click Add to Chrome. You will give it some permissions. And of course, it will then lead you to its website. You can look through the various information they have there. I like to go over here to my puzzle piece for my extensions and put a pin in some of these extensions that I use a lot. So that may be something you're interested in. So let's see what this looks like throughout our various Google apps. First off, I'm going to show you what it looks like in a doc. So while this is coming up to our classroom, let me fix the E. There we go. You will see the comment box up here next to the share button. And of course, you also have the insert comment over here. And then of course, you also have the little comment, add comment that will pop up there. Now, instead of typing here, we are going to look for the Mote button to pop up. You will click this when you are ready to record. It immediately begins recording. So there's no countdown, just a fair warning. When I click this, you will see that there is a countdown from 30 seconds. Hello guys, today we will learn how to use Mote. When you're finished, you will click done. It begins setting up the link. You can come over here to the purple pencil and do some editing from 30 seconds. You can go to translate and all sorts of things. So I'm going to exit that. When you're ready to post, just click comment. So now anyone who has permission to view this particular document will also be able to listen to my Mote. Same thing happens here in Google Sheets. You will just look for the comment button. Of course, it's working. It's thinking. While this is coming up, I will let you know. So at the beginning of the year, I noticed that through Google Classroom and the various Google things, it's kind of hard for me to write my feedback all the time. I was spending so much time trying to type things out and trying to get the words just right so that my fourth graders would actually read it. And so around Christmas time, I guess I was on Facebook and found Schools Without Walls. They had actually posted something about Moat. And then at some point, maybe a week or so later, I had gotten an email about it as well. I'm sure I'm signed up for something. You know how that goes. And so just between those two things, I thought, nah, let's give it a shot. And it was January and the kids needed something different anyway. So that is just what I did. We installed this and I began using it as much as possible. Again, you will see the Moat button that will pop up here. I think my internet is a little bit slow today, guys, sorry. But you will just click that, record your message, and then push comment whenever you're ready to post. So that is Docs and then Spreadsheets. So also you can go to Slides and also add a comment, just like we did in the other two, in Sheets and Slides. You could just write something here and then add the comment. Okay, guys, I promise you it will come up. I'll show you this Moat here in just a second with some other option. Now, there we go. So here's my Moat button. I've clicked it. It is ready for me to record. Good morning, students. Happy Tuesday. When I'm done, click done. It's thinking. I can edit if I want, or I can go ahead and post the comment. And again, anyone who has permission to see these slides, they will also be able to go to my Moat. Okay, Google Classroom. Let me show you Google Classroom. I like to use it in various ways. Of course, I can use the documents and sheets and all that. I can post comments and give feedback to my students. But I also like to post a checklist at the end of the day for my students to know what all was expected of them throughout the day and what all they need to make sure to have turned in. So I go ahead and attach a voice note here as well. As we all know, students may or may not read through everything. This morning, you should have worked on your free writing for 20 minutes. Okay. So there you go. You can see that. You can also add personal comments and class comments under the different things that you post. Here, I actually even have a student who can, she will actually send a voice note back to me because she loved Moat so much that she went ahead and installed it within her Google. And so she can actually send me messages back. And like I said, she just did that in the private comments. It worked. It worked. So there you go. You can see that. That's how to use it in Google Classroom. Now, you can also open up Google or Gmail. I have been going back and forth with a kiddo over something, and so I'm going to send him another little note. You will see that I can just push reply all, whatever it is you need to do. And then you will see this little Moat button down here. As soon as you click it, it begins recording. There's your 30-second countdown. So when I'm done, I click the Moat button again. It begins to prepare it. And then it loads. As soon as you click it, it begins. And so then you would just push send. Okay. So as far as assessments, you can use this in Google Forms. This is brand new. Something I'm very excited about. So just set up your form. We're going to add a question. I think I'm going to ask them, S3 learn today in math class. And so then I can also record my voice here. Students, please list 3 things you learned today in math class. Click done, and it attaches right there. Okay, one other thing is in Google Slides. You'll notice that at the top here, I mentioned there was the Moat button. Well, I like to use it on slides this way. So instead of just commenting, I like to use a lot of text on my Google Slides and then link questions or link different research websites or whatnot. Well, so if there's something that they are going to need to read, of course, I always encourage them to read it on their own, but I will also record a Moat for them. You can hear that here. All the different parts of your eyes work together to help you see. So that is something I encourage. If you need an excuse to use Moat, that is one way to use it right there. So you would just click the Moat button that's at the top, like you see here. Give it all the permissions you need to, and then go ahead and record, and then drag your Moat button wherever you need it to go. Okay, so how much does this cost? Well, everything that I have shown you is free. So you can get the various comment buttons to send feedback. You can use it for presentations. There are some emojis that you can play around with if you would like to do that in Docs. You can monitor the engagement. So I said earlier that you could go ahead and put a Moat button up here in your toolbar. So right down here, you'll see my activity and engagement. So you can see if your kids are actually listening. That's always helpful. You can also record notes here and then link it to various things that wherever you need it to link to. I like to link it a lot to my Google Keep. That really saves me a lot of trouble in the grocery store. So that's something to think about as well. Now, that will only give you 30 seconds to record at a time, which you saw for the most part, that's plenty of time. There is an essential package for $19 a year. That gives you pretty much everything I showed you here, but then it just adds 90 seconds instead of just 30. The next one is called Unlimited for $39 a year. And if you would like some of these options, I think it's probably pretty worth it. You can transcribe your notes, it's voice to text. You can translate it into various languages. You also have a STEM mode where you can explain different mathematical equations and scientific notes and all that sort of stuff. So that is something to consider as well. So, guys, that's it for Moat. I really encourage you to look into this. It is a time saver, trust me. Please try to go to YouTube and look up Moat Minutes, and they have some spectacular ideas and ways to share this in your classroom. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful summer with your PD, and happy moating.
Okay, speaking of add-ons, if I'm talking about something that I think is one of the best add-ons for educators, I used it almost like literally it saved me hours a week when I was an administrator. It is an incredible add-on. It's called Autocrat. I want to give you a quick walkthrough of what Autocrat looks like. This is a 7-8 minute walkthrough. I do a 3-hour session where I walk educators through this at tarveracademy.com/honor-roll, unless you watched it during the summer training whenever it's popping up. If not, you can check it out there, full walkthrough. It can save you a ton of time. You can use it for discipline, attendance, anything that you need sent and created out of a Google form or a Google Sheet. It's the go-to. So this is Autocrat with this guy. What up? Tyler here, and I want to show you how to use Autocrat. Autocrat is essentially an automated email system that you can create emails based on what people put into a Google form. So there are multiple ones to use. I've used this one. We'll show you how to use it. Here we go. Okay, so the first thing you do if you want to build this is build whatever you want to automatically be emailed to someone else. You can make it output as a PDF or editable Google Doc or a couple other things. So whenever you're picking it, look through. The key thing on this is whenever you want something to autofill from the form, make sure you put it between those little arrows, the greater than and less than signs. And so I always put what I want to go in there inside those two sets so that I know exactly where that's going to go when I'm inputting into Autocrat. You're going to see here in a second. So the next thing you do is you create a Google form. So I created this one. It's a skip notifier. If kids skip a class period, I want it to email them, letting them know they have detention. So there's the form. You create it, put all the information you want in it. Next, you're going to go to your spreadsheet that creates out of the Google form. And so once you're in there, go to add-ons. If you don't have Autocrat, go into the Google store and find it. Then we're going to open it. So once you're in Autocrat, it's fairly intuitive. The steps you go through, I believe there's 7 or 8 steps. And so we're going to kind of walk through a couple of those through one I've already created. And then you can go through and create one that adapts to what you want. Now, nothing can autofill unless you put those greater than and less than signs. If you can't tell, I'm stalling. Okay, so I'm going to go and edit and show you what this one looks like. You're going to want to create a new one in the lower right where it says new. Okay, so the first thing is you want to name it. This part really doesn't matter. You're just saying it so you can find it later. Next thing you're going to do is you got to find that template. All right, I've got my template already attached to the skip notification form, this little guy. All right, so pull that in, choose from your drive, and go find that template. Next, I want to map the source data to the template in whatever I want to autofill from the questions in the form. So, for instance, right here, I want under first name, I want student first name to populate. Under last name, I want the student last name to populate. And then you just roll through. As long as you label these right here correctly, then it's going to be a lot easier for you in the long run. When I first started, I did numbers. Terrible idea. Because the tutorial I said, said to do that. Don't do that. All right, so whenever you're in there, go to File Settings. You can even have it auto-populate in the file and email names. So all you do is put them inside your greater than and less than brackets. And so whenever you're over here, you can select it, and that'll automatically copy it, and then you can just paste it in there. Okay, I don't want to. I want it to be student's first name, last name, and then it says morning detention notifications. So students know it's important from the file. I can choose what I want it to export as. I go with PDF so they can't change it and say, well, my doc says this. Well, no, it doesn't. It's a PDF. Next, I choose the destination folder. That's going to pick the folder that they're going to all drop into so I can go back and look for them later. That's in my own drive. Dynamic folder reference, I don't use this because I don't know how. If I did, I would show you. I've tried to use it a few times. It's a little more advanced feature. And so let's set the merge option. I don't want any conditions. I want it to automatically send as soon as someone submits a form. Okay, so when it sends it, this is the part where I choose what's going to look like whenever someone shares it. So I'm going to go in there. I'm going to select Share Doc. Yepers. I want it to go out as a PDF. Allow them to reshare. No. So send from generic, no reply. If you do that, that means that it doesn't come from your email. That way you don't get replies from kids or whoever you're sending it to. It'll just go from no reply at your organization or at whatever. So it'll no reply you. All right. Here I pick where I want it to go, who I want it to go to, and I want it to go to the student's email address. You can also CC the teacher's name if you want to, or whoever submitted the form. All right, and so we go in, I listed all the information I want to be sent, and it goes through. I want it to run on the form trigger. That means as soon as they submit the form, I want it to run. So save, and that's it. Now, let's see what it looks like whenever they submit. I've already filled out the information for a student. I hit submit. Skip notifier. Your response has been recorded. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you to say. My thanks for the update. Forget that. I have to cut that part out. Okay. Now, in my email, I have to wait for that. Tyler, you're gonna have to cut this. Sorry, bro. Okay, so it's gone into my email from no reply. Important. Draco Malfoy. That's the student's name I put in there. He's always getting in trouble. Morning detention notification. I click on it. It is autofilled. You have received morning detention for missing an MLT or SAT, mandatory learning time. Refer to attached PDF and where to go and when, etc. I click on the PDF. It is from my template. It has created this. It has filled in the name. It has filled in the time I missed, the date. Everything that I want to go in there is automatically filled. AutoCAD is incredible for bypassing what used to humans had to input and put in. It goes automatically from these forms. And so it's a great way to expedite your process, save you time to where you can focus on students, learning, or whatever else you're doing with your time. So thank you so much for tuning in. Hope it helped. Okay, well, I know you're probably sick of hearing me and seeing my face, so I thought it'd be great if we did an entire session with me on YouTube for education. What's up? So we're about to go through and learn about YouTube education from your boy, Tyler Tarver. YouTube is a great tool. Even if you're not creating for YouTube, hopefully you're using this tool and it's a good, you're like, was that a Google tool? Yeah, Google owns YouTube. It integrates with everything else. So I'm gonna talk through kind of everything I've got, not everything, but a huge chunk of what I got using YouTube, and I might give you glimpses of what we talked about yesterday with regards to some of the video engagement tools and the building community tools, but for the most part, I really just want to lean in on YouTube, give you an overview of probably one of the greatest educational tools in the history of mankind. So here we go. Let's get started and talk about YouTube for education. If you would, start us off, if you're watching live, go in the comments, or if you're watching this later, in the comments, tell me, where are you coming from? What do you teach? And or what subject are you taking right now? What grade are you in? If you're a student or teacher or doing anything, I'd love to hear where you're coming from. Hit me up in the comments. HMU, that means hit me up. Okay, let's get started. So if you want to join along, we've got links in the description to some of the resources, including the presentation that you're looking at right now. Which way is it? It'd be on this side, right here. Okay, so check that out. If you want to join, it's at bit.ly, that's a bit.ly, bit.ly/YouTube for life, number 4 life, all lowercase. So go there, you can follow along on the presentation. There are links inside the presentation that give you resources and ideas. You can screenshot, you can do whatever you want to help grow in your classroom using the tools and the ideas that we're gonna throw at you today. So here we go. Well, if I remember how slideshows work, there it is. Okay, so let's first start off with this. I'm gonna kind of hit you with my experience on here, and it's not to say that everything I've done on YouTube is success. It's not, I promise you that, okay? However, I have been on YouTube for well over a decade doing educational videos. I was one of the first teachers out there throwing videos on there to help their students. And I did it because it was just convenient, which we'll talk about in a second. But over time, I have 2 channels, and those 2 channels have amassed over 60, almost 70,000 subscribers across the 2 channels and over 15 million views. So I'm not bragging, because there are tons of YouTubers that have way more than me, but I'm just saying it to say, whatever mistakes you're gonna make, I've made them. So hopefully through this tutorial, I'm gonna give you a head start on a way to be successful, whether you're making videos or you're just presenting videos to your classes. YouTube quick facts. One thing I think is important to know is some information about YouTube as a platform. YouTube is a social media platform. It's unique in that it is social media like Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. You can communicate, you have community. There are people that connect over that and find community there, just like social media. However, it is also a search tool. Fun fact, what is the #1 largest search engine in the entire world? It's Google. Number 2 is YouTube. Sorry, Bing, you didn't make the cut. It's YouTube. People search YouTube, and guess who owns both of them? Google does. Google owns Google and YouTube, so they own the top 2 search engines in the world. If people want to know something or learn something or expand, their knowledge, they're going to Google it or they're going to YouTube it, okay? And honestly, when you Google it, you're doing both, because Google wants to push YouTube to the top of the search because they want to promote their platform, and they know, you don't really get I've been on just Googling things for hours. No, but you'll look up and it's been 3 hours. You've just gone through like this wormhole of YouTube videos. So they know that grabs you and keeps you on their site longer than just Googling something. So it's something they're pushing that's important to them. Okay, so some fun, quick facts about YouTube. Every single minute, over 300 hours of video is uploaded to YouTube. The amount of content on YouTube, the amount of resources that are there it's almost incomprehensible because it's nonstop from so many sources, valid sources, non-valid sources, people like students making it, teachers making it, everybody that wants to produce content can produce it and put it on YouTube for free. So it is becoming this library of resources, not only like, oh, I can have community there, I can enjoy this as entertainment, but it's also education. And so I think the struggle for a lot of teachers is not, oh, wow, like, what am I going to use in my classroom? It's finding those good resources. It's navigating this huge library, this massive library of resources. How do I navigate that and help my students? So that's one of the things we're going to talk about today. It has over 1.3 billion users. That's a third of the internet. A third of the internet. It's insane. Top creators earn upwards of $20 million plus a year. Y'all ever heard of Ryan's Toy Review? You heard of Ryan? Yeah, Ryan is like 7 and made over 25 million just on YouTube ads last year. That's not including his toy partnership with Walmart. It's not including his, his Nickelodeon. They'll put his vlogs on Nickelodeon and play it as a show. Any of the brand deals where they, hey, we'll send you a toy for $5 million or $1 million or whatever, and you just play with it on your show. I'll tell you this. A lot of you guys are rolling your eyes on the fact that all these YouTube creators make so much money, but I'll be honest with you. They are underpaid for what they are bringing to companies that partner with them. And here's why. Is because YouTube, they have attention. People that watch, when my kids watch Ryan play with a toy, they want that toy because it looks fun. And their friend Ryan, who they watch every day, who they feel like they're friends with, they're going to want to play with the same toy. They trust Ryan. Whenever my son, we started a gaming channel, Tarver Gaming. That's what's up. It's my son's channel, and we film us just playing video games. When we first started making it, he would like look at the camera and he'd go, hey Ryan, if you're watching this, please like the video. Like he thought that Ryan, who has, tens of millions of subscribers, was just gonna watch our video, which Ryan, if you're watching, thanks for watching, like and subscribe. But also, it's a mindset that these young people have and that they feel connected to people online, which again, we're going to talk about that later when we talk about community. Now, one thing, before we get going, if you could, please, we're going to practice the thumbs up. Hit the like button on this video if you're watching this. If you have ever seen a YouTube video that you like, hit like on this video to make up for not liking the video that you actually liked. Plus, it's nice because, you're watching this for free, so I appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe. That's cool. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry, got distracted. Over half of YouTube's views are on mobile. It's way over that. That's even educational videos. So my educational math or Google tutorials or whatever I'm teaching on there, you would think like, oh, students are only going to watch a math video on a computer because they're doing homework that they're supposed to do. No, they will watch it on whatever device they have, because if I'm typing my paper on my computer, I'll just watch it on my phone or my tablet or something else. Mobile is the platform for the future. Okay, it is. Like, I know desktops are prevalent right now, but devices, that's where we're going to go in the future. So if you're making content, keep in mind the mobile friendliness of whatever you're making. It reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than any cable news network. That's insane. And you was talking earlier about the amount of money that marketers aren't putting into advertising on YouTube or putting into partnering with YouTubers. Commercials, TV commercials, is an $80 billion a year industry. When was the last time you watched a TV commercial? I'll answer that for you. It was on the Super Bowl. And you know what the last time before that was? The previous Super Bowl. Because we do not go in and just want to watch commercials. It's a nuisance to us. And they're putting all this money into something that people are going out to get to the fridge, or they're going to the restroom or whatever during those times. But you know what we're actually doing during those times? Most of the time now, we're pulling out our phone. If you're watching something on your TV and you're watching it on Hulu and an ad pops up, what do? You grab your phone, you check your text, you're looking on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. You might be watching YouTube while you're waiting on another video to come on. They know the attention is on the phone. So these creators for the phone, when a kid in your class or your kids are like, I want to be a YouTuber, an Instagrammer, don't scoff at them. That is one of the most sought after jobs right now, and not just because it's awesome to travel the world and get paid for it or play video games, get paid for it, but because it is profitable and it is a long-lasting thing that those young people can turn into essentially any career they want. So if I'm a video game creator and I've got this following, after 5 years, I might get sick of doing video games. You know what? I'm just going to do a daily vlog where I just hang out with my family and I film it. A lot of that audience will stick with it because they feel like they're connected to those people. So know that if a student or somebody's like, I want to lean into YouTube, or you want to lean into YouTube, that's not something to laugh at. It is important, and you can provide people value, and you can also make a living off of it, possibly. So, and it's all thanks to Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson. I don't know the specifics on this, but apparently there was something that happened on national television involving these two. I don't know what it was. I don't even know. But back then in 2004? The very beginning of 2004, one of the people that worked at PayPal, the online money people, he missed what happened at halftime. Well, everybody was talking about it, but nobody's like showing what happened. He's like, well, I want to know what happened. I want to see it. Everybody's talking about it. I can't even see what's happening. He's like, there should be an online platform where you can go and people can upload current things that are happening. So he helped create YouTube. And then like within a year, Google bought YouTube, and it became what it is today. So I want to talk about a couple features and a couple things that over the years of doing this presentation at conferences and at schools, it's questions I've gotten. And again, it's going to sound like I'm promoting like, hey, you should sign up for this or do this. I'm not. You do whatever you want to do. Okay, you do you, boo-boo. I'm just going to go in. I'm going to tell you about it so that you understand the difference, because a lot of people get confused because it's a similar branding. Okay, so let's start here. YouTube Premium. You have probably heard of this. This is something that YouTube will push on theirs. Like, don't want to see ads? Sign up for YouTube Premium. Try 1 month for free or 3 months free or whatever it is. YouTube Premium is essentially the premium version of YouTube, where you pay around $10 a month to not have to see an ad on any video. None at all. And you think to yourself, oh, that's great, but that's not worth $10. Well, that's not all you get for that. YouTube Premium, for about $10 a month, you get no ads on any video, which is convenient if you're playing a video for your class in the classroom and it comes up and there's some, inappropriate commercial or whatever that starts playing. You're like, cover your eyes. This one, you would have no ads, starts playing. It's not even an ad on the side, okay? Also, you get Google Play is what it used to be. Now it's YouTube Music. So you get free streaming music where you can pick any song that's on YouTube. Fun fact, think of all the streaming services: Spotify, Apple Music, what else is there? Pandora, YouTube. 49% of the online music market is YouTube. So as big as Spotify is, YouTube has half of the entire market. So when you think of YouTube Music, they might be an up-and-comer as far as developing that app, but just know they have the largest amount of attention, the largest amount of library. So if I'm going to put my money anywhere, I'm putting it towards YouTube Music. Also, with that premium, you get originals. So it's like YouTube's version of Netflix. Like Justin Bieber did a documentary on it. Do y'all remember The Karate Kid, the movie from the 80s? Well, they did a spin-off TV show on YouTube Premium. It's a YouTube original, and it's called Cobra Kai, and it was pretty popular. They've done 2 or 3 seasons now. I saw the first season. It was really good. I heard most of the first season. I liked it. Not enough to, I guess, finish it, but I liked it, okay? So that's what YouTube Premium. You can also store videos offline. So if you're going to get on a flight, or say you're about to travel across the country and you don't want your kids to use all your data, on your iPad, while you have Wi-Fi, you can download a bunch of videos and save them from YouTube in the YouTube app on there. And then when they go on the road, you have no Wi-Fi and you don't want to use your data, they can just use the downloaded videos. If you get on a flight, I'll used to download a bunch of old Vine videos and watch them because it distracts me. And then also you can play audio in the background. So for instance, a lot of times when you're on YouTube and you start playing a video and then you switch out of YouTube, you lose it. So it's like, here, I start playing here. You can hear that video I started playing.
To prove you're the GOAT, this is your chance.
See, it still plays. I can go open up my texts. I can open up anything that I want. Instagram. Now I gotta, that audio is loud. So I can keep playing the audio. It's a good way for you to listen. Like a lot of times I'll roll to a news station and start listening and it'll just like scroll into other stuff off of it. And that's my audio. It's like I use YouTube for my podcast, which that's why like Joe Rogan, Mark Maron, all these dudes, they'll put their podcasts on YouTube as well, because people are using it just to listen, not to watch and listen. And you get all this for the same price as what you're paying for Spotify. And Spotify is essentially the equivalent of, YouTube Music. So just a thought. Save yourself some money. I don't get any money off of that. If I do, cool, mail it to me. I don't care. Cash at me. I'm just kidding. Don't give me any of your money. Use it to make solid purchases. Okay, YouTube TV. This is different than YouTube Premium. You have YouTube Premium, which is like the step up from YouTube. And then you have YouTube TV, which is YouTube's attempt to go and take that cable news market, the cable TV market. They are partnered with like a ton, almost every channel. And then for $55 a month, you get to use YouTube TV app on your phone, your tablet, your TV, wherever you want. And you can add 5 family members to it. And they can have their own profile. They can DVR, I still call it DVR. They can save, DVR save any show they want, any movie they want that's playing on any channel. So I can go into my YouTube TV app and I can search The Walking Dead. And I say, yeah, I like this. I hit the plus sign. What it's going to do is anytime The Walking Dead comes on any channel, it's going to save it for me at any point in time, as long as I like that still. It'll save it and store and organize it by season and episode across. So some of them might be from FX, some might be from AMC. Whatever channel it's playing on, it'll organize it for me into that. And then I can like skip through the ads by just like double tapping on the screen, and it'll skip through the commercials because, like I said, ain't nobody watching the commercials. So that's one of the features of YouTube TV that you can use. Okay, and then you can share with 5 family members, and they can have their own that you can't see what they're DVRing. It's not like cluttering yours up, and there is no limit to the DVR amount on there. So you could literally just save. I mean, what is like 100 gigs or essentially a full Netflix? Like you can create your own Netflix of all the shows you ever want to watch or do watch, movies, sports, all of it. You can do it. And yes, you can watch live events. And you notice one of the things with YouTube is whenever you go to YouTube, their algorithm pushes stuff that you like in front of your face, even if you're not subscribed to it. YouTube TV does the same thing. So if I go in and watch a bunch of like old war movies, then guess what it's going to do? It's going to tailor my experience when I first sign on to, accommodate what they think I like, which might be war movies. And here's the thing too, they pull it across all of your, like if you go to regular YouTube and watch a bunch of stuff, they'll start pushing stuff on the YouTube TV app that is related to what you watched there because they know that you like it. So it's like they're learning you and trying to adapt your experience around what they know you like based on watch time, likes, comments, engagement, all of it. So it's great because it's doing all the work for you and finding stuff that you like. Some people are like, I don't want anybody to know about myself. That's for me to know, for them to find out. That's fine. And don't ever get on the internet because guess what? You're getting tracked everywhere you go. So I'm kidding. Okay. So if you don't have these 2 apps, you need to download them right now on your phone. First one is YouTube, which I've got circled and clipped on there. And then the other one is YouTube Music. Even if you don't sign up for premium, you can still use YouTube Music and it's going to tailor your experience around what you actually watch and like on YouTube. So it's still going to tailor it around you and your personal, likes and dislikes. So use it. It's almost like Pandora. Like you don't get all the features you get if you're on premium, but it's still a great app to have for music. Okay, cool. Now let's get down to the nitty gritty. Here we go. We are in the talks about YouTube. And by the way, don't forget to like, subscribe. So if you haven't, tell me this in the comments. What is your favorite YouTube channel, educational or not, that you watch? Tell me right now in the comments. I'd love to hear. And I'm in the comments with you and I'm talking. Tell me what you like, okay? As you're doing that, I'm gonna explain to you essentially the way every website on the internet does content. Either they create good content, or they create content, not always good, but they create content, or they curate content, which means they gather or they have a place where people can put all the stuff. So for instance, if I'm a news station, I'm creating content all the time. Netflix, how they make their own stuff. They curate content from different, TV shows and networks and all these old shows and movies, but also they create their own. They create. So they're a combination of the two. A lot of people will just create their own stuff. If I have a blog and I'm writing, I'm creating for my blog every day or every week or whenever it is. That's me creating for it. Now, curating. That is what YouTube does. Because when was the last time you went to YouTube to watch a video by YouTube? You don't do it. You go to YouTube to watch videos by so-and-so or by your aunt or by your teacher or your students or whatever it is. You're going there because YouTube curates that. Facebook. You don't go to Facebook to watch Mark Zuckerberg's videos. You go to Facebook to watch videos from your cousin or your friend or a person you went to high school with. It curates the content for you. So what I like to break that down as far as YouTube goes is you can have a YouTube channel. It's free. You can start a YouTube channel and you can create content for your channel. Or your channel can be incredible and you never make one video for it. All you do is curate content from across YouTube and bring that in as resources for your students, your teachers, your staff, parents, whoever. You can curate and find good stuff. So you ever heard people like, I can't make that, but I know what looks good. I know, what is a good resource or a valid resource. Cool. You can be very valuable to people across YouTube by just organizing what you know and what you see as a good, valid resource. So there you go. So if you're like, I'm never going to make a YouTube video, that's fine. That's okay. I'm actually going to address what you can do right out front. Okay, so here we go. I want to start with this. Why did I start making YouTube videos? I told you guys I have thousands of YouTube videos out there. I've got a couple channels. Well, 3, I guess, including Tarver Gaming. So I've got 3 channels out there. And why did I start making educational YouTube videos? And the reason is because I did it out of necessity to help my students. When I first started teaching, I was teaching high school math, and I had one class period that was at our ALE, our Alternative Learning Education, Alternative Learning Environment. And I would go there and teach. Well, the problem with teaching there, just like one class period a day, is I had students, I had like 20 or so students in there, and I have students that are on all different levels. So I've got some students that are taking Algebra 1, some in Algebra 2, Algebra Connections, Algebra A, Algebra B, Geometry, occasionally a Trig Pre-Cal. You get these students that are all taking these different subjects, and you're supposed to teach those within the same class period. And this is like 2008, I guess. And I'm sitting here thinking, how am I supposed to teach all of these things at the same time? So what I did was I started recording myself teaching geometry, which I was teaching in the regular classroom, and I would record those videos, and then I would take those a chapter at a time, and I would upload them to these iPods that the school had bought. Do you remember the iPod, the video iPods with the scrolly wheel, like scrolly wheel iPods? You gotta remember. If you remember those, if you had one of those, tell me in the comments, say, yup, I had it. I had one of those. I had a scrolly wheel iPod. Rest in peace. I don't think, do they even make those anymore? Let me know that in the comments. If not, we need to go buy one on eBay. It'd be worth money someday. So I would upload a chapter at a time because there wasn't enough room for all the chapters of geometry, and I'd upload them there. And so students in geometry, they would work out of the book, and so I'm teaching to that exact book. So that's good because if I just went and found a video, it's not going to really relate to exactly to the book we're using. So I'd teach out of the book, and the students would watch the video with their headphones in off the little scrolly iPod, and then they would work, and then I would be more of a facilitator. They would ask questions and say, Mr. Tarver, how do I do this? Or I got stuck here, or I didn't do this, explain this to me. And I would help them, whenever they needed it. And then the first half of class, I would teach Algebra 1 in person. In the second half of class, I teach Algebra 2. So it's like I would flip when I would teach. So that way I could teach 3 subjects adequately at one time. Well, here's an example of one of them that I made. I filmed this on my prep period. It's slope intercept formula. I don't know if you guys remember this little chicken nugget. I don't know if you remember it, but do you remember that formula, slope intercept formula? Did anybody know it before you saw it right here? Tell me in the comments if you did or didn't. Don't lie, we're watching. I'm kidding. But here's me teaching slope intercept formula with these awesome iMovie graphics. This video I filmed, I think in the summer. I was like cleaning up my room, and I was just like, you know what? This is an important topic. I tossed it up there, and look at this. It's helped. I say helped. It has been seen by 1.8 million people across the world since 2009. That's when I uploaded it because, I was like, hey, I'll just put these educational videos on YouTube because it's easier. 19,000 people have at least hit the like button. By the way, if you hit the like button on this video, do that because that means that you liked it and it makes me feel good and like I didn't waste my time making this. So that's why I started making them, and I put them on YouTube. I had a YouTube channel where I was trying to be funny and like make these things, and I found out pretty early nobody thinks I'm funny, but they want me to teach them math. So I had that as a separate channel because I didn't want to clutter my original channel. But now my education YouTube channel, Tarver Academy, it has like almost 10,000 more subs than my original one that I cared about, quotation marks. So I did it out of necessity. I didn't do it because I wanted to make money or I wanted to I want to get famous. I want to do I want to help. I just wanted to help my students. But in the process, I ended up helping students all across the world. And so you can too. Now, if you think, well, no, but how am I going to help people? Not every student's going to want. No, not every student is going to want to have you teach them the subject. However, do you have students in your class that you connect with, that connect with your personality and the way you teach? Guess what? That same percentage of whatever your class is, say it's 10% of your students genuinely connect and you're their favorite teacher in how you teach. 10%. Think of 10% of all the students doing that across the world and how you could help them and connect with them better than their in-classroom teacher or another teacher on YouTube or me. They could connect with you more than they connect with me. So I want to encourage you. You can do this. You can make videos. And also, it's fun because you kind of, and I don't want to say go into it knowing that you're probably going to get some rando comments every now and then, especially if a video gets popular. About one out of every, 30 or 40 video comments on my videos, somebody's making fun of me. So literally, all of you guys could make fun of me in the comments based on this video. I've probably heard it 100 times before. So that's true. But, and don't be discouraged by that, because it's usually just like my accent. They're like, wow, this guy talks like he's from Arkansas. I'm like, well, I am from Arkansas, so that's why I talk like that. Talk the way we're supposed to talk. Everybody else got the accent. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Nope? Okay. So I'm going to talk about curating first. Now, this is for the people that are never going to create a video on YouTube, but they might want to build out resources for their students, staff, or whoever that they want to through their YouTube channel, okay? But this also applies to people that are creating their own videos. So don't check out or scrub to the end if you're wanting to create videos. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I'm not your boss, but don't think this is not for you. These are things that you can do, and also you can teach your students to do to where they're actually curating and finding content for your class. Another fun thing about making videos is a decade later, you can look at them, like I'm looking at this photo right now, and I'm regretting my hair choices. I don't know what was happening there, what was with, that's called like a faux hawk, like a fake mohawk, where you just kind of push it together, and I've almost got like a mini mullet. That's terrible. I'm so sorry, guys. Anybody in there rock the faux hawk? Let me know if you did in the comments. What is the most embarrassing hairstyle you ever sported? Flock of seagulls? Y'all know what I'm talking about. So it's fun to go back and watch them later, and you still get comments all the time. So here we go. We're going to start real basic. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because a lot of you have already done this because you're on a YouTube channel right now watching this, so it's pretty evident if you do or don't have a YouTube channel. So let's talk about YouTube. YouTube is located at youtube.com. Fun fact, if you search the letter U, tube.com, it goes to like this welding supply company, and they have sued YouTube multiple times because people misinterpret how to go to YouTube, and they go to their site and it crashes because of all the traffic. You'd think they'd have already sold it by now. Like, you could retire off of selling something to YouTube. So here we go. If you're on YouTube, in the upper right hand corner, that's where you can see if you're signed in or not. If it says sign in, you're not signed in. Now, what do you need to create a YouTube account? All you need is a Gmail account, okay? So if you have a Gmail account, you automatically can just click that sign in. It's gonna ask you which email or Gmail account do you wanna attach it to. You select it. It's probably gonna ask you to create a name for your stuff. Do not worry, it is not gonna start recording you and putting you on YouTube immediately, okay? I promise. But it will help you go in here so that you can start tailoring your experience around you. And you'll use that email to sign in. Now, a lot of teachers will ask me, should I create a YouTube channel under my school email or my personal email? It's a great question. This is what I always default to. My default is create it under a personal email account, and here's why. Because then you have control of it. So say you don't teach at that school, like 15 years from now you don't teach at the school, okay? You love the school, it's the greatest school ever. As soon as you leave, about 6 months later, they're probably gonna delete your account, okay? So you won't have access to change, delete, add, do anything to those videos. It's out of your control. But if it's under yours and it's not breaking any of your school policies or rules, then you will have control of those and you can keep those videos forever, as long as you want. You might want to delete the whole page. That's fine. It's under your control and you get to control that, and it's not at the whim of someone else. So I recommend your personal account under your personal email, but again, I'm not you. You do what you want, okay? So you click that to sign in, and that's how you sign in. It's pretty simple. Step number 2, the basics. Subscribing. Find the stuff or people or channels that you like and hit subscribe. Like even earlier when I was like, hey guys, would you please subscribe to my channel? I'd really appreciate it if you hit that red subscribe button under the video. Some of you guys didn't do it because you're like, I don't know if I like anything else that they put. That's fine. Guess what? You can unsubscribe. It's literally 2 clicks to unsubscribe, okay? It's free to subscribe to people and it's free to unsubscribe, and I won't get notified if you unsubscribe or leave later. All it does is it says like, hey, you did this for me, I'm gonna subscribe, and it makes it easier to find their content later, okay? You're not gonna be inundated with my content just because you hit subscribe, but you might see a video that's related to the one you're watching now pop up in front of your face in the future. And it's the same for any channel. If you like a video that you see, it's better to subscribe and then unsubscribe if you don't like it down the road than not subscribing and then you can't find it down the road, okay? So there you go. Here's how you subscribe. Right here, this is a screenshot of my channel on YouTube. You would just go in and you click the red subscribe button. That is from the channel. Now, you can also do it from a video. So let's say I go to youtube.com. Here we go. We're going to YouTube. Da-da-da-da. Okay, I don't think I'm subscribed to ESPN, so we'll click on a video. Now, from the video, and again, you can see this on this video that you're watching unless you're watching it through my website, tarveracademy.com. Let's see. Boom. This is how most of y'all's probably looks. Right there. See the bottom right? See that right there? That is where you like. So if you haven't liked this video, do that under here as practice. You can share. This is where you can send it to people. And this red is where you subscribe. Boom. I'm subscribed. And you're like, how do you unsubscribe, Tyler? Oh, no, I didn't mean to subscribe. You click it again. It's going to say, are you sure? You say unsubscribe. That's it. It's that easy. So if you see something you like, subscribe to it. Don't be stingy with your subs. That's the truth. Okay, that's just Tyler's advice. All right, I'm not giving away right now. I mean, if you want to do a giveaway, we can. Just like and subscribe. Okay, so I want to kind of break down what you're going to see when you search so you know how to filter between anything you're looking for. So let's say if you want to practice and you're not doing it, like I'm giving you a link to leave what I'm talking about. But if you have your phone out or a tablet or something besides what you're watching this on, go to youtube.com. And in the search Tarver Academy. Okay, that's my channel, Tarver Academy. So it's safe. Nothing inappropriate will pop up. Now, from my screen, you can see I'm going to explain a few things that you're going to be able to differentiate between as you search for things. First one at the top. Do you see the circle? The circle around my face in front of the YouTube Space New York background from the Google Innovator. What's up, Google Innovators? And my Google Innovators say holla. Hey, any Google Innovators in here? If you are, tell me in the description. I'd love to hear it. If not, you should definitely apply. Tell them Tyler sent you, okay? So from that, sorry, I got distracted. So from the circle, if you see a circle, that is a profile of an account, okay? Then they'll see like Tarver Academy, that's the name of my account. And then it tells you their subscriber count, how many videos they have, and then it gives you a short description about them, okay? You can subscribe directly from here. So we've talked about you can subscribe from someone's channel page. You can subscribe directly under any video to the channel that made the video, or you can subscribe from here on the search, okay? Now, look underneath it, those 2 rectangles underneath it. Those are what you call videos, okay? What you actually see, like as the picture, it says Google Professional Development, and then it's got like another one underneath it. It's got me in that purple long sleeve shirt with the border. Those are either like a still frame from the video, or I've uploaded a graphic to represent what it is. So like that first one says Google Professional Development. That's a graphic I made in Canva and uploaded. That is called the thumbnail. Okay, so you're looking at it. That's supposed to attract people to your video. There you go. That's it. That's a video. It's a rectangle. Now, the third rectangle underneath my circle, that right there, do you see the difference in that video? It's a thumbnail, but then also like on the right side of it, the right 40 to 45% of it, it's like this black bar with a number that says 96. That is what's called a playlist. A playlist is essentially a grouping of videos based on whatever that YouTuber wanted to group them on. So we're going to talk about playlists here in a second, but that's how you differentiate what a playlist is versus a single video versus a channel, okay? And you can actually, in the search, when you click that little search, little magnifying glass, you can narrow it down. You see above my face on the circle, it says filter. That's where you can click and you can only search, I want to find some math YouTubers. You could literally click filter, say channels is all you want to go for, and search just for YouTube math channels, okay? So it's pretty self-explanatory, so I don't want to take up your time showing you how to do it. Here's a tweet that I thought was funny. It says, my friend's toddler babbled, "Don't forget to subscribe," as he was put to bed. Kid watches so much YouTube he thought it means goodbye. And people laugh and they think it's funny. I think it's funny. You might not be laughing. You might be laughing hysterically, okay? Cool. We have good similar senses of humor. But I think this is funny because it's true. This becomes part of culture with a certain group of students or group of young people or a certain generation. It's the same way with like the older generation. Facebook is becoming a community and a culture because that's where they all are. TikTok is now becoming a culture and community. They all kind of take on their own perspectives. Like and subscribe. You heard me say it at the beginning. I literally am wearing a shirt that says, "Don't forget to like and subscribe." It's something that they say because it helps the YouTubers out. So YouTubers say it and it just becomes common nomenclature. So there you go. Am I using nomenclature correct there? Tell me in the comments. Say, "Tyler, you're not very smart. You said it wrong." Okay, that's fine. I don't care. I've heard it before. Like I said, YouTube comments. All right, the next one. This is what, if you have students that start making YouTube channels, as soon as they upload a video, this is the first thing they will ask about. Monetization, which means making money off your videos. So the ads on the side, before you click play on a video, it pops up the ad at the beginning and it's like, "Hey, try out this tutor person," or whatever it is, tutoring. I get a lot of tutoring ads on mine because they're math videos, or some of them are. And so whenever they pop up, those ads, because you're viewing them, that makes the creator money. If it is, it makes the creator money. If you click on it, if you click on that ad, it actually makes them a lot more money. So the second most I ever made in a month on YouTube was because apparently in one of my videos, there was an ad on there for a tutoring service and the guy kind of looked like me because I just look like a standard random dude. And he looked like me, so they thought it was me giving the tutoring. And so a bunch of them clicked on it. It made me more money that month just because they clicked on it. But just getting views of those ads, the reps of that brand getting in front of their consumers, that allows them to make money. So, or allows the creator to make money. If you want to know the percentage, it's usually around 300 views gets you a penny. So the next time my kids are like, "When can I start buying stuff? I make this, these gaming videos." I was like, "Well, we got to get a lot of views before you do that, bro. You're not even close." And so whenever they, like your kids or your students, want to start making money off of it, they can't even monetize their videos from a new channel until they get like 4,000 watch hours in a month or 4,000 total watch hours and 1,000 subscribers. So it takes a while now to get it. And people are like, "Oh, why can't I monetize right away?" Because you could for a while. There for a few years until there was a video uploaded that was inappropriate that they were like, "Okay, we need to get stricter on our guidelines," and they cut back on it. Thanks, Logan Paul. And that's why they created the rule of 1,000 subs. And don't be discouraged because based on the regulations, you're making like $1.30 up until that point. That's what you're missing out on until you get the watches. So don't be discouraged. Just keep plugging away. Here's what this is what I tell people that want to create a YouTube channel. If you're doing it for the money, you're going to burn out. You are going to burn out. I've been on YouTube for 13 years now. I've been on it since 2007 making videos, and I still make videos every week on YouTube. If I was doing it to make money, I would have gotten frustrated, quit, and put my time somewhere else. I'm doing it because I want to help teachers and students learn and grow. I want to help people get better. I want to help people learn. That's what I'm passionate about. That's why I do it. I don't do it for, this entire training right here, this is something that schools used to pay me to come do, or conferences paid me to come do. I'm putting it out for free because I know in these times, people need these resources. And so that matters more to me than, "Oh, I'm going to hold out and not present it because of this." People want me to come, they'll ask me, but I want to do this because I want to help people learn, grow, make their classroom better, make themselves better. So find out what you're passionate about, what you would do if you never made $1 on it, and lean into that. That's my best advice. This also helps if you know what you're talking about. So number 4, notifications. You'll hear sometimes on YouTube videos, people are like, "Subscribe," and then make sure you turn on the notifications, and then go on your phone and turn on the settings for notifications to be hit, because it's like this whole process now. I said earlier, just because you're subscribed to somebody doesn't mean you're going to see all their videos. That's why they ask you to turn on notifications, because if you turn on notifications, every time that YouTuber uploads a video, you'll be notified, and it'll give you a push notification that you can ignore or not ignore, and you can click that and then go watch it. And it's a better way for them to see it, and that's why YouTubers want you to, because they want you to see the content, because they're putting a lot of time, effort, and energy into it, and they want people to see it, not randomly based on an algorithm. a few years ago, I had some videos, some math videos that were getting, they were getting, 10 to 15,000 views a month, and it was helping a lot of people, and I was making a little bit of money for them. And they did that for 3 or 4 or 5 years, and they were doing great. Had like 200,000 or 300,000 views on it. And then 2016, YouTube changed their algorithm, and bam, now they get no views. They don't get in the searches. They're just not one of the top 2 or 3 searches. And so I don't make any money off of them. I don't get anybody to see them. That's when I realized I could upload to try to hit some algorithm, or I can just make content that is going to provide people value. And you'll see some of that stuff that I've been doing here. And it's like, I don't care what the views get when I first upload, because I'm doing it for that. I'm doing it to help teachers and students down the road, giving them teachers resources they can use every day for 180 days. That's what I want to do. So notifications are great because it helps people get those immediate views, and you're not relying on the algorithm to just randomly put your stuff in front of people. So on the left, that's an example of my page. On the right, there's a little bell. After you subscribe, a little bell pops up. That's where you can control your notifications. When you click on it, and I've zoomed in on it right there, you can choose, it starts off with personalized. That means YouTube chooses when they push your videos in front of people. You can say none, which means I never want to be notified when this person uploads a video, or all. That means that they're going to make sure that you know through either a push notification or an email or something. They'll choose whatever route they think works best for you. You'll know when that person uploads a video. So if something matters to you, if a channel, you like it, or you like the content, or you want to know when they make more stuff, turn on those notifications. I'm not saying do it for me unless I fall into the categories of what you just said. So, playlists. Oh look, Michael Jordan. He showed up, promoted my channel. So nice of him. A lot of people don't know that he looks like that, but he does. Hashtag The Last Dance. Okay, so we're talking playlists. This is helpful for anybody, okay? Anytime you see like a floating head on this presentation, that is a link. If it's a floating head or a 90s cartoon, that is a link to something. So number one on playlists, they are so you can organize similar or related materials. That, if you click on Drake's laughing face, what that is, it takes you to a tutorial that I made on how to create a playlist, okay? So it's just me walking you through how to do that, which we don't have to watch all of that, so I'm gonna bounce away from it. Okay, so that's what you wanna do. You wanna organize similar playlists. Next, number 2, you wanna gather this information, you wanna gather these videos into playlists from multiple channels. So if I make a playlist, it doesn't just have to be my videos. If I'm making a playlist on solving linear inequalities, I can put 2 of my videos and then 3 videos from Yay Math. And I can have those in there and 1 random video from Khan Academy, which I would never do because I like Yay Math and myself. Just kidding. Good job, Khan. You're not watching. Okay, so you can put videos from any channel into a playlist. So don't think that you're restricted to just that one channel for a playlist. Number 3, you can put a video into multiple playlists. So for instance, my slope-intercept formula video, I have that in like 7 different playlists. It's in my slope playlist. It's in my intro to geometry playlist. It's in my ACT prep, my, in New York Regents prep. Like, it's in multiple playlists because it applies to all of those things. So if you have a video that's good, put it wherever it could apply. Next, let the students build the playlists. I'm gonna let that sit for a second. You can have students find the information they actually connect with instead of you trying to guess, like, oh, I think they'll like this video. You can have the students create it and put it in there. Oh goodness, I didn't link to it. I'll drop the link in the chat to this. I just made a video on this, on how to do this, because I was looking through and I was gonna link to it, and I noticed, I was like, hey, this is not like, I don't have a video on this. But what this means is you can create a playlist, say it's called The American Revolution. You can create the playlist, and then your assignment for your class can be, hey, everybody, you can drop the link in your Google Classroom, and your assignment can be, everybody find a video that is 5 minutes or less, I just like my own video, 5 minutes or less on the American Revolution, and put it into this playlist. So the students are building out, there we go, now it's linked in there. The students are building out the playlist themselves. And you're just gonna say, make sure it's appropriate, make sure that it applies to what we're talking about, put it in there, go. And then the students, that's their assignment. They're watching videos, finding them, all this, they watch that, and then like you can have them summarize the video. So you don't have to watch them, it's a resource for everybody, but then you have your students present in class and they're recapping the video. in like 30 seconds or less. Like that would be great. That's a great lesson. You should do that. So let the students build them. Examples. This needs to go. Bye. Okay, example. There's me teaching people about Google. That was actually part of my Google Trainer exam. Any Google Trainers in here? Tell me in the comments if you're a Google Trainer. If not, pass the level 1 exam, then pass the level 2 exam, then apply to be a trainer. Tell them Tyler sent you. Okay, so examples. Examples on how to use YouTube videos. You can use YouTube videos directly in a Google form. Who owns Google Forms? Google does. Who owns YouTube? Google does. Guess what? Google wants their stuff to work great across every Google platform. They want it to be incredible for everybody. So here it is. Here's an editing, like I'm making a Google form. I can actually put the video I want to teach them on in there. So I click the plus sign. Oh, I don't want to add a question. I'm sorry. You want to go to add video. This little one looks like a video. Duh. No, say duh. Wow, 1997. Okay, from here, you don't have to go to YouTube and find the link. You can, and I can paste the URL, or I could just search, slope intercept. And I can search the videos, search all of YouTube directly from Google Forms. And so I can select my video. Hey, what's up? Boom. I've got the video in there. I never had to leave. I never had to go anywhere else. I can incorporate it into my lesson directly from Google Forms. Okay, next, where else can teachers use it? I think I've got a link down there at the bottom left. It's on how to insert a YouTube video in Forms. So it's actually a tutorial on what I just showed you how to do. Also, if you were with me on my last PD about collaborating and communicating with Google, which I have a link to in the description if you haven't seen it, it's 45 minutes. It's a PD for you. This is a resource I think that teachers are underutilizing, and I, as a teacher and former teacher and administrator, I thought, what would be a resource, a free resource that could help teachers in their classrooms? Now, it still applies if you're in a virtual classroom, but it also applies if you're in a physical classroom, like actually in a setting. And so, what I thought is, as a teacher, I had to do bell ringers every day. And if you're not familiar with bell ringers, that's something like a problem you put on the board or you post in your classroom that students work on the first 2 to 5 minutes of every class that you have them. And the idea is that it keeps them occupied where they're learning something without you having to teach it, because you, at the first of class, you have to take roll. You got to pass out assignments to people that missed class the day before. You've got administrative stuff you have to do at the beginning of class. This lets them learn in the process. Now, the problem is, if you're a good teacher and you just have the problem on the board and the students, they don't know how to work it, a student or two might ask you, hey, I don't understand, how do I work this? And you're a good teacher and you'll walk over and help them. You're not doing the administrative stuff. So what I thought is, what if I take the entire process of presenting, like thinking of the problem, of delivering the problem, of the students working it, and of showing them how to work it, like example, all in one video. So I did this with math. I started creating, I call them problem of the day or bell ringers or whatever, and I started putting them in here. So if you're a math teacher of pretty much 7th grade and up, you could have a video every day for every day of school, and you could just post it at 8 in the morning and send it out to all your classes at the same time, which there's a feature on. I've got a tutorial on that. You can send it out to all your classes at the same time, and then they answer it in the comments. They create a discussion on it. Now, you're thinking, well, I'm not a math teacher. That doesn't help me. I thought of that. I thought, this is helpful for math teachers to have that problem every day, but what about everybody else? And so I thought, I could make a whole, 180 videos for math, 180 for English, 180 for science. I was like, I'm not great at science. I'm okay, I'm medium, but I'm not I don't want to make 180 videos on it. So if you are a science teacher, make some, send me the link, I'll start promoting you in here. I thought, what's something I could do that could help students learn and grow and could apply to almost every subject, and start a discussion about something that it's leading them somewhere good, positive, so they can't go too random, but also they're having to think and comment and respond. And I love quotes. Does anybody here love quotes? If you love quotes, how about this? If you love quotes, put your favorite quote in the comments. I would love to hear it, and I might even make a quote of the day video on it. I started making what I called Rock the Quote. You get it? Rock the vote. Rock the Quote. It was a quote of the day bell ringer every day. They're anywhere from 2 to 4 minutes. Try to keep them short, but sometimes, it's a good quote. You got to talk about it. And so I made 180 of these. I put them in a playlist. And so literally once a week, you could sit down for 10 minutes and you could assign every morning at 8 a.m. to schedule one of these videos, a different quote of the day video. and you could just copy paste the same instructions every day. And I even put an example instructions in here, so you can just copy paste from here. It says, hello class, watch today's video for quote of the day, and in the comments of this post, give your thoughts on the quote and how it applies to you. So not only are you having students think about it, they're thinking, how can I apply this to where I am? And they're commenting in there. You're creating discussion. The other students are going to see it. You're going to get to know your students better. They're going to get to know each other better. You're building a community working towards something. Do you agree or disagree with Tyler? Because I say that in the video. I was like, tell me if you agree or disagree. Like, I'm trying to guide them without you having to do all of the work. I want to do the work for you. And then I said, make sure to reply at least one classmate. Creating discussion. Keep it kind in the comments, reminding them to be kind. So you can literally copy paste those same instructions every day, and then you just go down the line and grab the link to all those videos and toss them in. And I've got extras, so you could go in and grab some that, if you're like, I don't like, Wayne Gretzky. So you can skip Wayne Gretzky and go to somebody else. So that's the idea. If it has you value, please use it. The links are in here. It's tarveracademy.com/quote. If you want to just know, I've got like a list of all the quotes. So feel free to use that. Whatever way helps you in the classroom. But that's the idea. If you don't use my quote of the day or my math problem of the day, find a channel that has a plethora of videos that are about 5 minutes or less and use those as bell ringers, okay? In the comments, if you know of this, please let me know. If you know a channel that has this, let me know. I have not found one, but I want to add those to my list so I can provide teachers with value. Also, you can teach via your device. You can send the videos to your classes directly from your device. An app that's really good that I've used for a bunch of my videos a few years ago was Explain Everything. I would have students, I was like, hey, if you have a question, take a picture of your question about math, tweet it at me on Twitter, and then I'll just take that, import it into Explain Everything, and I'll work the problem. Notability is also really good for this. If you've ever used Notability, I should have put that on here. Notability is a great app as well. If you have an iPad or an iPhone, you can just do screen record. That's a feature on it. You just go up here, you swipe down from up here, and then do you see the little dot with the circle on it? Right there, I don't know if you can see that. Oh, goodness. It's right there, the screen record, okay? So you can actually record your voice and what you're doing on your screen and not have to show yourself. So you can actually do the videos in your PJs and just project it out. So that's another option for teachers. You can also create via your laptop or your desktop. If you have a Mac, just use QuickTime. That's what I'm literally using to record the presentation. I'm recording that through QuickTime. So right now it's almost 4 gigs worth of a screen recording. That's not including the gigs off of this. Chromebook, you can use Screencastify. That's a great app. It records your screen and your voice. And then Windows is called Screen Recorder. I've never used Screen Recorder, so I'm not going to vouch for it, but I Googled it, and that's what they said is good. So also, when I was a principal of a school, I would do my announcements through video as well. If you're a teacher or an administrator, you can deliver announcements to your students or your staff through this, and it's a way for them to connect with you. You can make inside jokes. People love inside jokes. It's one of the big things with people who find community in YouTubers is that they have these inside jokes, these nicknames. Hey, they like nicknames for their fans. That's what they call them. Like, hey, out there, you Jake Paulers or you David Dobrikers. I don't know what he calls them, but they have nicknames for their people. So that's a good feature, and you can connect with people that you might not get to see face-to-face if you're not doing face-to-face classes, or students and parents that you don't get to meet with every day. This is what I did, and it was a great way to connect with all of my students, and I would also bring students in to be in the videos with me, and so that's an example. Like, we can watch. See? Oh, is it going to play? No, it's not going to play? Cool. Good talk. Nope. Excellent. Well, if you click on that link, if you have the presentation, that is a link to an example video of one that I made. Okay, so this is a creepy looking photo, but it was the thumbnail for a video that explains the point I'm about to tell you. Let's talk about YouTube. Shorter videos are for TikTok, like a minute or less, TikTok, okay? If you want something that is anywhere from 30 seconds to 10 minutes, you probably might watch it on Instagram. YouTube is not only for 2-minute or less videos. YouTube has now evolved into a long-form content location, like Netflix. YouTube is like Netflix. You'll go on Netflix and watch a full season. People go to YouTube and watch 8 hours worth of a vlogger that they just found that they like. It is a resource of any length of video. And the reason I have this, that guy on the left, his name's Shane Dawson. The guy on the right, his name is Jake Paul. Shane Dawson did essentially a docu-series where he is delving into the mind of Jake Paul, and he's getting to know him as a person and interviewing his friends and researching him. And this video right here, this video is 1 hour and 45 minutes long. It was the last video in an 8-video series, I think, and it was 1 hour and 45 minutes long. In the first 3 hours that video was on YouTube, it had over 10 million views. 10 million views in 3 hours for 1 hour and 45 minute YouTube video. Okay, whenever I'm consulting people or talking to them about videos, they ask, how long should my YouTube video be? Short or long? I said, it should be as long as you have their attention. It should be as long as it is engaging. Don't shorten it just to shorten it, and don't make it longer just to make it longer. Talk as long as you want to, as long as you feel like you're providing value or entertainment, and that's when you stop. That's what you do with the YouTube video. And the example I always use, and I think I got this from Gary Vee, it's a great example. In the comments, tell me this. If they came out with a 5-hour Star Wars movie, tell me in the comments if you would watch it. Okay? Say, I would watch a 5-hour Star Wars movie. If they came out with a 30-second Star Wars movie, full movie in 30 seconds, if you would clip off of it before the end because you don't care about it, tell me in the comments. Tell me if you're on team 5 hours or team 30 seconds. The point is, there are people that love Star Wars and would watch 5 hours worth of it. They cannot get enough. Then there are people who do not care about it at all, and they will go to another video within 30 seconds if they click on it because they don't care. People will watch things as long as they want to. I don't have this in the notes, but I want to tell you guys this because, well, that's what I want to do. I want to provide you value and I want to teach you stuff. So I'm doing my dissertation right now, and I'm doing it on what makes people watch educational videos. What retains them? Is it graphics? Is it someone they know? Is it what qualities does a video have that keeps the attention of learners? Okay? In every research study I can find that I've been looking at, there are by far 2 reasons people will stop watching a YouTube video. Either A, they're confused. They don't understand what's going on. I gave you this whole presentation when we started this. I gave you the link to it. At any point, you could look through this presentation and you could see if any of this applies to you. They want to know what's going on, so they don't be confused. And number 2, they want to see how it applies to them. Does this apply to me? When they click on a video, they want to know what's going on. I don't want to be confused. And 2, how does this apply to me? Those are the top 2 reasons people watch a YouTube video. If you're confusing people or they don't see how it matters to them, they're not going to watch it. That is proven by research. So that one's for fun. Okay, so let's talk about what's popular right now. Number 1, vlogs. You know what blogs are? Blogs where people use written text on the internet to tell stories or talk about things. Vlog is a video blog. Vlog, see what I did there? That is where people are talking about are showing their day or things that are going on in their life, and they're documenting it through video. Popular vloggers, they collaborate with each other, they have their own channels, they have nicknames for the people. It's a whole community around that person in their life. And you think, well, who cares about somebody from California or New York or the Midwest or whatever? Who cares about what some random person is doing every day? That sounds super boring. Do you care about your friends? Do you care about your spouse? Do you care about the people around you? Yes, because they matter to you, because they're connected to you. They resonate with you somehow. You connect with them. You know their story, so it matters. If you just go and click on a random vlog of somebody, you're not going to care. It might entertain you. You might learn something, but you aren't really going to care about them. But just think, if you watched a video of someone for 15 minutes a day, every single day for a year, you're going to feel like that person is one of your best friends because you're getting to know them. You know their personality. You know the things they've done. You know their family. It's why young people and even older people feel so connected to people across the internet because they're seeing their life. Think of this. When was the last time somebody came up to you and they act like they knew you? You had no idea who they were, but they're naming off like your kids or your dog's name or whatever you've been doing because you put it on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube. People connect with people across platforms all the time because there are people on the other end. People connect with people, okay? Keep that in mind. Next, tutorials. People learn on the internet. There are 2 reasons people will watch something. And this is Netflix, this is TV, this is YouTube. anything, there's two reasons they'll watch it. Either because it educates them, they're learning something, or it entertains them. Education or entertainment. The best do both, okay? So people will watch tutorials. YouTube is an amazing database to learn. 3, lists and reviews. People are reviewing TV shows, movies, books, everything. I have one, I call it Tarver Book Club. I review books, link in the bio if you want to see any of those videos. It's where you review stuff, you talk about your opinion, your thoughts. When you really care about something, you want to talk to people about it. You want to listen to people about it. This is not new. Like, this is happening. People commentate on stuff forever. You know, man in the arena. Number 4, gaming. So many people think this is such a silly thing for people to watch. It is a huge industry, and the reason that people like Steph Curry and Drake and LeBron James are investing money into these gaming teams and these gaming platforms is because it is a huge industry where people will literally watch other people play video games, either because they're good, so they're learning how to play, or they're entertaining. Educate, entertain. So gaming is an area that YouTube has literally broken off almost and made its own YouTube, like this whole sector of YouTube, because gaming is so popular. Number 5, people will watch YouTube for the news. Think of this. Think of a TV channel, okay? Think of a TV channel that leans one way, left or right, okay? The people that watch that channel, they have the same point of view as that channel because that channel says things that reinforce what they think. It reinforces something they care about, a core value, their personality, something that they resonate with. So they watch it, and that becomes more and more where they get their news and their information. Now, another news station can take the same story and they twist it or turn it to where it applies to the other side. And people that watch it for a reason. Then there's some that are in the middle that are more like, this is fact, this is what we know, bam, bam, bam. But people watch stuff because it reinforces their point of view or their worldview. With YouTube, you can get even more narrow down niches and lanes for getting your news. You can be like, oh, I think that, all trees are, dragon remains that have grown up from the ground. And you could probably find a YouTube channel that supports that. It's like, well, if you look at this manuscript from this thing, it shows that dinosaurs became trees. Like, you can find things that support your point of view. And all we're doing is we're widening the scope of where you can get information. And so that happens a lot on YouTube. And the last one I have listed on here is unboxing videos. They are what they are, like it's where you open something or you show something. My daughter used to love these, and it was before she was in kindergarten. She would watch these like unboxing of these toy videos. They were like, oh, Elsa's opening up, or we're opening up, and she just shows her hands. They're like, here we are opening up this box, and look at this Elsa doll from Frozen. Look how great it is. Its arms move like this. I was so afraid when my daughter went to kindergarten, she was going to be a little weirdo, and she was going to be like, push out her pencil box. She goes, watch as Ezra opens up her pencil box. Look at her number 2 Ticonderoga, and like start describing what she's doing, like an unboxing video. She didn't. She's good. I don't think she did. I mean, she has a couple friends, so hopefully we're good to go. Just kidding. She's great. So that's curation. That is a grand scope of what you can get from the platform of YouTube. Now, I want to talk to you about creation. I want to talk to you about creating. I'm going to give you some tips for creating for YouTube. And if you're thinking to yourself, I'm never going to make a video and put it up, you might not, but your students might. So check out. These are some resources for letting your students create these videos, or yourself. Number 1, devices and programs. Depending on what device you have, there are different programs to edit on, to film on, all of it. If you have a Mac, iMovie comes standard. It's free. It's a great resource. Now, if you've got a Mac and you want to upgrade your video and do it off of like a better system, Final Cut Pro I think is like $300, and you can get that. It's what I use. I use Final Cut Pro. It's what this was all edited on. Windows. If you want to pay money for a good program, you can use Adobe Premiere. Pretty much every movie you see in theaters was edited on Final Cut Pro or Adobe Premiere. Last one, Chromebooks. If your school has Chromebooks, you can do that on WeVideo or YouTube. Now you're thinking, what if we have iPads or iPhones, something like that, an Apple device that is not a MacBook or a laptop? You can use iMovie on there as well. It's free. You can edit through iMovie, or you can use Clips. Clips is also a great option, and it's super easy to use. The only thing is there's just a little bit less features than you could get with iMovie, a little less control. Next, what should you shoot with? Okay, here are some important things to keep in mind as you shoot with whatever device you're shooting with. Number 1, you want decent quality. Quality is great if you got it, but don't ever not create something because your quality isn't what you want. Number 2, you need forward-facing audio. Right now, I have a mic attached to my camera. It is facing me because I'm the one speaking. It's a little echoey, not bad, but it's a little echoey because I'm in my office and we didn't plan for that. Number 3, you need a tripod. It's something to prop your camera or your phone on. That just helps because then you can choose your placement. I'm on a tripod right now. You want it to be easy to export. So if you're putting it on a card and you don't have something to adapt that to your laptop, then you're not gonna make the video. Do it in whatever, shoot it on whatever you need to get that whatever, that film to where it needs to be long term. If you click on cat dog up here in the corner, it goes to a part of a video from Casey Neistat. What he essentially says is, what you're shooting with is fine, but don't let I can't shoot this unless I have a good device or unless I have this or this or this. No, you know what? I'm gonna skip. It doesn't matter. You know what matters is that you're actually making it. And the best device that you have on you right now is your phone. If you don't have a phone, then ignore what I just said. But if you have a phone, that right there is a great tool to shoot, edit, and upload your entire video. So do not be discouraged. Do not wait until you get a $1,000 camera or a $5,000 camera. These cameras on these phones are awesome. Just have decent lighting. And I actually have a video, I've linked it later in this presentation, on tips to shoot with your iPhone. So we'll look at that in a second. Now, if you want my actual setup, say you have a budget or you've got some money or you really want to lean in to YouTube, which again, I think you should. Everybody's got a personality that people would connect with, students can connect with beyond your normal classroom. I've linked to my entire setup, the camera you're watching this on right now, the mic I'm using, the tripod I've got it on, and the lighting, the ring light that I've got around it. There, you can see it. Look, I'll show you. Boom, look at that. Oh goodness, can y'all see that? That's not working. That's showing me, isn't it? I'm sorry. There you go. That's my ring light. That's my camera setup. It's hard to see, but that's what I'm using. That's linked there. And that's, I used that camera as a vlog style when I was in DC, and I made a bunch of DC fun fact videos, which you can use for your class. It's free. I've got a link in there to those. So that's 5 bell ringers right there if you've got a history class. Find videos that you can use. If you watch this video right here, I don't know, maybe when I'm editing this, I'll clip it in. If not, click that link. You can watch that video of me giving you tips on how to shoot with an iPhone. What's up guys, Tyler here. I'm so excited you're joining me today on Tarver Academy YouTube channel. We are learning best practices, tips, tricks for shooting iPhone video. Hey, this camera's better. I'm gonna use it. So what I wanna do today is I wanna tell you some really quick tips for shooting the best iPhone video. Hey sweetheart. Sorry, my wife was playing the drums on dishes. Great tune, but also not great for video. So that's number 1, cut out external noise, am I right guys? So there are 2 main components to shooting video on your phone. And the first main one is the video. Obviously the clarity of the picture. Right now, this is my camera setup. This is phone setup. This is me on my phone. This is me on a camera. This is an iPhone 11. This is my wife's phone. I have a 10. It's a little fuzzy on the selfie mode, so I decided to use this one. It's a little bit more clear. One thing you wanna do is you wanna hold the phone eye level, like this. See this? About eye level with it, with the camera, with the phone, holding it up right here. If you hold it low, it looks like your dad on a Zoom call. Hey guys, I'm your dad. How's it going, everybody? It's like your dad just turned on FaceTime and he doesn't know how it works. He's like, excuse me, hey, how's it going? This right here looks like you're taking a selfie in the bathroom. Hey, what's up guys? Thank you for coming to my Snapchat and my TikTok, Instagram. What you wanna do is you wanna hold it eye level. So that's if you're holding it. But if you want to stack it, like you're gonna talk for a long time, you don't wanna put your arm up here, you need to use your hands for something else. I will stack some books, because most of us don't have tripods. I'll stack some books on my desk, prop my phone up in front of the books. Still trying to keep it eye level. I don't wanna keep it to where it's on the table, because that's just a weird angle.
Hey guys, welcome to class today, or welcome to my vlog.
You wanna prop it up where it's almost eye level if you can. I think this is a lot better angle. But what do I know? I'm just a math YouTube teacher. Solving systems by substitution. Next tip, make sure, this seems silly, but this is legit. Make sure you hit record on your phone. And usually I see it about 1 or 2 seconds in before I start talking. You don't just want to hit record and go. Sometimes it doesn't go through. Sometimes you don't actually click record. So make sure you hit record, watch it start counting up 1 or 2 seconds, and then start talking. The next one is look at the camera, okay? So whenever we're on here, this is me looking at the camera. This is me looking at myself. Hey guys, thank y'all for coming to today's class. This is me talking on Tarver Academy YouTube channel. This is me actually looking at the camera. It looks like I'm talking to you, correct? Because I'm staring straight down the barrel of the camera lens. If you're not, if you're looking off to the side a little bit, it looks like you're not talking to them.
Meet my eyeline, Jim.
See this? You want to look straight at the camera. The tendency again is to look at yourself, but you don't want to do that. Make sure you're framed up, turn. Hey guys, welcome to my channel. Welcome to Tarver Academy, like, subscribe. And the next one, and this is one that people, this is honestly most important for it not being grainy, is you want decent lighting. Here's a window. You see that window? You do not want to film with the window at your back. See that? It makes me dark. Watch my face as I turn around. See that? See how much more clear it gets? I'm allowing this light to come in and reflect on my face, and that's what the camera is getting. So don't have the window to your back, have it here. Also, if you're outside, get in the shade. Don't get in direct sunlight. It looks like you're being beamed up to the spaceship. That's number one, is video. Video is important for just being clean, but the most important thing for a video is audio. If people cannot hear you and they can't understand what you're saying, they're gonna check out. So we'll watch a video if it looked like it was filmed on a potato, as long as we care what people are saying. Now, I'm holding this too low. That's not even my own tips. That's better. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome. For audio, rule number one, make sure you think about what you want to talk about before you hit record. You don't want to hit record and be like, today we're talking about giraffes, I guess. Giraffes are tall. Have in your mind what you want to talk about. Write down like 1 or 2 or 3 points that you want to hit along the way. Please, please, please stay out of the wind. Whenever you have the wind, it sounds like this. Hey, by the way, I didn't mention, that's what I use for lighting. It's like a super cheap light ring that I got at Best Buy, and I'll put in the description the link if you want to get one of those. It's not from me, so it's not sponsored, but I'll also put the link to my actual like legit camera setup if you want it. Stay out of the wind. Stay out of the wind, Bullseye. Remember that? Toy Story? No? Okay.
Ride like the wind, Bullseye!
One thing I do whenever I'm holding my phone, this is your audio right here. You don't want to cover that up with your hand. You want to be conscious of that. What I do is I like to cup my hand around the audio. See that? It almost becomes like a directional mic with my hand. And that allows the audio to go straight into that little bucket and go straight into the phone. Next, on volume of your voice. I cannot control the volume of my voice. No? Okay.
I'm unable to control the pitch or volume of my voice.
If 100% is screaming at someone, 50% is you talking normal. Hey guys, what's up? My name's Tyler. This is how I talk in a normal conversation. You want to go about 60 to 65%. You want to talk a little bit louder than normal, just because the louder you are, the more it cuts out that external noise of people doing dishes in the kitchen. So that's it, guys. I hope those tips helped. If you would subscribe, that's going to change the world. If you like to learn and grow and just have fun in an online YouTube community. If you like YouTube, subscribe. Everybody's doing it. All right, y'all be good, stay sweet, keep videoing, be good, be nice, stay safe. I'm out. Oh, that's the lighting, not this. Remember, we talked about that. Hey. Why should you make videos? Why should you make videos for your class? Number one, students like them. Students like video. And you think, well, not every student. Movies make a lot of money, okay? People like watching video. The trick is finding videos that they engage with, that they like, that keep their attention. That's the trick. Now, you have an edge if it's you making it, because people will watch videos longer if it's someone they know, okay? So like if you're watching this and you know me, thank you for sticking around. What's up, Tyler? It's good to see you. But if you don't, it's meant less to you than someone else on here who knows me in real life or has met me, because we have that personal face-to-face connection as well. However, you can still find videos that are really helpful for students that aren't you. Also, it allows students to rewatch something. Think of a traditional classroom. If you're teaching something in your class and you say something and a student doesn't understand it, what options do they have to ask you to repeat it? They have to raise their hand, and you call on them and they say, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Can you explain it again? Which you would do because you're a great teacher, but also what they just did. Some students are fine with asking. Some students, you know this, we get these students all the time. They won't ever ask a question even if they don't understand it. You know why? Because they view it as if I raise my hand, that's me admitting to all of my peers that I'm not as smart as them or that I don't understand the things that they understand. We know it's not true as teachers and we try to encourage them not to, but it's the reality of it. If you send them a video or if you give them a video option afterwards, they can pause, rewind, rewatch. They can go in and see it as many times. Like I did a presentation, my last PD I did. Somebody afterwards, they were like, man, you talked really fast. It's hard to keep up. Guess what? They can go back and watch it again. They can pause me. They can rewind. They can rewatch it. They can slow down the speed. They can speed up the speed. If you're watching this PD and you're thinking, wow, I wish this would hurry up. I need to do this to get my PD hours. You can go into your settings and you can speed it up 2 times speed and get done in twice the time. As long as I don't talk too fast. You can still understand me. There we go. Okay, number 3, students will connect with you more. Make it because it helps your students connect with you. And that's what we want because we want our students connect with us and care about about us because that's another level of them wanting to pursue their education in a way that is better than just, here's the material, go for it. We connect with students. That's what makes us powerful as teachers. And you're saying to yourself, but I don't want to. You can't make me, Guy. First off, don't be so aggressive, okay? That was really mean. Let the students create the videos. If you don't want to make the videos, students love creating. If you're working virtually as a teacher and you're not letting your students go out with their parents' phone or iPad or video camera or whatever and create, you should. Because students love it and they love seeing themselves on screen and it sounds shallow, but they love it. And then maybe they can teach to their classmates on something. Boom. Okay, I want to give you the 4 levels I've analyzed as video types, okay? First one's called the Wizard of Oz. This is the easiest one to make, okay? This type of video, it's like the Khan Academy videos where you just see a screen, you don't see a person, it's just somebody talking, okay? These videos are harder to retain based on my research for my dissertation. The next one, this is called the chalkboard. This is an example of like, it's just me teaching in front of a board and talking, but like the students are, watching on a video as opposed to watching in person. That's just a classroom moved over there. This one is a slideshow. This is what I'm doing right now. It's me, you can see me, but also it has my presentation, a slideshow that you can see. That's a great combination because it gives them the graphics, the text, but then also they get to see a human being. It's not just like a voiceover, Wizard of Oz. And number 4 would be the entertainer. This is like Crash Course does where they clip in clips of real life events or photos or anything else that is something that adds a visual element. Like if you ever watch a documentary, if you watch The Last Dance with Michael Jordan, that was interviews, voiceovers, but then also real clips from back in the day whenever he was playing. So it had all the elements. And did anybody see that? Tell me in the comments. Did you see The Last Dance? And what would you rate The Last Dance 1 to 10? Ooh, and also, I'd love a new documentary. I saw Free Solo, it was incredible. Last Dance was incredible. If you know any other great documentaries, let me know in the comments. The most important part, that's not part of this. Okay, so quick tips. Look at that haircut. That's disgusting. That old video. Oh, that's probably why that one didn't get any views anymore because that's gross. It's like a dirty mullet. Ugh. Okay, here we go. Make it look decent. Okay, on the left is mine that I just redid. On the right's another dude's who has more subscribers than me, so maybe don't listen to what I'm about to say. It is very easy to make your channel look good and give it some professionalism. I'm going to show you where I would recommend. See that part up there that says Tarver Academy? It's got the little clicker and it says helping the world's best students and teachers, or helping the world's best students learn to have fun. I should know my own tagline. That right there, that's my channel art. It's called YouTube channel art. That is where you would go and put something that tells about your channel. It's the name of your channel and either your theme or how you add people value or your mission statement or when you upload videos. Every Sunday, new video. You put that in your channel art. Everything else, you want to create playlists, you want to have a YouTube trailer. Those are all things I have videos on we can talk about later. Important thing to know when you're uploading a video. When you upload a video, it asks you 3 things. Well, 4 technically was scheduled. Unlisted. That means that that link to that video is the only way somebody can see it. So you can share that link to that video with your class and they'll see it, but people can't just find it on the internet. Public, people can just find it on the internet. Anybody can see it and search for it. Private means nobody can see it. But then also you have scheduled, which means that you can choose when that video goes out. So I can upload it and say, I don't want it to come out till Wednesday morning at 9. Also, you can do a Premiere. That's what this is right now. This is a Premiere. I shot this, edited it, uploaded it, and scheduled it to come out, because that way I can talk to you guys in the comments while I'm presenting all this. Great way to do a virtual class too, because it's like you have a co-teacher. You can teach your lesson while it's happening. Your students are in the comments and you're dropping in links, advice, answering questions. It's what I've been doing this whole time. Cover art and thumbnails. I used to use Adobe Spark, and that was what I recommended. I love Canva now. Canva is awesome. You can create templates, designs. If you want to create a YouTube thumbnail, you just type in YouTube thumbnail. Boom. Guess what? It brings up example YouTube thumbnails. You can take one, make a copy, change the text, the photos, good to go. YouTube cover art. You can do this for Instagram stories. You can do it for Facebook covers, Facebook group covers, book covers. Canva is incredible, and it's free. And actually, you can apply to get it free for teachers to get the pro version. So you should definitely apply for it. Canva is awesome. I recommend it. That's for your cover art and your thumbnails. In screen, those are the things that pop up at the end of the video. It's like a circle, things you can click on actually on mobile. It was created for mobile. Annotations used to be these things that popped in throughout the video, but they got rid of that. And then there's cards. Cards are like there's like a little white thing that pops up in the upper right-hand corner, and it comes across. It's like you can click on it and go out. So I'm not gonna do that, but if I wanted to, I could be like, hey, I made a video on how to shoot with your iPhone. Check the card. And then when it pops in, you can click it, and you can either watch it immediately, or you can click, and when you click that, it'll say, you wanna watch this as soon as the video's over? You say yes. That's actually what I should start doing. I don't do it because then I gotta go find where I said that, and I always forget. So, recommendations. Next one, I wanna recommend to you some YouTubers that I like, but also I have a place where I would love to hear your recommendations. So, here we go. And that was a video I made. It was a tutoring wrap. It was great. Here we go. Social studies. Hip Hughes. He is great. He's a guy who's a teacher who started making history videos on YouTube. Does an awesome job. Tom Ritchie, who's actually been on my podcast a couple times. Love Tom Ritchie. Awesome dude. Meme extraordinaire. Check him out. Hip Hughes and Tom Ritchie are both like teachers that are teaching history. So you know they're going to come at it with a teacher's censor. Like they're going to filter through in their brain. Like this is appropriate, this is not appropriate. And they're really good at trying to be unbiased. Even though like, and again, Tom and Hip, I don't know Hip Hughes very well, but you guys, if I'm overreaching or saying this incorrectly, you can tell me and I'll apologize later. I think Tom leans more probably Republican just a little bit, and Hip Hughes leans a little bit more Democrat, but that's a really cool dynamic because sometimes they'll do videos together where they debate and talk about different sides. But they're both really good at presenting the information in an unbiased way. So you can follow either of them. It's not going to go wrong. Vox, they do some really good pieces, but then they also lean a little bit left. So I don't know. Keep that in mind. They've got some pieces that are better. It's more historical when they go and break down history. But then also there's some of their editorial pieces or their opinion pieces. Just stay away from those if you don't want that in your class. But it's also a good topic if you want your students to like be able to look at bias and call it out and stuff. And recognize it, whether they agree with it or not. And then Crash Course. Crash Course makes some of the best educational videos on the planet. They're just really good. Like I said, they're the entertainer. They're going to put in so many elements. They're scripted. They've got a whole team that does research. It's not just like me creating the presentation for like 3 hours and then filming and then editing and then uploading it. They've got a team of people that help do this, and they're very good at it. Very good at it. So I definitely recommend checking them out. The only thing I will tell you, if you're giving this to your students or your class, watch the video first. Every now and then they'll drop like a level 1 curse word in there. So just be careful if that's something that you don't want to post in there for your students, but the material is so good. We had a young lady at a school I worked at, and she made a really good grade on one of her AP exams, and she got a 5. And we were just like, wow, we talked to her the year after when she came back, and we were like, what did you do? What do you attribute that to? And she said, and I quote, 90% of what I used for this test, I learned in the 3 weeks leading up to the test from Crash Course History. So check it out. It's a great resource to teach your students to engage them. I mean, it's like watching little shows. Here's some science channels. Vsauce does a good job, has a good channel. Tyler DeWitt. I've actually met Tyler, talked to him at South by Southwest. Super cool dude, super nice. I really like him, and I would highly, highly recommend him as a source. Paul Anderson does Bozeman Science. He does some good videos. And then Crash Course does science videos as well. Crash Course, like I said, they're great. English. I have no idea if these are good because, as you can tell, I speak English phenomenally. I'm just kidding. But seriously, these are some English channels that other people have recommended. If you recommend an English channel or yourself and you do English, let me know on there. I've got like 4 English videos on there, like the difference between there, and there, your, and your. Just stuff in English that got on my nerves that I want to teach about. So I've got a few. I'd love to make some more in the future. Unless you're watching this in the future, then hopefully I've already made them. Math. Khan Academy. Videos are bleh, but the website's really good. It's very adaptive. So I like the website. But then again, Bill Gates gives me $2 million. I'm going to make a great website too. Patrick JMT, he's got a credible amount of resources, ton of really good YouTube. He's got like 1 million subs, and I've met him. He's a super nice dude too. Like, I like people I've met in real life, even though I'm promoting YouTube people. I've met them in real life, a lot of them, and they're just nice people. But then again, aren't all teachers nice people? Yay Math. I talked to this dude, and he's OG math YouTuber from back in the day, like me, who like would upload full lessons. And his channel took off. He's got over like 200,000 subs. You should sub to him too. Great dude, smart guy, entrepreneur. He's just really good, and he's a good person from the times I've talked to him, and I highly recommend Yay Math. And then, what is this? Sir Tyler Tarver. Oh goodness, youtube.com/Sir Tyler Tarver. Goodness gracious, what is that? What in the world? How did we get here? Oh no, if you want to subscribe, it's right below. Shameless self-promotion. That's me. My channel's called Tarver Academy. I've got math videos, but I've also got a lot of Google tutorials, teaching videos, training videos, YouTube videos. I try to be entertaining and or educating in everything that I do. And so if you like that and it resonates with you, subscribe. If not, totally cool. I appreciate your listening to me now. Here's some early education stuff. Some of it I've seen, some of it was recommended to me. PBS Kids does a really good job. They've got a lot of resources. National Geographic Kids got some really cool stuff. I love Storybots. Storybots was a YouTube show, and then it actually got picked up on Netflix as a Netflix show. So it's on both of those, and they've got some really good resources. My son loved watching it when he was younger. Word World, I have no idea what that is. Somebody recommended it to me. However, in this presentation, if you click Add Channel here, right here, you can go to a Google Sheet that you have access to edit, and I want you to add any channels that you think would add people value or help people out. Put the link and what it is. I would love to help create essentially a huge list of stuff that people like. Okay? Cool. That's it. You did it. You did it. You have covered the gauntlet of Digital Educator Conference. We did it. We've covered it. We've learned so much. In the chat, what is one thing you're taking away from this that you're going to use in your classroom? We're about to sign out. I'm going to give you the link and the QR code where you can sign out and get your certificate for day 2 of the conference. I'm so excited you're here. I'm so excited you learned with us. I hope you got something out of this that you can apply that'll either save you time or help you be clear, help you communicate, or you can incorporate into your classroom some way. And I just hope it adds you value. And that's all I want to do is add you value. If you want to join the Tarver Academy Honor Roll, where it's like Netflix for teachers, where you get bite-sized trainings and templates and resources delivered to your inbox every week during the school year. Check that out at tarveracademy.com/honor roll. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you all. You have a great day and never stop learning. We did it. We did it. We learned something. Did you learn something today? In the chat, I want you to put the thing that you are taking away from today. Put one thing in the chat right now that you have learned or that you have realized or that's reinforced something you think. Put that one that I like to call this the golden nugget. Put the golden nugget from today in the chat. And that way, if somebody's missed it or they checked in, go ahead and you guys can copy paste what other people put. If there's some advice, you can screenshot it. Get this. I want you to throw in the best thing you learned today. It's like a best of highlight reel for your favorite thing that happened during this training. Toss that in the chat right now so we can share and grow together. Okay, we're about to do the evaluation. Before we do, I want to remind you, if you want access to this entire training at any time throughout the year, not just these live broadcasts, you can join the Tarver Academy Honor. Why'd I do this? Hey guys, Tarver Academy Honor Roll. It's like Netflix for teachers. Netflix for teachers, because you have resources, you have templates, you have PDs, trainings. It's literally like a library of trainings, and then access to ask questions, to request resources that I build and send out to teachers all around the world. So tarveracademy.com/honor roll if you want to join the greatest community on the planet. And I'm not biased at all. I mean, all of us, you're on the honor roll. You want to be on the honor roll? Sick. Let's all be on the honor roll. And I'm a dean, so keep me on the dean's list. Hey, that works. Okay. All right. Now it's time for your evaluation. I'd love to get your thoughts on what you thought for this, but also I'm going to send you a certificate saying that you sat through this training. You put in the time. You wanted to learn. You wanted to grow. You wanted to get better. This is going to be a certificate that I'm going to email to you. What I need you to do is I need you to go to the link on the screen, or hover over the QR code with your phone. Get your phone out, hover over it. It's going to ask you a few questions. If you don't get this, it means that you put your email address in wrong. Make sure, please do not rush this. Type your email address in correctly. Please, I'm begging you, because if not, you're going to email me, I never got my certificate. It's because your email address is wrong. Type in your email address correctly, fill it out, fill out your name, make sure you capitalize, make it look good, because it's going to fill in to the certificate from this. So I need you to put this in correctly, please. Okay, go there. We're going to walk you through it. Go into this, click on the link, or you can't click on the link because it's on a video. Type in the link on your computer, or type it in on your phone, or whatever device you have. Scan the QR code, fill it out. I'm going to send you a certificate with a timestamp on it saying what time you ended. You have proof from earlier if you sent in to the other link of what time you started. And then you also got your notes and all the stuff you've learned, your screenshots, all of that to show your administrator or whoever, your spouse. You show your friends, show people on the streets, all the learning that you did. You can frame that certificate. I think we're all getting framed. You get a frame? I'm getting framed. I'm gonna put it up on my shelf. I got too much stuff on my shelf already. So look at this, Lonzo Ball rookie card. If you got any, by the way, you got any basketball cards you want to sell? Hit me up. I've been slightly obsessed with basketball cards, and I apologize for bringing it up. Look at this. I've got this all Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball, I mean, he's the GOAT. Everybody says it. Who's in the chat? Who is your favorite basketball player of all time? I'd love to know. If it's Lonzo Ball, it's quite the coincidence because I had it sitting on my desk. If not, it's probably this guy. Probably this guy right here. See that guy? That's Michael Jordan. No big deal. It's whatever. Don't like to brag about it. I mean, it's not that expensive, that card. But if you got any cards you want to sell, holler at me. I don't know why I said that. I'm just stalling so you guys can fill out your evaluation. All right. Y'all feel good? I'm gonna leave this on the screen for you for a little while in case you had to step out for a second. I'm gonna leave this up. Thank you again so much for your attention and your time and everything that you put into learning and growing with us today. I'm Tyler. This is Tarver Academy. Let's learn to have fun. See you guys later.